another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is. I'm not sure why it's suddenly dark. It shouldn't be any darker than it was the previous one, but there it is. So welcome, dear friends, another session again. We do it as we always do. So the promise then to go all the way through the elections and all the way far beyond that. So I'm holding true to that promise. I hope you hold steady to that too. So welcome, dear all, friends. So to it then, and to the conversation. I am not in support of Obi's presidential ambition Arthur Eze is the one making this announcement. Probably, if not, close to the wealthiest man in the Southeast. So certainly the dollar bag's not headed in the direction of the Obi Dati campaign. I am not in support of Obi's presidential ambition. Arthur Eze is the person making that announcement. A story, of course, that I'm sure you've heard in the circles. This next headline I am especially proud of because when Donyo Okupe stepped down and we were discussing it here, I proposed that this guy is by far and a clear distance the most probable person that will step in his shoes. I said step in his shoes, but it really is coming with bigger shoes because this guy is supremely, just by a clear distance, superior to Okupe. So the new DG for the Obi Dati space has finally been announced, and it looks as though at the 11th hour, they have suddenly gotten serious. Peter Obi announces Obasanjo's former aide, Osun Tokun, as new Director General of Presidential Campaign. So go and look up Akin Osun Tokun, and then you'll find out exactly just the substance and quality of this man. There are very few people I admire within the Nigerian political space. This guy is certainly one of them. The only thing, though, that puzzles somewhat, because it's a steeped dyed in the wool Yoruba traditionalist. Even when you hear the texture of his voice, you don't get more Yoruba than him. So it surprises somewhat that this is the person that has now gone to orchestrate the Obi campaign. But we predicted it on this platform. It wasn't that long ago. You all heard us say it. And as we say it, it comes to pass. Peter Obi announces Obasanjo's former aide, Osun Tokun, as new Director General of Presidential Campaign. So it's just an obvious choice, really. It is the only functioning brain left. There are two functioning brains in the Obi Dati campaign. Donyo Okupe and Akin Osun Tokun. So it was inevitable. They couldn't have gone and put some random Uchenna there, could they, really? Or some random Abubakar. So serious matters require serious men, and you don't get more serious than this guy. So anybody that knows politics will know that since this guy has sparked his support with the Obi space, he, without doubt, would have been the person that they would have gone for, and of course, they've gone for him. It's not as though they were spoiled for choice. On to the next. Pardon me. Let me see. How do I want to sequence this? Okay, let me move this here. Bear with me 1 second. All right, yeah, so should work that way. All right, so these next 4 stories are sequenced they're sequenced concurrently because they're one on of the same stories, but different evolutions of that space. Slain Lagos lawyer Bolanle Rahim was expecting twins. So unless you're living under a rock, you'd have heard of the narrative of this young lady, a young lawyer who was coming back from Christmas festivities at church, Christmas service at church, and was summarily gunned down by some trigger-happy police officer. So this is it. How many times have we heard this story? But the police officer, it looks as though he may not have just killed 1 person. He may well have killed 3. Slain Lagos lawyer Bolanle Rahim was expecting twins, and it's the husband bringing us this sad news. So still staying within that space, Buhari condemns killing of Omobolanle Rahim by policeman in Lagos. So he condemns it, but then how many times have we heard these stories? We are outraged in the public, and then within 2 days, another news comes into the cycle and is then forgotten. I remember once when we were doing a story on some guy that went to Nigeria. He went back to Nigeria from South Africa because South Africa was too violent, according to him. His parents were worried. So he went back to Nigeria, and within a week of getting back to Nigeria, He went to one of these football watching places to go and watch football, and some trigger-happy policeman just opened fire into the space and just killed him right there. Nothing happened to that. Hopefully something happens in this instance, but don't hold your breath. We all know how things happen in that country. Buhari condemns killing of Omobolanle Rahim by policeman in Lagos. So it's not the condemnation that we are after, it's actions. And it looks as though actions taking place face of trigger-happy assistant police superintendent who killed female lawyer Rahim on Christmas Day in Lagos. So it looks as though an arrest has been effected, but then will there be consequences? So an arrest has been effected, but then of course, anybody that goes fishing, especially anywhere in the UK, you don't catch the fish to take it home. You catch the fish and then you throw it back into the pond. That's what usually happens. They call it catch and release. And it looks as though that is what has happened in this instance. Nigerian police free 2 personnel arrested in connection with murder of Lagos lawyer Rahim. So catch and release, and that is justice in Nigeria as we know it. A very familiar story, of course, really depressing, but then, of course, that's the country that Buhari presents you. Buhari under pressure from powerful nephew Maman Daura, governors, emirs, others. Buhari under pressure from powerful nephew Maman Daura, governors, emirs, others to stop secret police DSS from arresting Central Bank Governor Emefiele. So that Emefiele storyline still very much a currency at the topmost end of the news cycle. So he is very much still in play, and the whole place is shrouded in some form of convolution. But the loose understanding is that there are competing power spaces contending with this guy's actions. So, of course, we can throw in the bin all this idea that he was funding terrorism. We cannot throw in the bin that is corruptly enriching himself, but he has been doing that for the last 10 years and nobody has batted an eyelid. So we can somewhat park that to one side as not the substance of why they are chasing him. So why are they chasing him? It looks as though Maman Daura and Malam Buhari, crucially, might be on board with him, and that will be his saving grace because, of course, he may well be doing the bidding of the Asorok space. Buhari under pressure from powerful nephew Maman Daura, governors, emirs, others to stop secret police DSS from arresting Central Bank Governor Emefiele. So Emefiele, justice will be done in this case. Buhari speaks on murder of pregnant Lagos lawyer Bolanle Rahim. Well, that would be a first. If justice is ever done in any instance in Nigeria, then it will be a first. Justice will not be done, sadly, we all know that. Labour Party supporters kick over Atiku Abubakar Peter Obi campaign posters circulating in Bauchi. So there it is. Is that a concession then by Atiku to the popularity of the man from Anambra? Because, of course, if he's using Anambra born to campaign, that is to suggest then that he has considered that Anambra born has the march over him. So is this then Atiku conceding that Peter Obi is that little bit more popular than him? Lagos Labour Party supporters kick over Atiku Abubakar / Peter Obi campaign poster circulating in Bauchi. So I suspect that is a recycled, those are recycled campaign materials from just as early as 2019, which just goes on to remind us that just 2 minutes ago, Peter Obi was a deep and steeped in the wool senior member of the PDP space. It was 10, 15 years in PDP that destroyed the country, and he is now coming to fix it as the new broom in a man's zoo. So the new broom in a man's zoo. So there it is. That's the big. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. One man went to more as sponsored by Ayo. As you would know and expect, Ayo, as ever, has done the buy the coffee thing. So thank you, Ayo, for doing the buy the coffee thing. He doesn't even wait for the session to start before he does his bit. So thank you, Ayo, for doing the buy the coffee thing. So before you lean back, kick back, take it easy or relax into it, click on the like button. Do that as a matter of routine. Click on the subscribe button as well to push the numbers up. If you want to come join us on the screens, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I let you onto the screen and the conversation ensues. So that's how it works. It's nothing complex or complicated. It's just a simple click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard highlighted on your screen. So that is optional. So the like and subscribe, they are mandatory. You must click on those. So the come join us on the screen hyperlink, that's optional. We encourage it, but you have the options there. So thank you. So that's Ayo, by the way. So this is the Ayo. That's the Ayo. I wish it would come on the screen one of these days so I can put a name to his face. Or I'll at least put a voice. Nobody switches on there. And that's something we'll be addressing in the near future as well. Nobody switches on their cameras here. The whole screen is always just filled with avatars. So thank you, Ayo. And then of course, if you want to come and join Ayo in the buy the coffee thing, click on that link and then be as liberal and generous as Ayo always is. So don't go there and be derisory. That's just the one thing that irritates me. So if you're going to go there at all, go there with an intention. Don't go there and be silly. So do that. So as you set about doing all those, let me take another pit stop with a little more musical intermission, and then we come back and get straight into the throes of it. But first, the K guys.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niru Agbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So there it is, Ikoko Niru Agbeshe. So an amen to that, by the way, on behalf of myself and you guys. So Ikoko Niru Agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. I am not in support of Obi's presidential ambition. Arthur Eze making that announcement. So you know him, the light-skinned one. And Anambra-born business billionaire, Prince Arthur Eze, has dissociated himself from Peter Obi's 2023 presidential ambition. Eze made his position known recently at the occasion of the 2022 Ofala Festival of His Royal Highness Igwe Dr. Robert Eze, the traditional ruler of Ukpo in Dunukofia, local government area of Anambra State. He said, I want Peter Obi to withdraw from this race, but he would not listen. I told him plainly that I am not part of his plans. I told him to drop his ambition and wait for next time. When he told me about his ambition, I asked him the states he thinks he can win in the West and in the North. He told me, but I was not convinced. I told him he cannot win so that he would not waste his time and money. Pointing to Governor Soludo is a continued. This is the thank you. So thank you very much, because I have said this severally, and I say we on this platform have said this severally, that the natural go-to person to come out of the Southeast has to be Soludo. And I think the thinking brains in the Southeast, they are on board with that thought as well. Pointing at Governor Soludo is a continued. This is the person we're taking. This is the person we are tipping to take over as Nigerian president of Igbo extraction in the time to come. We have a presidential candidate that we are supporting now. After his tenure, he will hand over to Soludo as president. So that's the Igbo strategy, and that is going back to the Soludo essay, that for the strategy to ever work, they don't need Peter Obi to run this cycle. If Peter Obi runs this cycle, he gives victory to Tinubu, and if Tinubu serves his 8-year term, heaven will freeze before the North allows power to stay still in the South. So that's 16 years. That Peter Obi's adventure with this thing that he's doing is going to cost the Southeast 16 years, or maybe even longer, because I suspect it may well cost them 16 plus 16, that's 32 years. Because if Tinubu wins, the North will take the power back in 8 years' time. No question about that. But then when the North runs power for 8 years, you can be certain that the Southwest is already plotting their comeback, and their mastery and dexterity in politics. It doesn't suggest that they are not in a prime position to take over from the Northerners again. So this Peter Obi adventure may well be fait accompli for the Southeast, for them to never ever come into that Aso Rock seat ever. But if they let Atiku win on the agreement and understanding that he will pass power to them, that is their only likely. That's still somewhat tenuous, but that is their most likely route to the presidency. Nothing that Peter Obi is antithetic, is anathemic to the self-interest of those people. But he's now locked in this flux that he finds himself. No way out. He knows he's not going to win. He knows the cost of not winning. And more to it, that whole region, they know the cost of not winning. This is so delightful from Arthur Eze that I am going to take it from the top again, because he only speaks to a conversation that we have been having on this platform. An Anambra-born business billionaire, Prince Arthur Eze, has dissociated himself from Peter Obi's 2023 presidential ambition. Eze made his position known recently at the occasion of the 2022 Ofala Festival of His Royal Highness Igwe Dr. Robert Eze, the traditional ruler of Ukpo, in Dunukofia, local government area of Anambra State. He said, I want Peter Obi to withdraw from this race, but he would not listen. I told him plainly that I am not part of his plans. I told him to drop his ambition and wait for next time. When he told me about his ambition, I asked him the states he thinks he can win in the West and in the North. He told me, but I was not convinced. I told him he cannot win, so that he would not waste his time and money. Pointing at Governor Soludo, Eze continued, this is the person we are tipping to take over as Nigerian president of Igbo extraction in the time to come. We have a presidential candidate that we are supporting now. And the presidential candidate they are supporting now, of course, has to be Atiku Abubakar. For Soludo for the Soludo strategy, which seems to be the plan of the Southeast, for that to ever have any meaning. Pointing at Governor Soludo, Eze continued, "This is the person we're tipping to take over as Nigerian president of Igbo extraction in the time to come. We have a presidential candidate that we are supporting now. After his tenure, we will hand over to Soludo. He will hand over to Soludo as president. Meanwhile, a woman's group, Umuada or Ogbeanene Home and Abroad, whose members were present at the occasion, expressed shock at Prince Eze's comment, describing it as one made under an influence. The group, which spoke to newsmen through one of its leaders, Dr. Mrs. Ojuku, so nothing to do with Bianca, of course, or Dim, by the way, told correspondents that she was surprised that Eze would make such a remark concerning Obi. Prince Arthur Eze, that I used to know, does not speak carelessly. Pardon me. Oh, sorry. I think I may have left the wrong link in the room. But you found your way in still, DOG. I'll correct that. Let me just finish this readout. So the group, which spoke to newsmen through one of its leaders, Dr. Mrs. Ojuku, told correspondents that she was surprised that Eze would make such a remark concerning Obi. Prince Arthur Eze, that I used to know, does not speak carelessly, though one is not surprised because his younger brother is in the race under another party platform. So his younger brother being in the race has nothing to do with the veracity or lack thereof of what Arthur Eze has to say. Because whoever his younger brother is, he's not going to be president. So it's not as though he's backing his brother against Peter Obi. The most viable portal for the Southeast is Peter Obi. But then Arthur Eze, is telling us it's a non-starter because the seniors in that space, they don't endorse it because it's not viable in this cycle. Not viable in this cycle is what Arthur Eze is saying. Prince Arthur Eze, that I used to know, does not speak carelessly, though one is not surprised because his younger brother is in the race under another party platform. If he would support another party, his brother will be affected negatively. I believe strongly that Anambra, Igbo, and well-meaning Nigerians, irrespective of state of origin or religion, will support Peter Obi to the fullest. Also, a traditional ruler from one of the communities in Anambra Central Senatorial District, who would prefer not to be named, described Eze's anti-Obi comments as a very bad omen for the image of the business mogul and the image of Igbo people. You see, this is why people say that Igbo people are not united or that Igbo people hate themselves. When prominent Nigerians from various tribes and religions are supporting Peter Obi and Labour Party, why should this man talk this way in public about Obi? Anyway, he's entitled to his personal opinion. His opinion does not reflect the sensibilities of Dunukofia people. It is not the opinion of Anambra or Igbo people, she posited. So it may well not be the will and the idea of Ogbonofia people, or whatever it is they're called, or Dunukofia people. It may not be it may not reflect their sensibilities. It may not be the opinion of the Anambra people or Igbo people, but it's categorical, standing as a factual statement. Everything that Arthur Eze said is vested in fact and antecedent. Peter Obi is not going to win the election, one. And Peter Obi also is not the preferred choice of the Southeast, and certainly not the preferred choice of Nigerians in terms of looking for a Southeastern candidate. The preferred choice of the Nigerians, let me not speak for the Southeast, but let me speak for Nigerians, especially for myself as a Yoruba person. The preferred choice is Charles Soludo, because he caused a more nationalistic image and is a more substantial sort of a person, is more believable and has more credibility. Peter Obi has no antecedent in anything. He has no history of achievement. He has done nothing in politics to qualify him or to vest confidence in. But Soludo, he has a body of work which it continues to expand on. And no Nigerian will be offended if they had a president like Soludo. But this Obi journey, the cost of it, they will have a long time to reflect on it in the Southeast, because he's going to, as I said, gift Tinubu the presidency, which is 8 years, 16 years out of the loop for the Southeast. And when those 16 years elapse, they will have to face the Yorubas again. So there it is, excellently put by author Eze, and so say a lot of our sensible people, what author Eze said. So from author Eze, so allow us to claim some credit for this one. Peter Obi announces Obasanjo's former aide, Osuntokun, as Director General of Presidential Campaign Council. So this is something, of course, as I said, we've speculated as soon as Okupe was kicked off. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, on Tuesday announced Akin Osuntokun, a former aide to President Olusegun Obasanjo, as the Director General of his campaign council. Osuntokun replaces former DG of the Obi Dati campaign organization, Doyin Okupe, who announced his resignation in a letter last Tuesday following a federal high court ruling in Abuja that convicted him of violating the Money Laundering Act. Correspondents had on December the 20th reported that Okupe had said, Dear Peter, you will recall that I briefed you. So he goes on to repeat a lot of nonsense that we are already aware. Meanwhile, rising from a strategic meeting of the party, which had Obi, members of the National Working Committee, and several political candidates of the Labour Party in attendance, the Labour Party National Chairman Julius Abure announced Osuntokun as the new campaign DG. Abure described the former managing director of the news agency of Nigeria as a worthy and trustworthy replacement for Okupe. Osuntokun became the Southwest leader of the party after he defected from the People's Democratic Party to the Labour Party in August 2022. So if you go back, if you cast your memories back to the campaigning so if you cast your memory back to the campaigning in 2019, Akin Osuntokun was one of the foremost voices that was campaigning for Atiku then, and he did an eminently excellent job in that space. So I mean, there's every reason to be confident in him, but is it still too little, too late? It's just the thing. But certainly, Akin Osuntokun, an eminently sensible option for that space. So we anticipated it, of course. So to this now, somewhat of a sad story. This one just breaks the heart all the way through. Slain Lagos lawyer Bolanle Rahim was expecting twins, husband says. So it's just a gift that keeps on giving the Nigerian police force, but not in a good way. Lagos lawyer Mrs. Omobolanle Rahim, who was killed on Christmas Day by an assistant superintendent of police, was expecting twins, her husband Gbenga said. Bolanle was shot in the chest by the trigger-happy cop at Ijawe, Aja area of the state, whilst returning home from church service with her family. It was learned that Bolanle, who left a 5-year-old daughter, conceived again after years of trying. Her husband disclosed this during the visit of the Ikeja branch of the Nigerian Bar Association to their Aja residence on Tuesday, December the 27th. Secretary of the Ikeja MBA, Issa Adedokun, or I suppose her being a lawyer, I suspect, Secretary of the Ikeja MBA, Issa Adedokun, who reported on their visit, said Mr. Rahim confirmed his wife was 4 months pregnant with twins. Adedokun said the Nigerian Bar Association Ikeja delegation was led by Vice Chairman Mrs. Something Dike, who heads the Human Rights Committee. During the visit, Mr. Gbenga Rahim, husband of the deceased, narrated how his darling wife was shot by a police officer from Ijawe police station, Aja, on their way back from a family Christmas outing. The most unpleasant part of the story is that our late colleague was 4 months pregnant with a set of twins, Adedokun said. The committee also paid a visit to the Ijaye police station on a fact-finding mission and confirmed that the police officer in question has since been arrested and detained for further investigation. Our able chairman also led the delegation of some members of the Nigerian Bar Association to the Commissioner of Police on the directive of the president of the bar. Whilst with the Commissioner of Police, he assured that the matter will be thoroughly investigated and any officer or officers found culpable of this dastardly act will be brought to justice. We plead with our members to remain calm over this matter. Be rest assured that the case will not be swept under the carpet, as our branch is already collaborating with other branches in Lagos State to ensure that our late colleague gets justice in this case. But be further assured that we will keep you updated as prompt as possible on further development over the matter, Adedokun said. So there it is. I'm not holding in expectation that justice will be served. I'm not holding in expectation. Buhari condemns killing of Omobolanle Rahim by police officer. President Muhammad Buhari has condemned the heinous and senseless killing of a member of the Nigerian Bar Association, Omobolanle Rahim, in Lagos by on-duty policemen on Christmas Day. The president Monday night said he was deeply shocked and saddened to learn of the brutal killing and directed the police authorities to take the strongest possible action against the culprits already in detention. Buhari, according to a release issued on Tuesday by his spokesperson, Garba Shehu, described the unfortunate incident as a stark reminder of the recurring menace of the mishandling of weapons and a wake-up call to law enforcement agencies, including the police, to ensure the full implementation of reforms instituted by the administration on the subject of weapon handlings, as well as the protection of the rights of citizens. In this hour of grief, the nation stands in solidarity with the bereaved family and the Nigerian Bar Association. I assure you that justice will be done in this case, the president said. So, that would be a first if justice is ever done. Face of trigger-happy assistant police superintendent who killed female lawyer Rahim on Christmas Day in Lagos. So I may well share the screen. So we must let's name and shame. So I must share the screen. Let's name and shame. We have to name and shame this brutish oaf, this bastard. So let's, well, they've not released his name, so maybe not name and shame, but certainly that's you can see that this is not the first time he has killed. And of course, if he stays within the police force, certainly not the last time he will kill. Face of trigger-happy assistant police superintendent who killed female lawyer Rahim on Christmas Day in Lagos. A picture of the killer policeman attached to the Lagos Police Command who killed Omobolanle Rahim, a female lawyer, has been released. The trigger-happy assistant superintendent of police killed the lawyer in the Aja area of the state on Sunday, Christmas Day. Imagine that. Imagine that. Christmas Day is now ruined for that family till eternity. A daughter left behind, by the way. The unnamed policeman attached to the Aja police station and his team were said to have tried to stop Rahim, who was with members of her family. After the policeman shot Rahim, she was rushed to a hospital where she was confirmed dead. Confirming the incident, Benjamin Hudeyi, Lagos Police Command spokesperson, said the suspect is an assistant superintendent of police, adding that the officer and two others had been arrested. He, however, failed to reveal the identity of the trigger-happy policeman. The killing of Rahim is one of many incidents of police brutality and extrajudicial killing that have been recorded in Lagos and other parts of Nigeria time after time. On December the 7th, a 31-year-old man identified as Gafaru Buraimo of Land Estate Aja. So it looks as though Aja is not the place to live. Also, if you are going to Nigeria, don't live in Aja. This is what we are hearing. On December the 7th, a 31-year-old man identified as Gafaru Buraima of Land Estate Aja was shot dead by a police officer attached to the same police station. So that same police station still. Buraimo was hit. It may well be a competition, to go out and see who can kill the most. Buraimo was hit by a stray bullet about 10 p.m. whilst coming out of Sky Mall. It was learned that the shooting incident that led to his death happened when police officers attached to Ijewe Divisional Police Station in Aja were raiding people selling black market fuel at the Ijewe filling station. So is that sufficient? They were not chasing armed robbers, by the way. They were raiding people selling illegal goods. Is that sufficient enough? What's led to opening of fire there? However, trouble started when the police officers attempted to impound a marketer's fuel, but he resisted. His resistance angered the officers, who started shooting indiscriminately. Unbelievable. It's a wild west, the Nigerian space, a wild west. It is just, you almost don't believe it. Assistant superintendent, by the way, an assistant superintendent, all the questions rush through your head. What level of training do these people get that somebody of that seniority does not know caution around handling a weapon? What state of inebriation was this guy? High on drugs or maybe drunk? What would trigger you to just suddenly open fire on a family car? It's just, it blows the mind. It blows the mind. So yeah, justice will be done in this case. President Buhari speaks on, let me remove this thing. Justice will be done in this case. President Buhari speaks on murder of pregnant Lagos lawyer Bolanle Rahim. President Buhari has condemned the heinous and senseless, I think this may well be repetitive, but it's not a long read, so let me just give it to you. President Buhari has condemned the heinous and senseless killing of Omar Bolanle Rahim, a member of the Nigerian Bar Association, shot by on-duty policemen on Christmas Day. In a statement released by his media aide Garba Shehu, the president said he was deeply shocked and saddened to learn of the brutal killing and directed the police authorities to take the strongest possible action against the culprits already held in detention. Garba mentioned that President Buhari said this incident is a stark reminder of the recurring menace of mishandling of weapons. So it goes on and on. So it's what we have read already. So there it is. So threatening actions, that is what they are threatening. But now, this next headline then does turn everything upside down. Nigerian police free 2 personnel arrested in connection with murder of Lagos lawyer Rahim. 2 police officers arrested in connection with the murder of a Lagos lawyer, Omobolanle Rahim, have been released. The officers were present when Dambri Van D, they may not well be the shooter. This is what, but guilty by association, they are somewhat complicit in not stopping him. Anyway, let me read it first before I jump to conclusions. 2 officers arrested in connection with the murder of a Lagos lawyer, Omobolanle Rahim, have been released. The officers were present when Dambri Van D, that doesn't even sound like a Nigerian name, by the way, D-A-M-B-R-I, that's his first name, then V-A-N-D-I, that's his last name. It sounds almost like an Indian name. The officers were present when Dambri Van D An assistant superintendent of police shot 7 months old. It was 4 months pregnant now. Now it's 7 months old. Shot 7 months pregnant Rahim in front of her family on Christmas Day. The police command in Lagos revealed that the security operatives were released because they were not involved in the actual killing of Mrs. Rahim. The spokesman of the police in Lagos, Benjamin Hundeyin, who disclosed this to journalists on Tuesday, whilst giving an update on the killing, noted that they were taken into protective custody immediately after the incident and were later transferred to the State Criminal Investigation Department. Hundeyin said the officers from Ijewe police station in Ajah were only detained for interrogation and testimonies. The 2 officers arrested with ASP who killed the lawyer will be released today, Tuesday, after giving their testimony to the command. They were arrested because they saw what happened. They were not the ones who allegedly killed the woman. They have given their stories on what happened, and the CP has ordered that they should be released whilst investigation continues. Hundeyin said the Commissioner of Police, Abiodun Alabi, had earlier charged the DPO of Ijewe police station after the killing of one Gafaru Buraimo on December the 7th. The condemnable incident is against the standard operating procedure. I wonder why they say all these ludicrous things. What they say standard operating procedures, they use words like professionalism, and when they are using these words, they are addressing the Nigerian police force. These are just drunken crackheads giving weapons. How many images or even videos have you seen of a policeman drunk to stupor, sat in the gutters, leaning against his gun? How many times have you seen those images? Hundeyin said the Commissioner of Police, Abiodun Alabi, had earlier charged the DPO of Ijewe Police Station after the killing of one Gafaru Buraima on December the 7th. The condemnable incident is against the standard operating procedure and rules of engagement of the force, and to say the least is embarrassing, he said. But it's embarrassing, Abi. Killing somebody is embarrassing. I would say it's a bit more than that. Beyond this incident, the Nigerian police force will carry out a reappraisal of its role of engagement to put an end to such avoidable incidents. Total retraining is just the thing. There's no policeman in Nigeria that is fit for purpose, not a single one. You will hear of it again before the year runs out. Unfortunately, I don't predict it or will it on anybody, but you will hear of it again. And by the way, nothing will come out of this, as you all know. But there it is. I just came across a headline, somebody telling us that Atiku will win the elections at the first ballot. So let's find out what that means. But we carry on first from where we were. So on to this, Buhari under pressure from powerful nephew Maman Daura, governors, emirs, others to stop secret police DSS from arresting Emefiele. So what emboldens this DSS to be moving so aggressively is the thing. But then who counterweights that? We certainly know who counterweights that, but who is propelling the DSS is really where the question is. President Muhammad Buhari is said to be under pressure from his associates to prevent the arrest of Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele by the Department of State Services, the SS. Leading the campaign is Maman Daura, a nephew and close confidant of the president, multiple sources told correspondents. Daura, a former journalist, is an integral member of the Cabal, a group of influential... let's take that all over again. There's no flow through that. President Muhammad Buhari is under pressure from his associates to prevent the arrest of Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele by the Department of State Services, DSS. Leading the campaign is Maman Daura, a nephew and close confidant of the president, multiple sources told correspondents. Daura, a former journalist, is an integral member of the Cabal, a group of influential individuals around the president who helps him make key decisions. Sources told correspondents that the Emir of Kano, Aminu Adebayero, and by the way, the Emir of Kano is an in-law. I think Buhari's son Yusuf married the daughter of the Emir. Sources told correspondents that the Emir of Kano, Aminu Adebayero, Emir of Bichi. So Emir of Bichi, by the way, you remember that the Kano Emirate was chopped up into 5 or 7 sub-emirates. So that Emir of Bichi is still within what was the greater Kano Emirate space. After Abdullahi Ganduje got rid of Lamido Sanusi, he then chopped up Kano into 5 emirates, with each getting an emir. So Emir of Bichi is even within still that wider Kano metropolis. So it's now one of the sub-emirates within what was one overarching emirate that they had in Kano. Sources told correspondents that the Emir of Kano, Aminu Adebayero, Emir of Bichi, Nasir Adebayero. All right, so it wasn't Aminu's daughter that married Buhari's son. Sources told correspondents that the Emir of Kano, Aminu Adebayero, Emir of Bichi, Nasir Adebayero, whose daughter is married to Yusuf, the only son of President Buhari. Sorry, I keep pausing, but is Yusuf the only son of Buhari? Because I'm pretty certain that Buhari had a couple of sons from a previous marriage. You know that he was married to some lady that was fraternizing with Buhari, not in with Babangida rather, not in the romantic sense, of course, asking Buhari for Babangida for favors after Babangida got rid of Buhari, and then he had to cut her loose. So let me take this paragraph again, and this time I promise to read it through. Our sources told correspondents that the Emir of Kano, Aminu Adebayero, Emir of Bichi, Nasir Adebayero, whose daughter is married to Yusuf, the only son of the president, and some other first-class monarchs have been working round the clock to see how they can convince the president and DG of the SSS, also known as DSS, to back out of their drive to arrest and prosecute Emefiele. Maman Daura, Emir of Kano, Emir of Bichi, and many of the kings are working round the clock to see how they can convince the president and DG to back out of their drive to try him. So that is what a source would have said. Governor Nasir El-Rufai and many other governors that benefited from the usual loan from CBN are also working round the clock to stop his arrest, one source added. Correspondents had exclusively reported at the weekend how Emefiele secretly returned to Nigeria last Wednesday from the United States and is hiding in Abuja. Emefiele is in Abuja. He arrived from the United States on Wednesday, it's also said. Correspondents also reported that DSS operatives were on the lookout for the CBN governor after an order to arrest him on site was given. 2 DSS officials familiar with Emefiele's matter had confirmed that the Domestic Intelligence Office of the Secret Police had deployed several officers to monitor the CBN headquarters, Emefiele's family residence in Lagos, and in Abuja, etc., etc. So I think we've covered that particular bit in a previous reading. One of the sources close to the Apex governor confided in correspondence that he was living in fear of being arrested by the DSS. The DSS recently accused Emefiele of aiding and abetting acts of terrorism. The security agency said the CBN governor was allegedly involved in the funding of international and local terrorism. It said preliminary investigations revealed various acts of terrorism financing, fraudulent activities perpetrated by Emefiele and his involvement in economic crimes of national security dimension. So it then goes on to give us the backdrop to that space. So they push back against attempts to arrest him. So we're coming towards the end of the readouts. What was that last one that I did say? But let me bring you this one first. Labour Party supporters kick over Atiku Abubakar / Peter Obi's campaign poster circulating in Bauchi. So I suspect this may be a recycled. This may all be recycled campaign materials from 2019. But what is this? A coalition of supporters of the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and his running mate, Yusuf Ahmed Dati, had dissociated itself from campaign posters in circulation with the picture of the presidential candidate of the PDP, Atiku Abubakar, and their running mate, Peter Obi, as presidential and vice presidential candidates in the 2023 general elections. The coalition said that its candidate had not formed any political alliance with anyone. By the way, it is not possible for that alliance to even take place because that window was closed with INEC. So they can no longer substitute, or can they? Because I don't know how that can happen legally for Obi to suddenly become Atiku's running mate. But let's carry on. Speaking with journalists in Bauchi on Monday, the chairman of the Obi Dati coalition, Elder Musa Abel, described the development as a deliberate effort to confuse teaming supporters of the LP in the state. The attention of the coalition of Obi support groups in Bauchi has been drawn to a deliberate misinformation campaign carried out by some persons who are bent on misdirecting teaming obedience in Bauchi State. It is aimed at frustrating the obvious victory of His Excellency Peter Obi at the presidential election. This is an attempt at taking advantage of the popularity of His Excellency Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, and aligning him with a different party to our detriment. They claim that these were 2019 posters, and the persons who placed them were not aware that His Excellency Peter Obi is no more in the PDP, which caused for serious concerns. So I don't think anybody is aware that Peter Obi is no longer in the PDP, because to any serious thinking mind, Peter Obi very much still a member of the PDP. It's just is on sabbatical. It's just on sabbatical. That's all. Peter Obi and Senator Yusuf Ahmed Dati are soaring in popularity as Nigerians are clamoring for genuine turnaround. So how can a PDP member be turned around is the question. We call on our teaming support groups to intensify mobilization and sensitization of the campaign, especially at the grassroots, as we consolidate on our gains, he said. So there it is. So I wonder if this is being done deliberate to be cheeky somewhat. I wonder, because Nigerian politics, the dirtiest that is possible, pardon me. All right, let me give you one more readout and then we'll come into the room, see who's there to take it on. So this just intrigues me. So let's see if it offers anything of substance. It's not a long read. 2023, Atiku will win presidential poll at first ballot, says campaign organization. Let's see. Atiku Okowa Presidential Campaign Organization has boasted that the People's Democratic Party presidential candidate will win the poll at the first ballot. The campaign organization, in a statement by its spokesperson, Kola Ologbodiyan, said the election results would shock pollsters. He said Atiku enjoys the support of majority of Nigerians. He noted that it is clear that the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu lacked the political muscle to stop the former vice president. Atiku enjoys the solidarity and support of greater majority of Nigerians who are not captured in the indices relied upon by many pollsters in their projection on the 2023 presidential election. It is incontrovertible that Atiku will win the majority of lawful votes across the country and garner the constitutionally required 25% of votes in more than 25 states of the federation. It is evident that traditional voters of the PDP across the polling units, wards, local government areas, states, and 6 geopolitical zones are not distracted in their steadfastness to rescue Nigeria from the misrule of the APC by voting en masse for Atiku. So that's a total nonsense, of course, because it's a total nonsense just looking at just the takeaways from that space from Obi. So the traditional voters in the Southeast, we know almost with some certainty that they're highly unlikely, almost with certainty, not likely to vote outside of Peter Obi. Also, this army of traditional voters are unrelenting in mobilizing the non-partisan voters as well as the undecided across the country to vote for the PDP presidential candidate. Furthermore, it is clear that the candidate of the rival APC, Tinubu, lacks the political muscle and not national acceptability to stop Atiku at the first ballot. So Atiku to win at the first ballot. But the one thing that I will agree is that this election is not going anywhere near a second ballot. A clear winner will emerge at the first, but it's not going anywhere past the first ballot, I should say. A clear winner will emerge at the first ballot. Furthermore, it is clear that the candidate of the rival APC, Tinubu, lacks the political muscle and national acceptability to stop Atiku at the first ballot. Our campaign is therefore unfazed. Knowing that majority of Nigerians across the nation are in consensus to elect Atiku as the next president, particularly given his proven capacity, competence, political will, and national acceptability to provide leadership at this crucial time of our national history, he said. Meanwhile, vice presidential candidate of the APC, Kashim Shettima, has dismissed the projections of a national newspaper which picked Atiku as the likely candidate to win. Shettima, who spoke in Kano yesterday, insisted Tinubu would dust his rivals. He accused the national newspaper and its editorial board of uncontrollable bias, regretting that the trouble with he accused the national newspaper and its editorial board of uncontrollable bias, regretting that the trouble with deliberate bias is that it cannot be erased by sound education. The national newspapers or other organizations are entitled to their opinion, but elections are not conducted on Twitter, on Facebook, or on Instagram, but in the nooks and crannies of rural Nigeria and in urban centers. We are indifferent to the permutations of these political charlatans who know next to nothing about the political geography of Nigeria. We are not bothered. We are not perturbed. We have a date with destiny. We are going to win this election by the grace of God, he said. Whilst in the state, the vice presidential candidate inspected a number of projects by the Ganduje administration and visited some elders, notably Tanko Yakasai, Musa Gwadede, and business mogul Aminu Dantata. So I didn't even know that guy was still alive. All these names are, before you were born, they were currency in Nigeria. They probably see you out as well. During the reception of his guest, Dantata shocked his audience when he declared, oh yes, I saw this as a headline. So Dantata, I was just joshing now that I wasn't sure that I was still alive. I saw this as a headline. So Dantata is 91. And he says that he finds no joy in life anymore and is ready to go. So I think this is it. During the reception of his audience, during the reception of his guest, Dan Tata shocked his audience when he declared he no longer enjoyed life, adding that he hoped to depart the world in good faith. He said many of his age mates were no longer alive, noting that he could hardly call out 10 of his mates or friends across the states who were still alive. Honestly, as I am right now, I am just waiting for my time. I no longer enjoy life anymore. I hope to depart this world in good faith. I hope I did not offend anyone in life. If I offended anyone, I hope they find it in their hearts to forgive me. If anybody has offended me, I have forgiven them. I am now the only one left in my family living with grandchildren, he said. So I suspect he would even have great grandchildren because they get married early and have children early up north. So here they are, the team. Babati, I see you. Desmond, I see you. Saki Father, I see you. DOG, I see you. The mighty Ajanle Koko joins us, and Thomas joins us as well. So good to see you, gentlemen. Good to have you. So let me sequence it. I'll go first to Saki Father, then on to Ajanle Koko, then to Thomas Babati, and then we take it in that sequence. So let me come to you first, Saki Father, and I'm only really coming first to you off the back now of this bombshell dropped by Arthur Eze. So your comment on that space. Arthur Eze speaks to the politics as everybody understands it. What says you, Saki Father?
Thank you, one man. Very wonderful day today. I will make my contribution. I'm going to be quite precise and very straight to points. Welcome everybody on board.
We've not seen you for a while. Where have you been? You've been eating jollof rice all over town.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. Carry on.
Yeah. The listeners on the chat box, we encourage you here to like this platform, invite your friends. Very wonderful platform, very enriching. Very conversational environment. We encourage you to like and share the good news so that more friends will come. And we also encourage you to donate to our platform and support the platform so that we'll bring you more news on daily basis. Yeah, one man, you're talking about Ateze shenanigan, right?
Yes, after AJ's expose, bombshell.
Okay.
Bombshell.
Yeah, well, I don't know why you call it bombshell because I don't consider it bombshell. It doesn't affect P2B in any way. I don't expect people like Ateze to endorse P2B publicly, particularly because P2B's leadership style doesn't resonate with people like Ateze. Remember that before P2B came in, when you come to Anambra State, before he came in as governor, Ateze, Emeka Ofo, Chris Oba, these three people were kingmakers. They were kingmakers. So what they do is to act like godfathers. They decide which candidate is gonna be the governor of the state. They support the person with money, and when the person wins the election, at least they decide who gets what, when, and how. But when P2B came, P2B dismantled that godfatherism in Anambra State. So P2B made sure that Anambra State is now free from godfathers. So after P2B now, nobody can, place his hand on the chest and say he's going to make the next governor of the state. You know, so that is when the political freedom came to Anambra State. Then on the national space, when Peter Obi was actually going to see Ateze, what I personally expected is that Ateze, we don't even expect him to come and endorse publicly, but our expectation is that he's going to, support him financially, being almost the richest person, the richest man in Anambra State that has been sharing money for more than 40 years now. So people believe that he's gonna support him financially. That is what a lot of people believe. And even up till now, I can tell you comfortably, one man, Ateze is somebody I know very well. Even if Ateze doesn't support you, he will give you money. Even if he say that he's not supporting Peter Obi publicly, he will still give Peter Obi money for this election. He will still give whatever presidential candidate that comes to him right now. Even if Showore should come to him today, he will still give Showore money. That is the way he does his politics. He is not actually doing it because he wants to. He's not like a partisan. He's not a partisan personality. So I'm not saying he's doing it because he wants to take a position, but I know he's doing it. He's supporting whoever he wants to support for two reasons. One is to make sure that his business continues because he's part of the establishment. Then two again is to also decide who gets what. Like if his person wins, he is going to have influence in terms of who becomes minister or who becomes that and that and that. He's going to be sending lists. That kind of influence, that is what he's actually looking for. So such a person, a P2B presidency, will not resonate with him. For that selfish purpose. Yeah.
Saki, that's all well and good, but you are dismissing somewhat the substance of what he has to say.
Yeah.
Because what he is saying is that the pathway to a southeastern presidency
I'm coming now.
is an article presidency.
Okay,
and that is how anybody that understands politics understands that space.
I am coming.
The only way to Peter Obi is just it's almost an anti-tribe.
Okay, I'm coming.
Yeah.
And I will tell you why that very statement is quite mischievous.
Right.
Remember again that in 2019, this same Ateze said exactly the same thing about Buhari. He said that Buhari is watch the video. I don't know whether you have seen the video. He said Buhari is the only Hausa Fulani man that will hand power over to an Igbo man. He said it in 2019. And he said Buhari is a good man. After we are supporting you, Buhari, so that by 2022, you will give the ticket to an Igbo man. And the person he was projecting as at 2019 is the governor of Ebonyi State, Dave Omai. That was the person Ateze was projecting to take over from Buhari after 2000 after Buhari's administration. And he said it categorically that Buhari is the only Hausa man who can hand power over to an Igbo man. He said it categorically, Then, coming now to talk about a pathway, to another presidency, is from what he did today and seeing that Soludo was also there laughing, because I watched the video. From that very thing he said today, it also reveals that thing we have been telling you, that Soludo is working underground because of his own interest. Soludo has an interest in this presidency, no matter how he tried to deny it in the article he wrote. But Ateze revealed that very important thing today by saying that we are supporting somebody. He didn't mention them, but I know his article. Yeah, he's trying to support. That we are supporting someone who will hand over to an Igbo man after his term, and that Igbo man is going to be Soludo. You know what I mean? So
No,
I want
I understand what you mean,
to.
but the point that I feel you may be missing is that in spite of all of this backdrop that you have presented,
Yeah.
what Author Eze has to say, it is consistent with how deep political thinkers see the Southeast as well.
Yeah, yeah.
The deep political thinkers, they see the best possibility of a southeastern presidency coming to be Charles Soludo. We've said it even on this platform.
Yeah, yeah,
Not to say that we're deep political
yeah,
thinkers.
yeah.
So that is what people see, and people do not see that they see this Peter Obi's thing. It's a vanity project, a vanity. It's just ego at play. But then when his ego plays out, Peter Obi is not going to be the president. There's just nothing that suggests it. But then if when his ego plays out, it's going to set the Southeast back by at least 16 years at the barest minimum. When they could have condensed that to 8 years, if they had rallied around Atiku and then hold him steady to the promise. And Atiku even said that he's the best pathway to an Igbo presidency. No, but outside of Atiku, people who understand and think about politics, they see Atiku as the best pathway for an Igbo presidency, and Obi a stumbling block to that.
All right, so let me understand what I'm trying to say. You know, if you think that what Ateze is saying is something that comes out of the abundance of the truest intention of the heart, you know, I referred you again back to December 2019. Was he not seen that Soludo is the surest Igbo man to become the president in Nigeria? Was he not seen the same thing in 2019 when he was trying to make a pathway for Dave Omai in December 2019? So what I'm trying to tell you in effect is that forget Ateze. I know how he talks. I know Ateze very well, you know. So I know how he talks. And I'm telling you that whatever he says does not resonate with the masses in the southeastern zone. Because in the past, the candidates he has supported in the past...
Does it resonate with logic?
You say what?
Does it resonate with logic?
It doesn't, but it depends on what you accept as logic. For me, it doesn't resonate for me. You know? It doesn't resonate for me. Because I know that if after 8 years of somebody like Atiku, I know that if the power comes back to South, I'm very sure that the Southwest, you know, will never wait as much as waiting for. Do you know what it means? For Atiku to finish 8 years, he comes to South, Soludo takes for 8. It is like 16 years of Southwest. Do you think Southwest will wait for that 16 years to make the next president? So these things they are saying is not going to be possible. You understand what I mean? You know, because when it comes, the Southwest will like, no, we have waited for 8 years. This is our time. You know, we can't wait for another 8 years, making it 16 years. You know,
so you are willing to chance your hand on a wild goose chase.
There is nothing like wild goose chase, because if I know it's not going to be possible in the next 16 years, you know, why will I wait for that next 16 years when I know it's not going to be possible?
No. It is more probable. It's more probable than the possibility. It's more probable for an Igbo man to succeed Atiku than a possibility of
let me ask you
of Peter Obi winning the presidency.
Let me ask you a very simple question. Yes. I want you to answer it truly. You know, you as a Yoruba man, you are. Suppose that this election Atiku wins it, and you as a Yoruba man, you wait for the next 8 years for Atiku to finish his term. And then after that 8 years, power comes to the south. Would you, one man, vote for a Soludo when there is another southwesterner? Just tell me the truth.
If you want me to tell you the truth, then I will say yes. Because
You
I
will
have
vote,
yes.
you will vote
It
for
will
a
depend on
Soludo.
the quality of the.
No. Okay, let's assume.
I would though, because I've always been a real deep fan of
Let's assume.
Soludo. I've
Okay,
always
let's
admired
assume.
him.
Let's assume that by that time, Southwest breaks this guy that is a World Bank, in African Development Bank. What's the name again?
Akinwumi.
Someone like
yeah.
someone like Akiwumi. Southwest projects him.
And then I
Like,
will vote for Akinwumi because he's a superior person to Soludo,
okay,
or at least an equal weight. Yeah.
Okay, let's forget about Akiwumi. Let's bring somebody like Professor Yemi.
No, I don't. I don't have faith in Oshibanjo.
Okay, you will not vote for Uchibanjo.
No, I don't think he has the testicular fortitude.
No, my question is not about having testicular. My question, let's not deceive ourselves. You know? No. Let's not deceive ourselves. I know.
No, you can't speak on my behalf now.
No.
You've been long in this space. You know my admiration
No.
for Soludo. You know how much
Forget
I
about
admire
your
him.
admiration.
Yeah.
That time has not come.
Yeah.
You know, that time has not come. You know, so it is not yet that time.
It will take a real candidate for me
what I'm
not
saying,
to back Soludo.
What I'm saying in effect is that even if you are the only one Yoruba man that might act differently, but I'm telling you that average Yoruba man will not wait for that 16 years because he's not even sure when he's going to be, when the power will come again. You know, so I don't, even average Igbo man will not wait for that kind of number of years, you know, if it were to be the other way around. So I don't believe that Atiku will take the presidency and after 8 years, a Soludo comes out, a Yoruba man, you know, the chance of a Yoruba people.
The Yorubas will always jostle for power, as I'm sure the Northerners will always jostle for power. But the strongest opportunity,
Yorubas will always jostle for power, right?
Yeah.
But imagine when they are not in that power for more than 8 years. Do you think they will have patience for another ethnic group to take it?
They will not now. It's a battlefield now. Do you think there's no circumstance on earth if the Yorubas have been ruling the country since independence, they will continue to find reasons to continue to rule the country till the war comes to an end, just as we're seeing as the Northerners do now.
Anyway,
so nobody's going to cede space to you now. But what politics you from a possibility to a probability? What politics you from a possibility to a probability is Soludo, but what Obi presents you is an impossibility.
That is what you think.
No, that's what politics tells us now.
No politics has told you. I've told you that we can't be here making unnecessary predictions, you know. Let me tell you, and put this thing to the back, you know. Peter Obi is the first Igbo man, at least since 1999, that has done what I think even Soludo can never do, even in 6 months. Soludo will never get this kind of followership, you know, if he comes out within a space of six months. He will never get it.
And so, are you saying in mass or in fervor?
I'm talking about, okay, let me use the Southeast for example.
Yes.
Let me forget other regions now. Let me talk about the Southeast. You know, the support P2B is getting from the Southeast. The organic support is getting from the Southeast. Let me remove P2B from there and bring someone like Soludo. If it was someone like Soludo that is in this what do we call it, in this race, Soludo might not get this kind of fellowship in the Southeastern zone. You don't know how people like P2B when he was governor of the state. People like his personality. People like his simplicity. He's a man of the people. P2B goes to burials, stays with people, just like common man. If you come to Onitsha where he's living among the common people. He goes to church with the common people. He's just like ordinary person in Anambra State. People like that very personality. People love him. This love people are showing him from the South is not just because he's a Southeasterner. People just like his person.
No.
I'm telling you.
I'm not sure that I would agree.
You will not agree because you're not from Southeast. There's somebody
I'm Nigerian, so
you are in Nigeria.
I know enough.
No. You are in Nigeria, but you cannot know. You know my culture more than I know my own culture.
I may well do, depend on how steeped you are in your culture.
No. You can't know my culture. You can't know the way we. You can't know the taste of my food more than I do it. So what I'm trying to say in effect is that ask average person, they will tell you that somebody like Soludo, even in the Southeast, cannot gather this kind of clout, P2B gods within these 6 months because of that personality and character.
I'm not sure that it's the personality or character. I think what we have with Peter Obi is a moment in time. Do you know what zeitgeist means? Zeitgeist is the spirit of the moment. What Peter Obi has caught is the zeitgeist.
If you think
it's the spirit of this particular moment.
If you think that it is the moment in time, I'll ask you another simple question. When Peter Obi came back from UK to contest,
Peter Obi did not propel Atiko's candidature in 2019.
Let me finish. When Peter Obi came back from the UK, to contest as governor in Anambra State, nobody knew him before. Nobody knew him. But yet, people voted for him because of how he presented himself. Because of he was saying the things people want to hear in Anambra State. He was saying the things people want to hear, mixing with the common people, talking to them in the words they want to hear, So he captured the interest of the people.
Zaki Father.
Yes.
When he contested the vote the first time,
I know what you want to say.
People voted for Ojukwu, not Obi.
You said?
People voted for Ojukwu.
If you think that people voted for
Ojukwu because Ojukwu was his backbone, Ojukwu rose his hand up and said,
okay,
here come my son in whom I am well pleased.
Okay.
And Anabrans, being people that love Ojukwu, went for him. So don't portray him as if it's by his home political strength.
Okay, let me ask you again. If you think that people voted Peter Obi because of Ojukwu, why is it that when Ojukwu contested under Apuga for presidency, he didn't win in Anambra State?
He said when he won, how could he win Nigeria under Apuga?
No. When he contested in Apuga as Ojukwu, why is it that Ojukwu couldn't even win in Anambra State?
Because PDP was well established there.
No, you are talking about the law of people.
They rattle him with money.
No. You are talking
when
about
Ojukwu, when what do you call? When Obi came, event has changed and people have seen it better that let us stand by our own party. PDP have disappointed them, and then they decided to go with their own sectional party. So that was don't give him that it was by his own strength or
the question I'm asking. The question I'm asking.
It was Ojukwu that it was Ojukwu that make it. If he had contested on PDP, are you telling me that he would have won the election?
The question I'm asking, which you have not answered, is if you think that people love Ojukwu that way, to the extent that people are
if people doesn't love Ojukwu, why are they still standing by his party today?
You said
why are they still winning on the party that he created? till today.
They are winning on the party that he created today, not because of Ojukwu, but because of
Oh, come
the
on, man.
legacy.
You still have to
Let me
give that
finish. Let me
man.
finish.
You
Let me
see,
finish.
you still
Let
have
me
to give
finish.
it to him
Let me finish. Let
the
me finish.
respect
Let me finish. Let me
and
finish.
everything that he deserves.
Let me
You
finish.
know.
Let me finish.
Mm-hmm.
Peter Obi came to Anambra State and performed very well under Apuga. Anambra people saw real governance under Apuga. Do you understand? So Apuga became entrenched in the minds of Anambra State. And let me tell you another thing that Apuga does that still sustains them today. Apuga has always fielded candidates that might, if you compare the candidate they field with candidate of other party, Apuga's candidate are always better. For
Why?
instance,
Hold on,
Soludo,
right there.
Soludo
Hold
was
on,
yeah,
hold on.
yes,
If people
yes.
really love Obi, why didn't his candidate win the election at the last gubernatorial election? Why didn't his PDP candidate won the election? If that is the way, if as you are describing him, they really love him, why
Okay,
didn't
let me
his
tell.
candidate won?
Okay, let me tell you.
Now you go twist it again. You're going to
I'm not
twist it
twisting
now.
it. I'm not twisting it.
Twist it and lock
No,
it.
no, I'm not twisting it. Let me come.
Twist and
One
lock.
is that, one is that, what do we call it? Peter Obi, like I told you, when he was the governor, he dismantled Godfatherism. Anambra State started hating anything Godfatherism, So Peter Obi bringing somebody under PDP, some people might interpret it that he is no longer the governor. Is he trying to act as like a godfather? People don't like that godfather again in Anambra State. But
Oh,
apart from
I
that,
thought you said people really love him.
no. But apart from that, let
Now
me
you are
finish.
twisting it again.
Let me
This
finish.
is the twist
No,
and
let me
lock.
finish now.
Mhm.
Let me finish. Apart from that, nobody knew this guy Ozigbo before. That was the first time people even heard about Ozigbo. Nobody knew him. And again, Peter Obi's influence also helped his votes. Because if you look at the difference between Soludo's vote and Val Ozigbo vote, it wasn't much. The difference was not much. And above all, Soludo was a candidate. People know that he is more qualified than any other candidate in that election. People know Soludo already very well, that he is more qualified than those candidates. And at the same time, he's coming out from Apoga, and at the same time, PDP is fielding a candidate people don't even know before. But if you look at the fight, you will see that the difference, the difference in Soludo's victory, the votes, the difference of the votes Soludo got from what Val got was not much. It wasn't much. For Val to have that amount of vote, I think he tried, and I think Peter Obi's image still helped him to that level. That is what I will say about it. So, but back to the argument. My, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on.
Back to the argument. My point is that Ateze is not influential in terms of influencing the way people vote in the East. And there is empirical evidence there. In 2013, Ateze's candidate in Anambra State was Tony Woye. Ateze endorsed Tony Woye, spent all the money he spent on Tony Woye. And at the end of the day, Tony Woye didn't even win in Ateze's village. I'm using his village, Ateze's village. Tony Woye didn't even win in his village. Just to tell you the way people vote in Anambra like that. So Ateze is not going to influence. Ateze endorsed Buhari in 2019. Yet Buhari didn't win in most of those southeastern zones in the same 2019. So the people see Ateze as all these godfathers, like the likes of Obas, that they are claiming to be godfathers, like Obas and this guy again. What do we call it? Emeka for them, and that is what the Easterners, especially the Arabrarians, they hate it. They hate that godfather because Peter Obi came and dismantled it and showed them that we could actually govern without godfathers and we can use your money to work for you and not to pay godfathers. Because during the time of Mbadluju was paying those godfathers. He was paying them. And that was why Anambra was in a mess, But when Peter Obi came, he dismantled them, So Peter Obi's presidency, those kind of business juggernauts, all those rich people in Anambra State, all those kind of for Oba family, they will not like the kind of Peter Obi president. They will like somebody that we allow them to, to all these deals they make, and Ateze is in all you business. So all those kind of deals they make in all you business. They want a presidency that we just give them away. That was why till today, Ateze will tell you that the best head of state, that he has ever worked with is Sani Abacha. Sani Abacha made Ateze what he is today. Sani Abacha enriched Ateze. He liked Sani Abacha to more than any other head of state that has ever existed. But when Obasanjo came in power, Ateze was almost crying because Obasanjo's administration did not favor him, and that is why till today, he doesn't like an Obasanjo kind of person. He never have, but when Yaradua came in, he also started, booming again. But Sani Abacha is the person that made Ateze what he is today.
All right, that's very good as a historical backdrop. But I take your point. But for me, what Utter Eze has to say is the only pathway to a very slim chance of the country ever having a southeastern president. That's the only way to back Atiku to land on Soludo. That's what Peter Obi. It's just a vanity project. It's a flight of fancy.
Okay, let me ask you one more.
It's flapping feathers. Have you ever seen
let me ask you one more.
Have you ever seen a peacock? It's peacocking. That's all it's doing.
Let me ask you one more. Will you be satisfied or happy, or will you be like fulfilled that Peter Obi comes to Bona and say, "I'm stepping down because I don't have a partner"?
No, it's too late for him now because the damage is already done.
Let's forget about the argument of whether it is vanity or not vanity. It's a fair contest. Let him contest. Let's see what the result comes out at the end of the day.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Yes, interject.
Yeah, come in, but I think engineer Igama, what's happened? What happened to you, Joseph? We've not seen you for a while. What happened, Joseph? Joseph Roraboke.
I'll be busy. I'll be very busy working for the emergence of my candidate.
Yeah, who is remind
the last time I was
P2B.
No, yes, the P2B man.
I'll be consistent right from May. From May, I'll be consistent. I said it here. The influence what Obasanjo has been doing right from May towards the end of May. I said it, and then people were like saying that all those sorts of speculations and all that. The election. That's just the simple truth. By January, it will become very clear to a lot of us. That's just the truth. The way it is right now is not about Peter Obi as an individual. It will become clear that the people's candidate is going to emerge as the president of this country next year. And the people's candidate is Peter Obi. It's not because of his personality or because he's coming from the Southeast or because of Labour Party. The masses have adopted him as their candidate. So that's what will prevail. And with the improvement in the electoral process, rigging, money will fail APC and PDP. and you will see that it's the will of the
Money
people.
will, hold on. Money will fail in poverty-stricken Nigeria. This is what you've just said?
No, you will see it. You will see
where
it.
people
You will see
where
it.
people cannot. Money will fail in a space where people cannot eat.
No, you will see it now. They'll spend the money. People will collect the money and vote against them. People will collect the money and vote against them. You will see. There's a lot of testers. I've been busy. I've been busy. I've been.
You know,
yeah, a lot of you don't even know what is happening on ground. A lot of you don't know what is happening on ground. That's just a simple truth.
No, that's why you are valuable to us now. You know.
Yes. So in January, February, you see the result of the election.
Moses will land
even
in
Atiku might
January.
not even win his state, Adamawa, where he's from. As his
Peter Obi will take that too. Peter Obi will take Adamawa.
Atiku might not even win Adamawa, where he's from.
Peter Obi will take it.
Moses will imagine Egypt to take the queen out of Egypt in January.
Can I ask Joseph a question?
Go on, Joseph. Take a question from Babati.
So wonderful. You know, I said Joseph is dreaming, but because his name. But since your guy is going to win Adamawa, can we push this further? Do you think Peter Obi will also win Lagos as well?
Peter Obi will win Lagos.
There you go. There
Peter Obi will win Lagos.
What of Kano State? What of Kano?
No, Kwankwaso will win Kano now. That one is clear. Kwankwaso is going to win Kano State. Okay. Peter Obi will win Lagos. Peter Obi will win Rivers. Peter Obi will win Delta State.
What of Anambra State?
Anambra State, Peter Obi won't get less than 90% of votes in Anambra State.
Amazing.
A lot of all these people, even their polling units, they will lose. All these people that you see billionaires, they will lose even their polling units to Peter Obi.
Oh, you will win Anambra, but others cannot win their own state.
It's not about him winning Anambra.
Hold on. Tinubu will not win Lagos. Atiku will not win
it goes beyond tribe and ethnicity. This election, it goes beyond tribe and ethnicity. People in Anambra vote for Peter Obi.
No, hold on. Where you get it? Hold on, Joseph. Who told you that this election goes? Who told you that this election goes beyond ethnicity and tribe? Who told you that?
Even Afenifere and the prominent Yoruba supporting Peter Obi alone tells you that it goes beyond tribe.
Okay.
One more. The truth is that.
Hold on. Let me tell you two words.
Beyond all those things.
Let me tell you two words, Joseph. There is naivety. There is naivety, and then there is naivete. You know, when you get to the extremes of naivety, it becomes naivete. You know, Mr. will win Adamawa Lagos.
No. Woman, can you allow Joseph to flesh out his own? No, because with Obi they like to do this thing where we let them flesh out their.
I was here because May. We talked about this stuff. I said, not one has fallen out. Not one has fallen out.
Joseph, wait. Can you tell us the states that your darling Obi will win to claim the presidency? Please, can you just tell us so I can know where you're coming from, please?
I don't think I have to spend time to talk about.
No. Babati should have asked him say in the West, other than Lagos, that he has confirmed that is going
in the West. Okay,
which other state will he win in the West? Other than Lagos, we agree that he is winning Lagos. So, which other state in the West will he win?
The way it starts now, the way politics is between now and 25th of February, there could be a lot of changes might still happen. But if the election happens today, it's is in the whole of Southwest. It's only Lagos State that I see Peter Obi winning Tinubu in Lagos State. But there are some of these Southwest states, you will still have good showing. More than you get 25% in a few other Southwest states.
All right, Joseph, let me hold you there for a moment, and then I want to go back to Saki Fada so that we have some structures to it. Which ethnic group constitutes the majority in Lagos, and by what percentage? Joseph?
I don't have that details. You should be Yoruba clearly now. The Yorubas clearly.
The Yorubas are close to 75% of the Lagos population.
Yes, but do you know that if you look at the percentage, if you look at the young, if you look at the young Yoruba people, more than 50 of them are not supporting Tinubu.
Where you getting that
more than
from?
50%.
No, where are you getting that from?
Go and do your post now. Go and do your post. Go and do your post. The young is the Yoruba people. Some of them, even some of them are still supporting Peter Obi, but most of Tinubu's supporters in Lagos State are older Yoruba guys.
Okay, if you don't have empirical evidence, then
Joseph, APC has a huge youth movement. They have their own youth movement as well. I don't know why when people say youth, they always assume that Obi just.
We are not talking about party. How many are there compared to the electorate? I know they have youth movement. Talk about the electorate.
And those youths. Do we have it in electoral history that they are reliable voters? Those that are
we don't even have it that hold on, Babate. We don't even have it that any youth are supporting Peter Obi outside of the southeastern youth
I'm on ground. I know what is happening. You see the results very soon.
All right.
No point.
There you are. It's just 2 months away.
Can I ask a question?
All right. Yeah. Let's hear from Fatai.
Sorry, my brother. I just would like to know. I just would like to ask 2 questions. Number 1 question: how many? Okay, I could see what you're saying, that maybe a lot of Yoruba youths are not supporting Tinubu because of, well, I could say, let me say, because of his age, because you guys see his age or whatever. But how many Yoruba youths are supporting Showore, Prince Adewale, what's his name?
Yeah, Adewale.
Bola Abiola. There are other 3, I think at least 3 Yorubas there. So if 50% of Yoruba youths are supporting Peter Obi, what percentages are supporting these other Yoruba youths? They are youths, so they are not older. So if they are loyal to Peter Obi because Peter Obi is young, okay, fine, I can see that. But Showore also is young. Adewale or whatever his name, Prince Adewale, is young, and they are all very articulate, by the way. So you can't say they are Peter Obi is not articulate. Then my second question is, what percentage will Peter Obi win in Osun State? Is he going to take 25% in Osun State? Bear in mind that the last election, which is like less than 6 months ago, he won 4,000 votes out of approximately 1 million, close to 1 million. So if he's going to win 25%,
the election in Osun wasn't Peter Obi's election. The candidate of Labour Party.
He was there to campaign. We covered this here.
Sorry, can I join
you? Already candidate of Labour Party before Peter Obi even joined Labour Party. So it's a different thing entirely. And
all right. Hold on, gentlemen. Joseph, address the questions put to you by Fatai.
Let me explain the second question. I leave it to you. The second question, I'm not talking about the governor's race. I'm talking about the progression of Labour Party month to month, because to move from 4,000 out of 1 million to 250,000. I think that was saying it must be that every month the Labour Party is expanding. Maybe every month, maybe by 50,000 per month in Osun State. You can't tell me 4,000 months ago and now the same thing is still the same. But someone is going to win. But it's not about the governors. It's not about the governor in the last election. It's about the progression of Labour Party in Osun State. How by what leap? By what percent? Like, is it expanding? Did you see a big explosion of Labour Party in Osun State that's going to tell us that there's going to be radical difference from the previous election?
Definitely, it's not
Considering
about
the fact, in addition to Fatai,
Yeah.
considering the fact
Okay.
that the candidate of Labour Party have now moved to PDP.
Oh. Yes, it's not about this election. Yes, the 2023 election is not strictly about party, especially the presidential election. There are lots of people that are in APC, that are in PDP, that will vote for Peter Obi for presidency across the country. So it has little to do with as in party. That's what we are going to witness in these forthcoming elections.
All right, brilliant. Let's get back to Sake, Father. Sake, so go back to the author is a space. Round off your thoughts on there, and then I want to talk to you about the new DG of your party.
Well, like I said, Artese's endorsement or no endorsement, it doesn't have any influence, in the pattern of votes in the Southeast. People don't. He has done this in the past, and he didn't reflect. There is no candidate he supported in the past that won elections. But we know that he's going to bring out money for this election. I also told you, like I said, even if he's not supporting P2B, he's still going to give him money. He's still going to give him some financial support. Even if he's not endorsing him publicly, that is the way he does. That is she has money. He's just somebody that's he gives people money. For the past 40 years, he has been sharing money in Nigeria. I think he has done it to a lot of people, and this is not the first time or the second time. But already we have seen that Soludo is also working in the background, to make sure that, initially he said he doesn't have interest in contesting maybe 2031, but we can visibly see it, that he's also pursuing his self-interest. He doesn't want, because a P2B's victory or a P2B's presidency will affect his own dreams, So he would not like someone like P2B he would like to be the person that will break that record. But already the Southeast have already taken their position. So the masses are supporting P2B massively, and there is nothing any politician in the Southeast will do to sway the Southeastern people from the pattern of the voting pattern they have already adopted, So that's my point there.
All right, brilliant. And Akin Osuntokun,
Please,
yeah.
Let me say this. Those that are calling for Obi to step down for Atiku, for Igbo to line up behind Atiku, the billionaire and what's the name of the governor in Anambra State? Soludo. They lack foresight. And what I mean is this. The implication of Atiku winning is that Northerner can come up anytime and win the election in Nigeria without caring for, the southern people in the race. That will give them that calculation and that political strength that they can win election if they work hard in the north, if they mobilize their people, and if they can get their 25% from or win some few states in the south, that will eventually kill this idea of rotational presidency, and that will give them that confidence that they can always come out anytime and win the presidency. So the Southerners that are thinking that, like Soludo, that is thinking that, oh, if I can kill Obi ambition now to give him that opportunity in the future to come out, they just lack foresight. They lack foresight entirely. It is not good for us as people, particularly we the Southerner. It will further
but that's the
destroy
only but that's the
our-
only viable politics for the Southeast.
it is no.
The only other politics is for them to back Tinubu and abandon any ambition at the presidency.
That is the other option. That is backing Tinubu will be the better option for them. But I'm not a Tinubu guy. I will not even say, I don't even want to talk about that. I don't care for Tinubu. But the issue is this: the Easterners that are saying Obi should step down and line behind Atiku is going to, that means they want to deliver the South for him, the East for him, and they want to work hard for the South, for Atiku to win the South, and thereby sentiment votes from the North can give him upper distance against Tinubu, and Atiku will be the president. But the implication is going to be very grievous for we, the entire South, for our future ambition in that presidential race. It will tell the Northerners that, yes, it will give them more confidence that they can come out in the future and win the presidency without even, with not caring for, the interest of the North. They will see it as, yes, God has given them that country. They have the strength, and they can, use the governmental power to further, strengthen their grip on power, particularly on that seat of presidency. So it is not good. Those people lack foresight. We should just look at it that way. Obi is not the issue, but the interest of the Southerner that is the issue right now, the way I see it, not Obi or the candidate of this thing. Those Easterners that are calling for Obi to step down, they lack foresight, and they don't think of the general interest of the South in entirety. That's my take.
Yeah, but the thing is, Ajanle Koko, there is no universal Southern interest. The interest we have in Nigeria is a tripod, it's a tripartite sort of interest. You have the Yoruba interest, you have the Igbo interest, and then you have a broad northern interest. So
let me tell you now, one man.
A Yoruba presidency is not a victory for an Igbo person any more than a Hausa presidency is a victory for them. If they don't get to the presidency, they can't claim. So I don't think there's an overarching. I don't think they see an overarching Southern interest.
Let me tell you this. You see, the interest of the South, including that of the Easterner, will be protected, will be championed by Tinubu presidency. And why I'm saying this is that Obi in this race now.
Tinubu will not care a jot about the Southeast.
Hold on.
Tinubu's interests are Yoruba and North. He doesn't care about the Southeast. When has he ever cared about the Southeast?
I think you are wrong. Tinubu is the first person that make a Southeasterner and Easterner a commissioner in Lagos. He has created a lot of, enabling environment for them in Lagos for their business to flourish. So no Igbo man can say that Tinubu have not done good for them. It never happened in the history of Lagos to have an Igbo as a commissioner, but Tinubu made it possible. So there are a lot of good things that Tinubu have done for them in Lagos State that some Yorubas, particularly some Lagosians, are not really happy with Tinubu for that. That we have people that are well qualified to hold those governmental positions, but you're giving the Easterner those positions in Lagos in order to bring them, to accommodate them as brothers, Southern brothers and stuff like that. So you saying that Tinubu will never care for them, I don't think so. But what Obi is doing,
in a hierarchy of priorities, Tinubu will its priority will be naturally its natural base, and then in order to show up its power, its second priority will be the North, and then it will just do the barest minimum for the Southeast.
I don't want to say that. I don't think so. Yoruba has a way of doing things. Yoruba has a way of balancing things. Yoruba has a way of, bringing people together. It's in our DNA. Obasanjo did it, and I don't want to doubt Tinubu not doing the same. So, but what Obi is doing now, staying in this race, is for the greater good of the South. Whether he wins or not, is for the greater good of the South. If he doesn't win, he has succeeded in breaking the backbone of PDP, particularly Atiku, and their cabal in PDP, breaking their political strength in the North. In the Southeast. Wike is destroying it in the South. Look at the way the primary was manipulated. Look at the way the Northerner, particularly Tambuwa, look at the way he backstabbed Wike during that primary. Wike that have done good for you. So Obi in this race is doing good for the South. We might not like the politics. We might say that, he cannot win the election, but cutting off the strength of PDP in the Southeast is somehow a strength to Tinubu, which is good for the South. We don't want to lose everything. If Obi cannot win, Tinubu should win. The power must come to the South. That is how we can have the balancing. They have done their own 8 years now, almost 8 years by Tinubu, by Buhari. Why should Atiku win again? Why must it be Atiku? For some people to do some wrong calculations saying that, if Atiku wins, that is what we take
hold on,
the Igbo to the presidency.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the Southeast sees it in the way that you say it?
I wish they could see it that way.
Because I feel that the Southeast, the least thing they want is another Yoruba president, because they feel that the Yorubas have been too overprivileged by the Nigerian space. They would rather have a northerner than have a Yoruba person again, which I think rankles them even more. But you know, I'm not sure that they see the way you are describing it in the Southwest.
I believe their politician, which I mean, surely sees it the way I'm expressing it now. But the ordinary man on the street, with that bias and that some kind of anti-Yoruba in their heart, will not see it that way. You understand? They won't see it, except the political class now come and sit everybody down and said, look, we don't want to be a slave. The Northerners have had it by Buhari for 8 years. For the power to go to the North again, it means that we Southerners are doomed forever. And if they make a loud noise, maybe some people can start to realize they are, oh, well, forget about Tinubu or this. It is the interest of the South that matter. And then they can sit with Tinubu and then negotiate how negotiate the power structure with him. That is the way it should be, because this guy Obi is doing good for the South. What he's doing now is good for the South. That is the way that is the greater implication of what he's doing, that a lot of us doesn't see. A lot of us that opposes this guy say, oh, he cannot win the election, he should drop down. He's doing good for the South. Because what he's doing now is giving strength to Tinubu. If Obi had remained in PDP and there's stability in PDP, it's going to be very difficult for Tinubu to win. It will be a very, tough road for him. But with the way everything has been scattered, Kwakwaso is breaking them in the north and Obi breaking them in the south. It gave APC some strength over PDP now. PDP is struggling. So Obi has done good, whether we like it or not.
All right, yeah. All right, thank you. So back to Sakifada. Sakifada, let me just move you on and move you to the space of Akin Osuntokun, who is now the new DG of the Obidati campaign organization. So what your first reactions of him as a choice? What are you making of him? And what do you even know of him, Akin Osuntokun?
Yeah, I don't know too much about him, but I read a few things, and I discovered that in 2011, he was the director of the campaign for PDP in 2011, and he was one-time aide to Obasanjo. So from the reviews I saw online, I think they said that the guy is a strategist. He knows the political space, and he knows he has been in this kind of game before, so he's gonna do well. But I don't think in terms of speech, I think Doyin Okupe has a better speech power of oratory, compared to
you
him.
think so? Have you listened to Akin Osuntokun?
I've not listened to him, but
is one of the best orators you hear.
He talks like.
Yeah. But although he has a heavy set Yoruba accent, but nevertheless.
So, but I think Doyin Okupe, Doyin Okupe knows how to. I don't know how to put it. Maybe I see this guy as more cool and calm compared to Doyin Okupe. That's what I think. But I read things about him, and from what I saw, I think he has been in the game, so he knows how to do it. There was, before the name was released, some people were suggesting one guy from the north, by the name Isaac Balabi, in the north. People were suggesting him, but at the end of the day, this choice was made, maybe because Doyin Okupe is a Yoruba person, and I think it makes sense to
No,
Because
no. The Akio Shitoko is the only brain that they have left in this in the Obi. Let me give you a quick feel of this guy. I want you to see what would just have a listen to this.
Gender imbalance of all the tasks there. Yeah, the only one. But you didn't say anything about this. Oh. Okay. Yeah. See, many problems of this world, in the age of over communication, can be simplified and addressed if you go back to first principles. And one of those first principles, the most important, is to wake up every day and say that, how can I be a better human being? I don't need to impress you by saying that.
All right. That may not be the best example of him, but I'll just urge you to go and just listen to a couple of clips of him. He's a really very very smart operator, really sharp. But you don't sound convinced.
From
Yeah.
what I read about him, he has been in the game. He knows this game, from the positions he has held, but like I was saying, in terms of speech, I feel that Doyin Okupe has some kind of commanding tone. You understand what I mean? But I think this guy is. I see him as.
Well, what about the Obasanjo's angle? Because is a steeped in the wool Obasanjo man. So what about the Obasanjo angle that one of the lieutenants of Obasanjo is now the DJ of the Obi campaign?
It's good. The Obasanjo, of course. Obasanjo is not hiding it. He's supporting Obi, so he's not. He doesn't hide it. So so naturally, anybody that comes from Obasanjo that wants to support Obi, Obasanjo will not object to that. So I think it's a nice appointment. From what I read about the guy, I see him as somebody that he's a professor, right?
I'm not sure, but he's a highly learned man.
No, they call him.
He used to be the chairman or whatever of the news agency of Nigeria.
Yeah, they said he's a professor. I think that is what I saw online. So
and then Ruben Abati used to host this panel program a couple of years ago when he used to be one of the three seniors that used to talk about Nigerian politics. I think the Obi space, I think they'll enjoy that guy. I rate him. I rate him higher than Okupe, far higher.
That's good. That's good.
Good. So, all right, Blair. Let me take you to the space then. This lady that was shot on her way from Christmas, Bolanle Rahim. Your thoughts on that space?
Oh man, I cried yesterday.
It is terrible. It's so sad. The more you hear, she was pregnant with twins after years of trying.
I cried yesterday. I saw that. I was like, look at this beautiful lady. Very pretty. Somebody will just waste somebody's life for careless. I don't know what actually conspired. I don't really know what conspired between the two of them. But for whatever reason, I don't understand Nigerian police. So I don't know the extent the police force is going about it, but I think that guy should be brought to book. I think he should. I don't know. I just cried yesterday. In fact, I could not behold what I saw. It was quite.
It's just so it's such a needless waste, No human being is worth wasting. But all of the circumstances so depressing. She was coming from church. She's everything you want the Nigerian person to be. She's educated. She's married. So she has a daughter already, and then they were trying for years to add to their family. And now she's now carrying 4 months, twins. So everything as you would expect, and then this guy just shoots her dead. I mean, it's just it's so difficult to take.
It's very bad. It's really I was crying yesterday when I heard that news. I think the Lagos, it happened in Lagos, right? So I think the Lagos governor should take the case to the should take it to the letter. They shouldn't play with it. They shouldn't play politics with this case. We can't continue having a country like this where police can wake up and shoot somebody for whatever reason. I don't really even know the reason. I don't know whether it is, will I call it accidental? I don't know. I don't know what actually happened. But it is quite sad, very sad, Very beautiful lady, like that. It's really sad, honestly, one more.
All right. And the never-ending saga of Emefiele. So he's now back in Nigeria. There's some really senior heavyweights pushing for him not to be arrested as the DSS continues to drag their net to tag him. So what are you making of that space, Emefiele?
I think in my view, he shouldn't be arrested. They should, in my view, this is central bank governor, and I think if that is done while he is still in office, he's not going to project a good image of Nigeria to the world. It is, what it means for the governor of the Apes Bank to be involved in all these kind of deals. So I wouldn't, for the very basic, for the image of Nigeria in this essence, if they have anything against him, I think they should wait. His time is almost coming to finish. But then I know that they are going against him now because of all these policies he recently introduced that doesn't sit well with the politicians. So it's about self-interest too. So, but in my view, arresting him, detaining him, wouldn't bring a good image for the country. Or maybe he should. I don't know. I don't really know, but let's see what happens in this space. But in terms of the image of Nigeria, it will be very catastrophic. It will be very bad. Our governor of the Apes Bank he has these kind of cases. So that's what I would say in that very space. One more.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So let's go on from you then and go to Ajan Lekoko. So Ajan Lekoko, to the space then, this author Eze and his assertion that he's not in support of Peter Obi, and even when Peter Obi came to tell him about his ambition, he said, "Look, just forget it." And he was pointing that the pathway to any possible Igbo presidency will be via an Atiku presidency to land on Soludo. If we remove sentimentality, that's the most pragmatic pathway to an Igbo presidency, would you not say?
Thank you, Mama. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. Like I said earlier, he's a short-sighted man. They cannot. It's talking like a person that have not that doesn't live in Nigeria, that doesn't know that Nigerian politicians, being what they are, can disappoint people, and that can when it is time to give to other or yield position to other, they can come up with their shenanigans, and and then the story will change. We have seen the way everything played out in PDP recently, with the way when it's the time for the Southerner power shift to come to the South, the way the party changed the constitution of the party, jettison the what do you call it, the rotational presidency, and make it open, which at the end of the day gave the ticket to Abubakar Atiku. And
sorry, Ajale Koko, there's heavy music in your background.
oh yeah, they have some people playing music close to me here.
All right.
So is it? Can you hear?
No. Carry on.
So, so we these people should learn from history. They should learn from the recent political situation, before destroying one of their own, because what they don't know that will come in the future. It is just senseless, and it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous that they are banking for the future for what they don't know, what the future holds for them. So I don't buy that idea. I think Obi is pursuing what is good for the South, and they are obviously fighting for their own interests, for telling Obi to to step down, and not the interests of the South. So this idea that they should back Atiku, and then Atiku will transition the Igbo into presidency, is not going to happen. Atiku is not a reliable person. Even his boss wrote his appraiser describing as unreliable, a corrupt, a person that is not trustworthy. So, anybody try to trust Atiku as a person that can, make it work for the South. I bet you those people are short-sighted people, and they don't know what they are talking about. So Obi should continue with his campaign, and should continue to do it the way he's doing it. We will see what will happen. I believe Obi have destroyed PDP, and that is what it doesn't go down well with those people. It doesn't go down well with their political interests. So, and it is good for Obi politically, as a person that is building a party. If he does not win now, Obi will build a political structure for his comeback in the future. So he have governors in this party across the country, senators, House of Rep that are contesting. So if Obi does not win the presidency, some of their people might win, and then they will start to build a structure for the future, for Obi comeback. So a person that wants to be president must build structure across the country, must know people, the power that be politically. He must have people that can work with him across the country, and make it possible for him to be president of Nigeria. So Obi doesn't have that before. Now he's building it. So they should leave that man alone. They should let him do what he can do. So everything is in the hand of God. But at the same time, I don't see Obi winning election this time, because he just started building a structure, a political party that can cut across the country and can, get ready for national election in the future. This is a test run. What they're doing now is a test run, but it's good for him. It's good for Southerner as well in the future. And, people that are capable, mentally, physically, and, otherwise, in any other way, that can contest for that position in the future. So they are PDP people. What do you expect from them? That is what they should be saying. They want to be down so that they can give way to Atiku. And Atiku, for me, is not a reliable person. What Obi is doing is good. PDP, we must bring PDP down in the South. because PDP, to me, has not been fair in this, particularly for the position of presidency this time around, to the people of the East, particularly. So I don't see the reason why PDP could not microzone it to the East and leave it alone for the Easterner to fight it out among themselves and come out with one candidate that everybody will support across the country. But they play the game the way they like, and now this is what it has brought to them. Obi in Labour Party has broken them apart in the East. Wike is also destroying them in the South. So PDP is in bad shape. APC Tinubu is riding her, is leading. The momentum is on the side as well, with the incumbency to Buhari just declare yesterday that he is backing Tinubu. It's going to give him all the support to win the election. So it is APC, PDP is not a threat to APC. Tinubu flag bearership this time. So it's good for the South. Obi is doing good for the South. Tinubu is doing good as well. So that is what matters to me. I don't want the power to go to the North again after Buhari. So that's my take, one man.
All right, brilliant. And to this Bolale Rahim, who are looking to start the new year on the best footing, goes to church to celebrate Christmas with her family. On the drive back home, gets shot by ASP Van D. So I mean, we've just so many stories of just police shooting sporadically while shooting into the crowds, people gunned down at the first opportunity. But what is your expectation for justice in this instance? Buhari insists that there will be justice, but if there is justice, it will be a first in Nigeria, Ajanle Koko.
Well, man, I believe there's going to be justice because this is a big loss to the country. It's a big loss because it's a woman carrying a baby, carrying twins in her stomach, and for one crazy police officer to just, kill her just like that. No, there must be justice. Lagos State Governor has spoken to this effect. He has said that they are going to investigate it, and they will surely allow justice to take its course. That is what Sanwo-Olu said. And this police station, this is the second officer killing a Nigerian from the same police station in Ajah. So what is wrong with that police station? Something wrong over there? Do they have killers? Is it a killer police station? So that police station, they have to investigate it as well. And I mean, by now the nation should even have our flag flying halfway, just to respect those baby twins, particularly, particularly Lagos State should, demonstrate that this is a big loss for Lagos State in particular, to show solidarity with women, that, they as the government cannot see this kind of thing and just not show that they really care for women, particularly somebody with baby, pregnancy, twins, particular. Oh man, it's a big loss. So I don't know what the husband will be going through mentally and psychologically now with the child in the car when this woman was killed. And the issue of taking people with gunshots to the hospital and for hospital to reject them as well should be taken should be looked into, because according to the report, the husband drove her after being shot to one hospital that rejected to admit her, and they left that hospital going to another hospital, to the second hospital, where she finally died. Maybe if she was accepted in that first hospital, maybe her life would have been saved. But you know, all these shenanigans in Nigeria, that anybody with gunshot must go and obtain police report before coming to hospital. Maybe that
No,
one.
no, is that not the most ridiculous of
I've
rules?
never seen that in my life.
So you go and wait at the police station with the gun wound, waiting for DSP to come and sign that you can get treatment.
Somebody shot.
I thought they done away with that law. I thought they done away with that law.
I don't know what kind of law is that. Where did that law come from, for God's sake? For a woman? So that is when I heard that. I mean, I couldn't. I was just looking. I was just saying, what is this, for God's sake? Take somebody that should be attended to, somebody that her case is an emergency case that should be accepted as quick, admitted as quick as possible by the hospital, but for hospital to reject her for one reason or the other, I don't know. So Lagos State, everything is in the hand of Lagos State. What the federal is doing is federal is secondary. I know that the police department, that Inspector General of Police, will carry out investigation on this, but Lagos State as well, because the murder was committed in Lagos State. So Lagos State judiciary have to stand up, make sure that what the investigation is properly carried out, and justice is the justice take its course on this criminal officer. So, according to what you read to us, the two other guys have been released. So he's been held in custody, and I believe they have a case for him.
What do you think will satisfy Nigerians in this instance? When we're saying justice should be served, what are we looking for to signify justice?
Death sentence for him.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, death sentence for him. That is the only thing that can satisfy Nigerian people, and the husband as well, because he just cut short.
And that would be a good signal to that policing space. Because we need that. We need at least 3 or 4 instances of this sort of police officers getting that death penalty, as you said, just to signal that, look, you take a life, you give up yours.
Yes, they have to do one thing. On the final day that judgment will be passed on him, they should show him on the television for everybody to hear it loud and clear. And on the day that he will be terminated, they have to show him when they are taking him to the chamber.
Remember those days when at 9 o'clock you switch on your thing, and then you see them tied to a drum at Bar Beach.
Oh yeah, at Bar Beach.
And the rest of them.
Yeah. Even when Dimkaku, that is the way they were tied, and Bisala and all the rest. That's the way they were tied to at Bar Beach, and they rusticated them like that. So, and so they have to let us see in the court the judgment as pronounced. Nigerians must watch it. On the day they are taking him to the chamber to terminate him, they have to show it to us, being tied on the chair. If they want to use what do they call that, ladder, what's that injection there? What they call it?
Lethal.
Literally, yeah. They should show us how this guy they finally, terminate him. We have to see it so that police officers as well can watch that and know that they must put an end to their barbaric behavior against Nigerian people. But if that is not done, they will always have that ridiculous mindset that nothing going to happen to them. But they should be showing to Nigerians and themselves to see it that you cannot carry that arm being provided to you by Nigerian people to protect Nigerian people, but for you to use it against them, there's a severe punishment for you. That is what can be done, one man, to put an end to this nonsensical behavior by police officer. This is too much. I can't.
No, it's too much. I think this may well be that. I think this may well be that case that we reach. This may well be the enough is enough.
This is enough.
This may well be the enough is enough.
Oh man, I don't know what that guy, the husband, will be going through. Oh my God.
It's destroyed now. They will never have Christmas in that home again, man. They will never have Christmas in that.
Every Christmas day, this guy will just have that, that bad memory, that flashback of what happened. That guy cannot be the same person again. Never. Till God will take him away. It will never be the same. Particularly on Christmas Day, it won't be a happy man. Never again on Christmas Day with a little kid, the child 5 years old, to witness the mom being shot, to witness mom bleeding to death.
It's unbelievable. But that's Nigeria, though. That's Nigeria. But Akin Oshitokun being now the new DG of the Obidati campaign, the right choice, would you say, Ajale Koko? Do you know the history of the man, even Ajale Koko?
Oh, yeah. As been reported, yeah. That guy is a great writer. Just like Saki father said, he's what do you call this guy? Okupe, yeah. Okupe is an orator, and that job, he's been doing it since MPN days. This publicity, managing the publicity of the party. I mean, being the spokesperson of the party, has been doing it for a long time. So it's a job that he is known. And he has worked with several presidents as well, Obasanjo, Yaradua, Jonathan. So Okupe was so good in, presidential, being for presidential spokesperson. He was doing a good job. He know how to be to push back and be bombastic against any attack on the presidency, particularly the president. But Oshitoku is a journalist, a writer. He's a brilliant man. He's a man that can write. He could write very good. He can write presidential speech. He can write. He's a very good writer. So it's equally good, but one man, we have to give kudos to ourselves on this platform. You remember we predicted it here.
We did, didn't we? Yes, I'm glad you remember. There was nowhere else to go. Yeah. I think Uptown was even here. I didn't know who Akin Oshitoku was.
Yes. So we predicted it here. We said the next person that after this thing that Obi must have somebody of the same status, somebody that is well known, somebody of impeccable character, and we predicted Oshitogun, and here we go. One man, they're listening to us.
But they didn't have a choice, really, because I couldn't
They
see
listened
anybody
to
else,
us.
Yes.
Even the inner chamber of obedience, they listening to us. So
All
every
right.
advice we give them, they
Let's put that to the test. So, Obidati, just step down tomorrow and back at Tinubu. So if they do that,
they won't do that. I want my. I say that's what.
yeah, that will pass my power.
That's what. Now, like Obi said the other day, this one passed me. So that one passed them. They're not going to take that one. So they listening to us. So we suggested the name of this man, and that is what they finally agree to replace Okupe. So kudos to us, kudos to one man, kudos to everybody. All of us here, they contributors on this. This is who we said that we replace. On this platform, we said it. We said Oshutokun is going to be the man that will replace Okupe. And that is what we have today. So congratulations to everybody. And those of you
all right, brilliant. I was pleased when they announced it anyway, because it's because we're just discussing it just less than 3-4 days ago, but there it is. Labour Party supporters kick over article Peter Obi campaign poster circulating in Bauchi. So what are you making of that? This is this mischief making, or is this just old material from 2019 that some clueless person is just pasting all over the place? And also, setting aside what motivates that space, is this not indicative, a real good reminder that just as early as yesterday, Peter Obi was a strong senior player within the PDP, who, of course, a lot of people attribute the ruination of Nigeria to. So what are you making then? They are campaigning Peter Obi article posters in Bauchi.
I think those people that did that are just trying to mock Labour Party, to tell them that your candidate is once our vice presidential candidate, and he should come back home and he should abandon Labour Party and come back to PDP. That is what I can guess there, because there is no reason for doing that if not to mock Labour Party candidate, and to even confuse people. A lot of people, maybe in that state, a lot of them might not even know Labour Party. So when they are hearing Obi, and now they see article Obi posters, some might be confused and might even think that Obi is the vice president of Atiku. Maybe they should go for Atiku. They have to go. Let's go. Atiku is the presidential candidate. Obi is this thing. Some people, it could confuse some people, and they could, take their support to PDP. So maybe that is what they are trying to achieve. I don't know why this poster could resurface. I think they are trying to confuse a lot of people that might want to support Obi. That Obi is still in PDP, not in Labour Party. So, but I don't see why so early this time. If it's some week or a week before the election date, I might conclude that yes, they're trying to confuse people really. But this time, some 60 days before the election. Did I say 60 days? Maybe 50 days, or 50 days before the election. So I don't know what they're trying to achieve, or so it's just
yes. Today is the 28th. So yes, the election is actually around the corner now.
It's around the corner.
Or after all this noise making that we have been making, one way or the other, within the next less than 2 months, we'll have a winner.
And so we shall be. We're going to be here. The election day will come, and we'll be waiting for the next day to hear the winner.
Yes.
You know, one man.
It's going to be a 24-hour marathon, isn't it? Yeah, I'm going to charge myself up on coffee. It's going to be a marathon, you know?
So I don't know why that poster have to resurface. I think it's by some element in PDP just to confuse some people, particularly those that are supporting obedient, that supporting Obi, to confuse them that Obi is not in Labour Party, he's still in PDP. I think that's what they're trying to achieve.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So let's go on from your Ajale Koko to Thomas, who has been quiet and I suspect might not be there. Thomas, show me. Look at that.
Yeah. Oh, I'm there.
Oh, I'm there. Look at that. So good to have you, Thomas. So let me just take you straight back to that Bolanle Rahim space. And this they've been calling them kill and go for such a long time. But is this now, to this mark the end of all that kill and go narrative? This young lady coming back from Christmas service, shot with her twins in her belly.
Mama, it's a big tragedy. It's a big tragedy. When I saw the video, I was almost crying for the family and the entire nation. I'm sorry. Greetings to everybody. Merry Christmas in arrears and Happy New Year in advance. So it's a real tragedy, one man. I hope this family will get good justice to stop all this menace about all these policemen just taking Nigerian life for no reason. One man, do they explain what really happens to the lady? What transpired?
I'm not clear. They are saying she didn't stop. That's just the most maybe she wasn't able to. Maybe she wasn't aware she was being stopped. But they didn't even say why she was being invited to stop. But it's not clear what she could have done or would have done for them to have just opened, for him to have just opened fire on her.
It's a tragedy. Nigerians, police. You said something earlier on that I disagree with you. You said they need retraining. This person that did this menace, it's not about training. It's about wickedness. He just want to take life. They just want to take life.
Do you think it's about wickedness? Because according to their rules, a policeman is only really ever meant to be on duty for X amount of hours, and then he has to be rotated for reasons of fatigue and all of that. But some of them, they can just be going on for 24 hours in the beating sun in an aggressive place like Lagos. A lot of them, they're not balanced mentally. A lot of them.
You can say that. I can somewhat agree with you with that, but I think it's just about wickedness. They just want to take life. One man, if somebody stop you, they didn't stop. They have their plate number. The car is being registered. We saw videos in Western world when they are chasing somebody and they saw that this guy is driving sporadically, it can cost life. They will terminate the pursuit. They will terminate it for the rest of the road users so that it won't cause more problem. And they will get the plate number and the helicopter will be following that person. So is there anything that caused the man to open fire? They are not thieves, they are not rogues, they are not terrorists. They are not kidnappers. So I just think it's not about training one man. Nigeria is not Nigerian police with this menace. It's not about training. I totally disagree with you. It's not about training. It's just that they want to take life. Maybe they are just bloodsuckers, like engineer normally say. They just want to take life. I don't think it's about training, because if it is training, no, they just want to. That is just what I think. I've experienced that once before when we were traveling. My mom said, "Don't argue with police. Never, never what? Never argue with police. When they stop you, stop. When they say come out, Nigeria police is crazy. They are crazy. So if they say
But
stop,
Thomas,
yes,
that's their
yes.
misbehavior. Lack of training is part of it now. If they are often trained, if they get training and retrain, and regularly, that will give them that kind of reminder on how to operate. That will upgrade their professionalism, and they won't be engaging in this kind of incessant killing of Nigeria, because cases like these will come up in their training classes, and they will tell them implication. Look, when you train, this is what the justice say. This is this. When you kill people, this is what the justice system say. This is what will happen to you, and that can check them. That can, give them, introduce a good habit to them, and check them, and give them that a constant reminder that
But Ajali
you can't
Koko,
do this.
Egbomi,
So
please listen to
it
me.
is not. What I'm saying is that yes, we cannot say training in totality. Lack of training in totality is responsible to this, but lack of training is part of what is responsible for their misbehavior. You understand what I'm saying? So
Ajali Koko, but
yeah.
can you trace this act that happened to this lady to anything training? No, you
No, hold
cannot
on.
train it.
Yes, we want to agree with you that like one man said, mentally they are mentally imbalanced due
God
to
bless you.
a lot of factors responsible for that. They don't get good pay. They don't live in good environment. They lack training, better training, and they no future, no better future for them. Some of their colleagues that die in duty, the family been driven out from barrack, and they've not been paid. There are a lot of things that overwhelm them and make them to misbehave. You understand? And then when they are outside to make money and make a return to base. So when they are outside and they are not making that money, or that money is not, they are not hitting their target, that could cause some anger in them. Sometimes when somebody they think they can make that money from is trying to escape, and they feel, oh, let me just shoot. You understand? A lot of things
I understand,
constitute
Baba.
this misbehavior by them, but we cannot justify any reason why they have to shoot and kill anybody. So
Thank you.
training
All right.
is big. We is responsible for this mass. Lack of training, we can say, is responsible for this problem. If they are well trained and well paid, they will behave better.
All right. Fatai, did you want to come in? But
Yeah, I wanted to say that A lot of time also when we speak about training, of course, obviously they need training, or everybody needs training every time, but also we are letting the government go when for this track. I mean, why is the go? I mean, how many countries are with is their police carrying guns like the citizens are animals they want to go and kill? Look at their guns. Why are they using peace? When you are carrying that kind of gun around, you see everybody like animals you want to kill. It's like a hunting gun. Why are they carrying that kind of stupid gun around? Why is the government giving them that gun?
Are you saying they should be
Maybe. Yeah.
armed with a pistol rather than
Yeah,
an assault weapon?
yeah. A pistol because a pistol is you put it in that like a what I don't know what they call it. That is like a pouch.
Holster, holster.
Yeah, onto your attach your belt. There is still some separation before you reach for your pistol to come out. You need to have a
Yeah,
pistol. You need to have a
the problem is they have to match the people that they are fighting against in terms of armory, and the Nigerian criminal they are going around with AK-47, so the police have to be suitably equipped as well.
No, they are not. No, they are not going. Those things are not AK-47. They are the Nigerian police are carrying. Those are like some I don't know some iron. I don't know
Shakabula, Shakabula.
Sakabula, whatever. If they don't, they are not sophisticated weapon. They are just scary looking. That makes the police people think that they can just shoot you and go away. Like make you, when you are carrying. This is the power of a gun. You feel make you, and when it's big like that, it's another psychological. Why is the government giving them? Why haven't they withdrawn all those guns from the Nigerian police system? Let them have pistols tied to their. Let them have also the other one. What is the other one that looks like a pistol but it's not also a pistol? There's a lot of things. Why are they carrying? Uh, I don't know. It's
You know,
because
I don't think it's the weapon they carry. I think it's the psychological makeup of the Nigerian policeman.
no. This
Yes,
person. This
I think there's a psychological imbalance within that service.
no. This Alexander who puts a comment in France. They carry us. No, in France, a lot of police don't even carry weapons at all. It's not all every Nigerian police is carrying those iron that looks like. That's why they just drank shepherd and then they are carrying that kind of. I don't even know if they are guns. These are not even. These are just scary looking iron bars, and it's not responsible as a country for some people to be carrying around stupid things like that. You see a Nigerian police on the TV with that kind of a gun is trying to stop a car on the road. In France, it's not all the police. In fact, some police don't even carry guns at all. It depends on unit. It depends on a unit of assignment. It's not everybody, every single person is carrying some scary looking arrow up and down. It's like it's in itself. It's a message to the citizen that I don't know who are we there trying to go with the citizen. If they want to do targeted operation to for some this there is they're not doing their job. The robbers that need those kind of weapons, if they do targeted whatever understanding of the reconnaissance, they will understand which unit at what point in time at these days to be carrying deadly weapons or the majority of the police will just be having some weapons around their belt, and it takes away from the psychology the fact that the other person looks like is like a hammer and a nail. When you're carrying that kind of weapon, you feel like you're an hammer. You can just any nail is you are hitting it. Any person you can shoot. If they don't stop, you're gonna want to shoot them. They need to move away. The government needs to move away and spend money to train or whatever they're going to do. But certainly, they need even the image of it. I mean, because we are Nigerians, don't mean some. It's like Fela already said a long time ago. Eh, my people, is the
No,
only,
no, only
our,
Ajale Coco is allowed to sing here, or you'll get fined. You'll get fined.
you see, our government is saying that them they will just say, what I don't remember that for last
So
song
is this
again.
Soja go, Soja come?
No, this one I said they will call us undisciplined. They will call us kinikon. Say I never hear am before. Oh. Government they talk. This is part of it that the government will
My
expect us.
people are disciplined. My people
Yeah,
are
my people are
something.
useless. My people are senseless. You have to think that people are senseless and indisciplined, or majority of them are, I don't know, crazy armed robbers. For all the police to be carrying stupid weapons, stupid guns like that look like a stupid iron bar.
You know what I think the problem is? I think the problem is it's not really a lack of training, because when they go through police college, they are trained as to the potency of a weapon and the respect I should have, and they are trained not to shoot in a crowded space and how to use a weapon. So they're trained in all that, but they don't have follow-on trainings. So because they do get the budget for follow-on trainings, of course, but they just loot that. So they don't get follow-on trainings. That's one. So you have somebody that's come out of the police service 5 years into practicing as a police officer. He's not had any refresher course or any reacquaintance with what is called rules of engagement are. So the training totally inadequate. And then I also think that the workload is too heavy. We know that we are under policed, and the cycle that they're meant to cycle them through in terms of the man hours they should be working on any shift. That is in the books, but totally ignored. So they can work, imagine if you are on the streets endlessly for hours on end. And of course, you being a police officer, the worst of society, often the people you are dealing with. It's just the weight of all of that. And we all know that they have a drink and an alcohol problem in the police service as well. So the totality of all of that, it just tells you that these people, they're just a crazy thought from just pulling a trigger.
Majority of those problems they will not be able to be solved unless the policing goes more local from the
Yes,
federal
yes,
government.
yes, yes.
With these people in our federal government that don't even I don't they don't know what they're doing. They just want to steal money and that's shit. They don't know what they're doing. Unless it devolves more to the local, nobody can solve all those problems. That's
Yes.
one of the I
And you
don't
get
know.
more accountability with local police. You know,
Yeah. You have to devolve down
you
to
get more accountability because they are recruited locally and their relationship is within that environment. So they have more, they are more vested in that society. Like you recruit Officer Gbadebo and you go and put him in a Jalingo. He doesn't care.
yeah.
He just wants to live their life and exploit them as much as he can. He doesn't care about
Yeah.
them. You know?
It's incredible.
Yes.
And that guy should have done better. He's 33 years in service.
Yes.
33 years.
If you look at him though, it looks like one of those really weather-beaten sort of human beings that have been through so many cycles of so many things. Just it looked like the sort of person that would kill. I have to say that. It's just some beaten down. Where is it? It's some beaten down looking officer like that. Just some. Let me show you his image. Then you can see immediately that is exactly, if you ever think of a policeman that will shoot somebody randomly, this is the sort of person you think of. It looks like a killer, and he indeed is a killer. Look at that. Look at that. Is that not a killer? And that's not even the first innocent person that you would have killed. Look at that. Unbelievable.
He's unbelievable, one man. He's unbelievable.
All right, back to you,
I
Thomas.
still, I still stand on what I said earlier on. This is not about training. This man wants to suck blood. He just wants to kill. Yes, he's just this guy just want to kill. It's not about training or retraining that we are talking about. Training doesn't stop you to shoot. You decide to shoot on your own. Policemen decide to shot on people on their own. It's just a decision making. It's just a decision making. I disagree totally. This is not about training. This guy just want to kill. And Wama, you said earlier on, if these people will get justice, I'm waiting for justice. If justice can be done, but I don't think justice never done in that country. I don't think so. The people that killed Deborah, have they brought to justice? Do we hear anything about them anymore? Just Nigeria is just it is well, mama. Let's just move on.
All right, brilliant. And to the campaigning in Bauchi State, people using Peter Obi article materials from 2019. Do you think this is an innocent mistake, or do you think there's mischief making behind it?
Oh no, they know what they are doing. They know what they are doing. Which kind mistake? Who will tell say people no know say Atiku did this campaign, and the vice president is Okowa. They just want to distract people in the north. No, some people don't even know that Peter Obi is not the candidate. This is not the vice VP for Atiku. So people they just want to distract people. Anything you see, woman, that is a tool for politics right there. They just want to distract them in the north. Many people don't even know what is going on in the political arena. Don't take it lightly, woman. It's from the north. It's the work of the politician. They are doing this. Haven't you see many pictures? They will bring different candidates. They will bring it together as if they are supporting each other. So it's just mischief from the north. I hope it will. I hope people. Yes, yes. Wama, let me come back to you. Yeah.
All right. All right. Madam Temuko Wokode. All right. All right. Let's go on to you, Fatai. So Fatai, you're up next. Let me take you to this piece written by author Eze, telling us that his preference is still with Soludo. And when Peter Obi told him he wanted to run for the presidency, he told him not to waste his time. What author Eze is telling us is that the anointed president of Eastern extraction is Charles Soludo, and the pathway for Charles Soludo to land on that Aso Rock seat will be via an Atiku Abubakar presidency. So he's describing the Peter Obi journey as a flight of fancy. And a lot of senior thinkers in politics, they somewhat, maybe not the language, but the sentiment, they concur with it, that this Peter Obi journey even is an impediment to an Igbo presidency. So what are you then making then of author Eze's utterances, Fatai?
I mean, these it's not surprising what he's talking about. From the time Soludo came out with his criticism of Peter Obi, it was a last straw. He had to voice it out. A lot of Igbo intellectuals don't support. Everybody think when Soludo is speaking for Soludo. Soludo is speaking the minds of a lot of Igbo intellectuals. They truly believe this. They believe that Peter Obi cannot win. And if Tinubu wins, maybe minimum 16 years they will have a chance. That 16 years they might not even have a chance. So they want, if Peter Obi have a chance could win, fine. But Peter Obi doesn't have only about down ballot tickets in maybe only about 5 states. So it's as a matter of practicality, Peter Obi will not be able to win. So what are you going to do faced with this reality? It's a very complicated matter for anybody. You would like to support the wrong, and they will very much like to support Peter Obi. But when your own doesn't have a path to victory, what do you do then? It's a very complicated calculation. And Peter Obi also is not helping in one direction. You have to go to these people and make a deal. There is nowhere Peter Obi goes and is offering putting something on the table. I think the obedience, I think is carried away by this obedience or whatever. But you have to offer people concrete. Look, Atiku goes to the southeast. In addition to saying what made headline was when he said, "I am the pathway to Igbo presidency." But in addition to that, he's talking a lot of things. He's talking. He's going to sell the all. He's going to sell all our refineries, and he's going to sell it to raise 10 billion.
Is that a bad idea?
That's a very. How will he sell all our assets? He's going to sell all the refineries and give it to. And who are the people? If I mean, if that is possible, who are the people that will benefit from this? People like Eze, the richest people. They're very happy with that promise. So that is what politicians do. Politicians promise concrete things to either to the big boss or the. Peter Obi is not promising anything to the big boys. He's not promising anything to the youth, except to be saying, I don't know, it's possible, new Nigeria. But what does that mean concretely? There's no promise to any particular person, any particular group of people, whether youth, whether old people, whether there's only feeling, but the feeling is coming from who? I mean, if are you're saying that the youth are going to vote for Peter Obi based on what? Based on that Peter Obi is going to do what for the youth, or is going to do what for Southeast? It's not clear that Peter Obi is going to even have a lot of votes in the Southeast because it's not promising Southeasterners something, anything. What is Peter Obi going to do? Oh, I mean, we can go with the feeling that Peter Obi is going to do a lot for the Southeast if he becomes president. But that's just feeling. In actuality, what is he promising to Southeast? What is he promising to South? Why would a Wike abandon all his fight and collapse his apparatus into Peter Obi's machine? It's a whole lot of things in that space. So he's not offering something concretely. It goes to Autumn and they talk about fluffy things, but there's nothing concretely. That's why they don't. Every meeting they come out, there's nothing. There's no. If you when you went into a meeting with Kwankwaso, made after a primary to do the VP for the VP whatever, he just goes in and says, Kwankwaso says, "Well, I'm going to be president." You're going, no, meeting over. You have to offer people some. That it's not to negotiate. You have to offer people something. Nobody is going to collapse their apparatus into you for nothing. Just like, oh, we see that all the youth are for you, by which nobody actually is sure. There's nobody did a research that showed that the youths and all the youths are for Peter Obi. Like the other brother was saying that Peter Obi, 50% of the youth in Lagos is for Peter Obi. But that's based on what? You're saying by that because Tinubu is old, but we have youth. There are youth candidates. There are youth Yoruba candidates. Sure, very articulate. Prince Adebowale, very articulate. Abiola's son, very articulate. They are not stupid people. You can debate who is most articulate, but these are not stupid people. These are very smart people. Are you saying so? All the Yorubas are going to abandon four. So in other words, now there are four Yorubas in this race. All of them are going to be abandoned for Peter Obi because what? Because not that they can't do it, but what is Peter Obi offering them that will make them abandon
Fatai, what are you making of this narrative that the youth are with Peter Obi? What does that mean to you that the youths are with Peter Obi?
Social media, the media encouraged this narrative. They took it right. It was right out of the Rufai School of Thought. Took it out of the rumor mill of the social media, and then they pump it into the Nigerian space that this is the youth are with it. But even though it might be early, we already had a sneak peek into this situation with the Osun race. The Osun race was not about the governorship candidate, but about the Labour Party. If you win less than four, maybe
it was a referendum on Obi that Osun space.
It's not even. It's not. If you win less than, it's not even 4,000. I think it's even less than 3,000 out of like maybe 800,000, something approximately 1 million. So let's say 5,000 from approximately 1 million. I mean, you have to be every day. You have to be moving leaps and bounds every day to cover up that gap, to be able to win, take it to from 4,000 to 200,000 to 500,000. That's one practical parameter we see there. Practical, there's no something somebody is deceiving us or whatever. Practicality, we see we can measure what it would take for a Labour Party to win so much in this short space of time. It has to be moving at, I don't know, every month, adding 50,000 new hardcore followers every week, 50,000 every week or something like that, to be able to cover up that. And also, don't forget that election was just one governor. In this presidential election, there will be senator, there will be House of Rep. These are the people that go down. Many people, they go to their people, come and vote for me. There is no point for you to vote for a senator of a party if you are not intended to vote for the president of that party, because the senator is going to tell you, well, how am I going to bring you, offer you more services if my party is not, if my party is in controlling the presidency? Then I can go and I can guarantee, I can offer you, I can bring you benefits. But if my party is not in control, I'm not, I can't be sure that I'll bring you benefits of you voting for me. All of this, there's a lot of things that take place in this whole situation. Peter Obi should have gone back to the southeast immediately. He made a national wave. He should have gone to the southwest and negotiate with his big brothers and small brothers and everybody to have to make Southeast his base. But right now, Southeast is not Peter Obi's base. All this, I don't even believe Peter Obi will win Southeast. Not because of anything, but because there is entrenched benefit of these big boys from the Southeast, these intellectuals. They also have their candidates. Like Zaki Fada is one obedient I respect a lot. You know, it says when him and Abajani Koko were having, and they talked about Ojuku. If PDP beat Ojuku in Southeast or Anambra, or I don't remember what they say. Who's to tell you that PDP is not going to be Peter Obi? Peter Obi, whatever his movement is bigger than Ojuku, all right? So, but Saki Father just said now that PDP, even though I admit that back then they were they are more powerful back then than now, but still, PDP beat Ojuku in Anambra, or maybe even throughout Southeast. But how then is Peter Obi going to beat PDP in the Southeast? If they beat Ojuku, there are only, I stand to be correct, there are only two names in from the Southeast, from the Igbos, that forever in gold, that is Great Zik and Ojuku. These two people, if you beat, if somebody beat Ojuku in Southeast, who's to tell you that they're not going to beat Peter Obi in the Southeast? You know, it is not clear. I don't know how they are going to resolve this issue. It's a very complicated issue. Nobody knows. It's one of the naughty parts of this election.
Do you pardon, pardon me? Do you think Peter Obi's adventure, do you think it's the biggest impediment to there ever being a president from the Southeast?
I don't think so. It's not. I don't think it's an impediment. I think it is what it is. You know, I think Peter B could have benefited from it if immediately. I don't know. Maybe he was too carried away by the obedience, or maybe that was all. That was his intention. I don't know. But he should have gone back to his brothers and he's not tribal. They were always going with this feeling that, oh, Peter B is a national candidate. Okay, but even a national candidate comes from somewhere. You have to have the backing of your people. Then nobody's saying, I mean, you don't just stay there and say, only my people, my people. No. But you carry your people to the national stage. So everybody see that you are coming with your people. It's every politician's currency. But you abandon your people, you are holding rally in Ibadan and Lagos. Why you should first start the rally from Anambra? People see that your people are with you. Everybody, when you go out to make deals, you're going to be picking up this here and there. But when you're not doing a rally in Anambra, you're doing in Ibadan. Nobody will take you seriously. I think it is what it is. If I mean, if Atiku is the owner of the PDP ticket, so what Obi's candidacy is not hasn't done any damage to anybody. Obi's candidates had to happen, except if Obi was ready to subjugate himself to Atiku. If he's not ready to subjugate himself to Atiku, it is what it is. The only problem is I think Peter Obi could have played a little bit more differently, because now there seems, for me, even it's just for this thing, there is not enough down ballot ticket for Peter Obi's victory. It is the down ballot ticket that go door to door. Elections are a door to door campaign, door to door. The day of the election, you go and ginger them, bring them out. I mean, but when you have down ballot candidates, those are the people that will do it. It's not Tinubu that will go in every house and bring, Atiku. These guys don't go every house to house. It's the candidates who are to the local government chairman, to the local government council, to the house of rep or whatever. These are ones who go to the local government and go and bring people out. And the Labour Party has maybe 5 states or maybe less who has all these down ballot candidates, and that's it. I think it is what it is. I think Peter Obi is going to go into the election, and I don't think he can back down right now. He can't back down right now. And the only problem also, this DG appointment, why didn't they appoint a northerner as the appointing what's his name Oshu, what's his name, the new DG? It's not a good look. It's not a good statement of the
Osuntokun.
Osuntokun. It doesn't speak to the Labour Party as a serious party, because once you become a serious party, that is when you start to be mindful of the rotation politics of the Nigerian space. This is the problem. Like now, with the appointment of Osuntokun, how do you expect a Wike to take his party to join Labour Party? It's going to be ridiculous, because it's criticizing PDP that all the three big positions there are for the northerner, but the three big positions in Labour Party are southerners. So he will lose his argument against the PDP. So guaranteed now with the appointment of Toko, Wike is not going to Labour Party, because what mouth will he have to argue against the PDP if he goes to Labour Party? They could have appointed a northerner. It was forgivable before, because before.
Yeah, but them appointing a northerner, the same reasons why they couldn't appoint a northerner was the reason why, same argument why Tinubu did not pick a Christian as his running mate. You know, the pragmatism of politics, because this is a senior administrative, this is an orchestra role, this is a choir master role, this is a maestro role. So it's not a political appointee, it's somebody that is actually capable and with capacity able to do that job. So you cannot bypass competence to go and pick a northerner.
But no, it's different. It's different argument. Party position. I don't know what is the constitution of the Labour Party. The PDP constitution takes its root from the Nigerian constitution, which obliges everybody to observe party and whatever office rotational, whatever there is. I don't remember exactly the sentence. You have to observe it. VP, there is a rotation. There is no religious rotation. This one we are talking about, where the religion thing is a little bit sentimental. It's not the first time that one is happening. It's just because of the new development with regard to the insurgency and then the Fulani, whatever, that's making this a serious argument. This was never a serious argument in Nigerian politics. There have been South Christian, Muslim. There have been many of these before. There was never even a consideration. Was never even an issue. It was not a point before. It's because of the new phase of the Nigerian situation with the Fulani herdsmen and all these things that is making the religion an issue. Otherwise, it's not even an issue at all. At all in the constitution even is against it. We are not supposed to be constituting anything through religion. It's against it. The state is not has not to do with religion. And also, what am I even going to say? And so it's not an issue. So Tinubu is not violating any provision of the constitution.
No. I'm not saying Tinubu. Hold on. I'm not saying Tinubu is violating any provisions of the constitution. What I'm saying is that it was pragmatic politics that led Tinubu to picking Shettima, because he was looking to win that election, and the best pathway would have been to pick somebody like Shettima. But if he wanted that equibalance of populism, he could have picked a Christian like Babache Lawan or Yakubu.
No.
Then they would have lost. So it's the same argument to say that from what is available to Peter Obi, the most best fit outside of Okupe is Oshotokun. But if he wants to be politically correct, to go and get some northerner who may be somewhat competent, but it doesn't have the Midas touch, the sprinkled dust of magic that is needed for that post, then that is guaranteed that he will lose that election.
There is no
Moreover, Fatal, that position is a position of responsibility, meaning that a person to occupy must have that experience on how to organize, a party organization, administratively, operationally, and stuff like that. Because the DG of presidential campaign must be able to direct the campaign well, organize it, direct it, and operate it in such a way that will achieve results, in such a way that will destabilize the opponent. You understand what I'm saying? It comes with a person with a wealth of experience to handle that position. So you can't just pick anybody from anywhere that will run a very poor campaign for you, and run the campaign, and run it into a failure. So Oshito-kun as well have that experience and that capacity that Okupe have, because Okupe too as well have participated in that, in a similar capacity at the top level. You understand what I'm saying? And the image, the person at that position must carry it's going to be, must be a person that, that carry that image of an enigma, a person that when he talk, everybody will listen. You understand what I'm saying? So Oshito-kun is known, Okupe is known as well. When it comes to politics, Okupe is known. So, and that is what Obi need. He need a person that will be in that position, that can speak, and people will listen and attract them, make Obi a sanitary of all eyes, attract, people to Obi. So that is, you just don't need anybody to monitor, say, heavyweight position. Say heavyweight, and those they are competing with, those the two parties they are competing with, they are grounded, rooted, and they need somebody that have been part of them before, that know their antics and their game, and that can give it to them and even beat them down when it comes to one-on-one, interview and strategic, positioning as well. So it's a big position.
Yeah, but Bajale Kokobo, the argument against that is that so there is nobody with a little bit of a brain in the whole of the north. They cannot find one person who can do anything close to that.
Who do you see in Labour Party that is a politician
that is
of
the
note?
problem.
A
That is
politician
the,
of note from the north.
that is the problem. That is why.
So when you don't have it, then you use what you have. You see
That
this
is-
big weight from political big weight in the south, trying to help Obi, and you want Obi to slam them down in an effort to say, oh, I want somebody from the north, a person that have no experience, a person that doesn't know how to. No, it doesn't work like that.
This is what I'm saying. It's a statement on Obi. This is why this is where this premise I started with.
No, is it on Obi or the Labour Party?
The Labour Party, not Obi, sorry. On the Labour Party, that they cannot attract big fish from anywhere. If you cannot attract big fish from anywhere, what makes you a third first? You have to, at this point of the election, you cannot attract a big fish from anywhere at all. The whole of the region, one big fish that has a brain that is just maybe even a little bit closer to Okupe. And by the way, it is still out there. Or even Akin Oshunto is out there where the I mean, what Saki father was saying is not to be totally neglected, but the perception of an obedient of a Okupe is different from whatever he would do. A lot of politics is not like so much engineering, like he's putting some wires, the brilliance is putting away. No, it's it's how to build up a perception. There's no even at Osunto's appointment. The problem with Peter Obi is even like this. All the people around him is the one carrying everybody around. Maybe if you accept for maybe Okupe, Patutomi, these are the two people that that are adding to Peter Obi. Dati Baba Ahmed, all these things.
No, that does not add anything to the Obi.
Nobody adds anything to this guy.
It doesn't. So, the only person that added anything, and I'm not even willing to concede Patutomi. Patutomi doesn't add anything. It's a very lightweight in Nigerian politics. If even a weight at all, Patutomi. The only person that was moving that place.
He adds grammar.
Yes, the only person that was moving that place is Okupe. And like you said, there is no brain engine in that space.
Yeah.
You see, that's the thing. There's no brain engine. Because if you say that only Donyo Okupe and Akin Oshunto are the two are just the two brains that they have in a whole political party. Who else is a brain in Labour Party?
Yeah, then if
let me count. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Let me counterweight with what I'm saying. Fashola is a brain in APC. Aregbesola is a brain in APC. These are substantial people. These people of this sort of weight and caliber. Ganduje is a brain in APC. El Rufai a brain in APC. Temipre Silva, a brain in AP. So just brains all over the place. And we saw that in Chatham House. Where is the brain in Labour Party? Who is the brain? Where's the brain?
Even this position is APC. It's always a problem. Even this VP position, it was like a host of candidates.
Dati Baba Ahmed. Who is he?
Who is Dati Baba?
Who is he?
Dati Baba Ahmed? He was never a governor. He was a senator at some point in whenever.
And he didn't last 6 months in Senate, by the way, before he was kicked out.
So he's a burden to Peter Obi. So Peter Obi is the one carrying him. Oh, okay. Remember, it's Obi Dati. Nobody is saying Dati Obi. Everybody is Obi Dati. It's sometimes even when you go to the north and they tell you, oh, Tinubu Shettima, they will be telling you with a winking eye that, oh, Shettima will be the president. But who is saying Dati Baba Ahmed will be the president? Just for like a cheeky, we thought just to get a little bit, like maybe you think it would be good to win more votes. No, it's Obi carrying this guy. Everybody is making that guy. The obedience are making Peter Obi. Labour Party is making Peter Obi.
In fact, Obi is carrying the whole thing because if you removed Tinubu as the candidate of APC and you insert either Oshibanjo, Fashola, Aregbesola, Ganduje, El Rufai, etc., they will still put up a strong fight.
They will still put up a fight.
But if you remove Peter Obi, nobody will even. That's the end of the. they are back to 300 votes or whatever it is that they get usually.
No, it's flat. It's flat. The Peter Obi is going to go to the election as it is what it is. Whatever it comes, whatever comes out of it comes out of it. The only thing I don't like is the obedience to be behaving like the world is going to end tomorrow or after the election. The world is not going to end. Whatever happens is going to happen. But when they start going after everybody as if the world is going to end, the world is not going to end. It is going to be what it is going to be. Peter Obi cannot drop out at this point because it would be ridiculous.
But why not? Why not?
Why is a politician? A politician doesn't drop out if he thinks they are still supporting him. He supports. What is he going to tell his supporters? That's the end of his career. If he drops out, it's the end of his career. He will never have a supporter ever again, because how he just dumped them along the way. His supporters. We must have a good reason. And who is he going to step down for? For Atiku. That space is very tricky. So you should support Atiku so that the presidency goes to the north. After Buhari, then it goes to the north. Or you should support Tinubu. It's not. It was never in Tinubu. He has no space there. So there's nothing for him. He has to go. He has to go.
He has to stick it to the end.
Everybody is milking everybody here. So the Tinubu also is making Peter Obi because Tinubu wants Peter Obi to take as much vote as possible away from PDP. PDP also is making Peter Obi because PDP doesn't have the mouth to criticize Buhari's government of bad governance, because those are going to say, "Hey, we took from you." So the love it as Peter Obi was criticizing. So it's just going around like Peter Obi also.
But Peter Obi also doesn't have the mouth to criticize PDP.
A little bit, he still has a little bit. He doesn't criticize direct.
No, he cannot. No. He's a PDP man, so actually, he cannot.
Actually, Peter Obi doesn't have mouth to criticize. He uses his machine. His people go like Okonkwo, go out. These people have mouth to criticize. They have a way to. They can make the excuse. They can make the nuance. But him himself, he will not do it. He never does it. He doesn't criticize anybody because it's a rocky water for him to be criticizing. Yes. Hello.
Hey, but Obi has actually never said anything. At least he has taken one or two jibes, indirect jibe, impliedly, against Tinubu that we can point to the fact that probably he's referring to Tinubu in this manner or not.
He's not direct, actually, very direct. With the WhatsApp and with the Wike's play. Almost that's as close to direct as possible.
That's more or less like an implied jab. But I mean, at least he hasn't even done a single, like even half of that against Atiku, if you notice. And then number two, he does not really have that moral burden. It will be a moral burden on him to pontificate on the failures of PDP if he actually had to come frontally. Because except people who are just trying to be delusional or trying to, have this kind of, kumbaya mindset that will be trying to tell us about who Peter Obi is. If you know Peter Obi very well, we knew Peter Obi ran away practically out of PDP 6 months ago when it was very clear to him that he was going to lose woefully and it was going to be an embarrassing, it was going to be an embarrassing one at the primary.
Career ending.
And then, career ending, because all the delegates from his state of Anambra, none of them.
We will get zero.
None of them. So they all voted for Atiku, and that probably 5 of them, maybe 3 or 5 of them voted for Wike. So most of them voted for Atiku. And it was very clear to him that Atiku wasn't going to choose him as his running mate. So he had no choice.
Was that clear though? That was.
It was very clear because when Atiku chose him in 2019, the last election, Atiku had a very big backlash from the political heavyweights from Southeast. So he had to appeal. He had to go.
No, I get your point, but that's not the reason he didn't choose him this time around. This time around, he didn't choose because Okowa made a deal. Because without Okowa, Atiku was not getting the ticket. So there was already pre-arranged deal.
No.
Okowa was
What
gonna
but
get it.
I'm saying to him, the deal between him and Okowa, or whatever they were doing, was between Okowa and Atiku.
Atiku,
Beast
yeah.
mind, he never knew that he wouldn't be. Probably he was thinking he was going to be even the 5 top candidates. He was never on the list. So he saw the handwriting and he had to take a retreat real quick.
Yeah.
So of course, and then their target is not actually Atiku anyways. The Labour Party people and the Igbos generally, their target has never been Atiku. Their target has been Tinubu all through. So that's why you see this less amount of attacks against Atiku. Because take it or leave it, Atiku is representing the mainstream PDP, while Peter Obi is representing the subsidiary of PDP in Labour Party. So politically it's very that's why you see an average of them when it doesn't go well for Peter Obi, they would rather go with Atiku than go with and Ajani Koko actually mentioned it that the easiest political roadmap or road path that they have is to coalesce around Tinubu so that he can be president from the south. Then he can probably find a way for them. But they would rather go with an Atiku, right, than even go with. They will probably come with the excuse that Tinubu is sick, Tinubu is that, with all those their kumbaya excuses anyway. But we already understand that beyond that, they will never even if you go back and rise up MKO Abiola and Awolowo with Oshibanjo, with Fashola, with all the
We are
in
going for
Southwest,
PDP.
they will give you an excuse why they would rather go for an Atiku,
Yeah.
than all those guys, because naturally their politics has always tilted towards PDP right from the onset. Their politics has been with PDP since 1999, and if they want to
No, even
complain,
before
no,
then, it dates
yeah,
back
if
to
they want
the
to complain to you that they hate APC, that's why they won't vote for APC. Then the
no,
question
no,
will
no,
be,
no, no.
before
It
APC,
dated back to after the Civil War. They
yeah,
would
no,
not
even
be
before let's even
about
let's
it.
even reduce it to when we understand the politics very well now. So the question will be after before APC, right? Before APC became APC, you've never voted for any party but this PDP. So anything APC, if you are having an excuse that you are not voting for APC just because you are not voting for APC candidates, or you did not vote for Buhari because you hated APC, right? That is a kumbaya excuse, because even before APC, you never voted APC.
And
And when you have
APC,
somebody,
sorry, brother. APC is
okay,
not confused. He's not confused about this. Tinubu is not spending all the time in Southeast. He's not
say that
confused.
again. Say that again.
APC is not confused. He's not twist. He's not getting it twisted. He's just expecting as much work that the Ebonyi state, Ebonyi governor, and the other
Yeah.
will do. He's not wasting
But
his time. He knows there's no.
but
If
you are the
whatever
only
happens,
one.
happens there.
Yeah, but hold on, Fatai. You say he's not wasting his time, but Tinubu, he has to make as much inroad as he can into the southeast.
It doesn't, woman.
Well,
Politically,
no, he does. He does. How does he?
let me tell
Okay.
you why. Let me tell you why he wouldn't. Let me tell you why you will see him. Uh, you know, uh, spend more time and invest more energy in the areas that matters than wasting his time where you'll probably be knocking on deaf ears. Go and look at Buhari's numbers. That's where you will see. Check Buhari's number in 2015. Check Buhari's number in 2019. Right? Then you understand the fact that all you need to do is just have a sweet deal, quote unquote, have a sweet deal with people that really matters, the governors, right? Secure your 25% constitutional vote and run along with that to other places. One man, there's no way. I don't know if you understand Nigeria's politics. There is no way, right? I just gave you a scenario. Go and wake up Awolowo, Fashola, MMKO, all the greats of Yoruba, right? Bring them to southeast and south. They will vote against them, right? So why do you see this coordinated, more or less like a coordinated attack? It's like a Labour Party and PDP. It's like they have an MOU, right, against the not even APC now. They have it's like they have an arrangement.
South though is different though. South is changing somewhat.
No,
South
no,
is going to go for APC.
So when you look at this scenario, right, all you need to do is just go the route of that what's his name, Buhari's route, secure what you can secure, then in Ebonyi State and then Imo State where you have
sorry, enigmatic. What you just said is easily explained. Because the Labour Party, forget the party. So we talk about Peter Obi really because there is no Labour Party, there's only Peter Obi. Peter Obi cannot go too frontally against the PDP because even he cannot be that big of an hypocrite. His history, the most immediate and his longest standing history is within that PDP space. So he cannot, without any sense of irony, it will be totally disingenuous of him for him to slam the PDP.
It will be a political suicide, one man to do
yes.
that.
And the other thing is that he doesn't, he like the PDP, they have the understanding that with Tinubu's name recognition and him coming from the incumbent party, he has to be anybody that finishes above Tinubu will be the president of Nigeria.
Absolutely.
Anybody that finishes one step above Tinubu, then they all understand that. So Obi doesn't say Atiku necessarily because Obi also knows that he's taking, is inflicted a mortal damage on Atiku by running. He knows that he has finished him, but he has to go after Tinubu. But Atiku also knows that with what Peter Obi has done, he has to really heavily damage Tinubu for him to be president. So they all individually from their self-vested interest have to go after Tinubu. He's the front runner.
But they wouldn't really want to say that categorically. They would rather people. If you notice, I've been on the comment section with a particular guy, and I just wanted to flesh out his kind of his politics. You know what, we do that every time when we have new people on the floor. When they're probably trying to obfuscate here and there, we need to understand where they belong. And I was actually pointedly challenging with some few questions. And I was trying to tell him between this candidate and this candidate, tell me why you vote against this. Between this and this, I said between Obi and Kwakonso, right? If you must vote one of them, tell me who you're gonna vote for. And he actually told me he was gonna vote for Obi, but he's not gonna vote for Obi because Obi is an able person. But what is the rationale voting Obi over Kwakonso? And I asked the question: do you even know the records of these folks? You know, when you see all these guys, right? Probably, and then it's because of all these their WhatsApp talking group that they just push out a lot of propaganda. There's no way on earth, right? I would take any human being serious. He would probably rationalize the reason why he's going to vote a certain Obi, you know, right, against Kwakonso. Even when you talk of education alone, go and look at what Kwakonso did in Kano State. But beyond saying that, right? I think we are coming to the precipice of understanding now that you know, we are seeing the big boys now, you know, on the throne. I mean, doing their thing. And then in the next couple of days, General will be here. I think they say Wike is going to make some pronouncement. But do not be surprised that these folks are already celebrating that Wike is going to pronounce. It's going to be supporting their candidates.
There's no chance in the world. There's
even when knows, and I think we've said it over here, and I've repeated it every time. There's no single person from the Southeast. It's the only notable person that we'll probably see now who has come out frontally to say, I'm not supporting this guy, is Otto Eze, right? But within 24 hours, what have they done? The usual thing. They've been canceling the guy. They've called him almost every unprintable name. But go back to 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, what they wrote about this guy, right? And then this is the texture of their politics, and people are documenting that. You know, they did that the last 7 years with a particular sector of the country because Buhari became a president. Now they are doing that now to Ashwaju. When he becomes president, how would you expect him to deal with them when they've gone this route again? And then the same thing that we've always said over here, is what Mr. Chief Eze, right, reiterated, that Soludo is the future of the Southeast. But because they've seen that now, because they are so blinded with this obese,
Do you think they might damage Soludo? Then they will
they've
have
already
no
damaged
future.
the one man.
Then they will not. They have no future.
They've done enough damage already, and then it just how the question should be, how far would Soludo reconstruct or probably reconcile.
But enigmatic, sorry for coming in, my brother. But don't you think Soludo has envisaged this backlash before he did what he did?
I mean, this counseling stuff.
No. The write-up about Obi, don't you think Soludo have envisaged the backlash and he doesn't even care about what will happen?
It's all over in the content and the context of the op-ed. If you read the op-ed very well, right? I think the first paragraph, right? I think I've come here to speak extensively about the op-ed. When you read the first paragraph, if I have to basically paraphrase him now, not quoting him, he says something like, "I think I know the consequences of what I'm doing, right? But more or less, like he doesn't. He cares less a hue of what he cries or what the hues will be at the end of the day, right? But when you look at the op-ed, that's why we're actually referring them to the op-ed to go look at the message in the op-ed, and then quit focusing on the messenger, who is Soludo himself. He has basically given them the political architecture of what they need to move forward in the Southeast. But because of that closed-mindedness of their political, thinking, they would rather want to, focus on the messengers most of the time rather than the message, and they keep missing the point. And I know now that I'm speaking now, I'll see a lot of people come on board now, and I think I will probably bring them out from wherever they're hiding.
Actually, sorry, enigmatic.
Actually, that's just the fact, one man. Sorry about Baba Fatah.
Yes, yes, and then we go back to land that point. Sorry, enigmatic, and then we go back to Fatai. Fatai, you were talking us through of Eze, but let enigmatic round of his interjection. Carry on.
Yeah, what you are just seeing now is, when this guy said jungle don't mature, jungle go mature at a certain time. That's what you are seeing now. Let me say, stakeholders, major political stakeholders in the Nigeria political space, they are coming to define where they belong and where they are going to. They are basically putting their money where they're putting their mouth where their money is now. Nobody is gonna politics, like business. It's a major investment. Nobody is gonna invest tons of money. You were here, one man. You know how much it costs to run a presidential campaign? It's $2 billion.
Yes.
Right? Tinubu has not started. He has not spent a dime. You start spending by next month. All the stuff that you've been seeing here and there are from his surrogates and the whole lot of people he has been able to help over the years. So January to February, up until the election day, it's just a replica of the Buhari campaign they are running. They ran from January until election day, when they started putting the real deal on the icing of the cake for Buhari. So the first 4 months were just trying to here and there. But when you see people like Otto Eze, if you know Otto Eze very well, of course we know he's a PDP man, right? And then you cannot expect them all of a sudden. These are experienced people. When you may say anything against them now because they are not supporting the candidate of the Igbos, but they know they are Igbos too. They are in the political party. They have their party. They are experienced. They have investment in PDP, right? So you will not expect them to invest, even if they invest in Atiku, and Atiku, fails to win the election. But they will have seen the result of their investment, not investing in somebody who is probably going to be dragging third or fourth, right? And then you've invested a lot of cash in that. This is an eyesore. Politics can be it can be scientific sometimes, but you have to take psychology out of the scientific nature of politics. You can see things in your face right here. There was an election that was held 6 months ago, and you had 2,000 votes in a state that the presidential candidate was on ground, and even the gubernatorial candidate in that state already moved back to another to his primary party, to his PDP, and then you are still trying to obfuscate and kumbaya over here about 2 months to election, 60 days, 1 month, 60 days. You know, except probably you are delusional or probably you are just hallucinating from somewhere. That's when you'll be expecting taking some people serious. So, but that just is one man.
All right, brilliant. So back to you.
Before I leave, one man, I know I wasn't here on Monday, but I was checking the old stuff. I've not seen my guy, so I don't want to make it.
Oh yeah, today is God,
Yeah.
I've forgotten. You know, Ajale Koko, Otigbebe, you know, Uptown. Where is it? Uptown? You are being called out.
So
Uptown, Professor Fair.
I'm still keeping my fingers crossed, and then
I have forgotten. Oh God! I didn't say it was a student, and he didn't have a penny. You know, look at that.
Woman, can I ask? Life is good.
Ologbo ń ṣekú ni enigmatic òun lológbò tó ń jọ.
Mo ti gbàgbé yìí náà I'd forgotten. It don't run.
Can I ask life is good a question before you leave?
Well, you can, but Fatai has the floor. But if Fatai allows it, then Fatai.
Everybody.
Yes or no?
Yeah,
yes
carry on.
No,
carry on. Yeah.
Yes or no question. Because you spoke about politics being a game of interest, right? And people from the Southeast are yet to actually key to that reality. And do you feel like Obi losing will open their eyes to that reality, or will they double down in their delusion that they can win their way?
The unfortunate thing is that they never learn from their mistakes. You will see that you get them more hardened, because when he loses, they will rationalize the loss to some other flimsy excuses, and they will go back to their unzobu.
So they will double down again. I mean,
absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. That's what they will do. What they will do in extension is, if Tinubu wins, they will give Tinubu and Yoruba generally the Fulani treatment and Buhari treatment. So basically, for the next 4 years.
Yeah, but they will have more success though, because I don't imagine that Tinubu can be as brutal as Buhari was. So
no, Tinubu would. No, we are speaking to their own reaction. Tinubu will do what he has to do as a president. He doesn't care about. At least he's doing what he's supposed to do. Except people are just being mischievous, right? One man, we're all Nigerians. We've all lived in other parts of the country. We've all lived in other states, right? So, and that's why sometimes most of us, especially, that are very invested in the interest of the Yoruba race, and especially Lagos State, right? That's when we get so challenging when they actually have to say some certain things about Lagos, because you can't tell me that you are rubbishing somewhere and you are not living that place. It's like, hey, one man, this job, you hate this job so much, but there are other jobs you can actually have some good offers, but you are not living that because of some certain considerations. What is your excuse then, right? So we could give several excuses as to why Lagos is Lagos, right? But what are the governors in other states, the states of their origin? What are their governors doing? What are their politicians doing? At least from 1999 to date. Go and look at the qualities, the qualities and the kind of the type of human beings. Don't let us use some animalistic, words to actually qualify those people they call politicians in their state. And then you want to come to Lagos and rubbish Lagos, and you are not living that Lagos. And you are saying, man, we don't want to talk about that, but that's just the fact.
Okay, thank you, man. Thank you.
All right. So back to you, Fatai. Round off your thoughts on the Eze space, and then I want to take you to the Bolanle Rahim.
Yeah, I'll just run through things quick. First of all, enigmatic. I think this thing you call the hatred for Tinubu, I think it's just this election. I don't get a sense that it's ever been any hatred for Tinubu before this election, and I think after this election it will evaporate, because The only problem is that they feel that if they have to be against Tinubu because of rotational politics. Because if Tinubu wins this election, the Southeast are not getting it until minimum another 16 years. So the hatred, I think, it builds up from there. They are rubbishing. But I think after he wins, with the reality, I don't
Baba,
really see.
are you serious? Did you live in Nigeria before you traveled
Of course, I
where
live in
you
Nigeria.
okay? So if you lived in Nigeria, then you will be speaking like this. You will be
That they
speaking.
hated Tinubu before now.
This is not. This is a stale news now. Why are you acting like you are an alien? You are not an alien. You know. You
I
know.
know, but what I mean is, there is
So and
not.
don't be political. Don't try to make political statements.
I'm not, okay, let's leave it. Let's leave it. And
Okay,
I'm
don't
not.
be
I'm not
politically
just leave.
correct. It's a fact.
Um,
It's factual and it's objective. Nobody is obfuscating over here.
okay, okay.
All right, but why would they hate Tinubu is what Fatah is querying.
There is a lot of people I can see why they will hate them. I can tell you, like now, I can tell you why they will hate Awolowo. And with that, like
Yeah,
maybe
but
Tinubu,
sorry, Fatai, what Enigmatic is suggesting is that the hatred for Tinubu is an extension of the hatred from of Awolowo, who they hated for undermining them in 66, and they see that that is playing out again with a Yoruba man because they feel a sense of entitlement to this presidency, especially. So they're saying if it's coming to the south and we've never had it, so they are linking the two that this is that treachery that we once experienced from these people
no,
again.
that argument is actually not for them to make.
Wama, is that 20 pounds you are talking about? The 20 pounds?
No,
from
not
Awolowo?
20 pounds. Not 20 pounds. Is the role that Awolowo played in I'm actually doing a documentary which I'm still gathering the materials. Look out for it on that Awolowo space. It come out next week. Then or carry on.
One man. That argument is not for the southeastern to make. That argument is actually argument for you. But the only thing they have against Awolowo is that during the civil war, Awolowo joined with the government to devise this method to deprive the Ojukwu soldiers getting food, and which is what ended the war. It's the war politics. If it's about the power, the presidency power, they don't have anything against Awolowo in regard to that. As a matter of fact, it is a.
Did you know that the 66 coup was actually an Awolowo coup?
66 coup?
Yes.
That is the first I'm listening to that.
Yeah,
66 coup was Aguin Rossi.
Yes. Do you know it was actually an Awolowo coup?
What do you mean, one man? What do you mean by
Don't worry. I'll be putting it out next week.
Are you following the lie that Unzeku was telling you that they planned the coup in order to install Awolowo? Are you trying to buy into that lie?
There's a lot of veracity to that.
That when Awolowo was in jail, what do they mean by it? You don't buy into their lie. It's a lie. When they kill Yoruba leaders, kill Hausa leaders, kill Midwest leader, and they don't kill anyone of their own, and they are saying that they planned the coup in order to give it to Awolowo. One man, don't buy into that lie. It's a blatant lie.
My own question is, why would a military plan a coup to install a civilian?
Mama down lóhùn irọ́ burúkú irọ́ àmútọ̀run wá tán fẹ́ máa pa fáwọn èèyàn fi pé ìmọ̀ báyìí.
Ajálẹ̀ kòkò irọ́ àmútọ̀run wá.
Irọ́ wèrè tán wọ́n máa pa fáwọn èèyàn.
No, Awolowo was not even a major. Awolowo had a very long line.
Awolowo that was slammed in jail.
He went to study law before this. So a lot of Awolowo went through a very tortuous road before he finally came into the mainstream of the politics. The likes of Great Zeke had been before a major authority. What should I call it? So Awolowo, I don't even think Awolowo was so much in the picture at that. Like the independence was driven majorly from the philosophy of Great Zeke. That I think from there came this entitlement of the. Let me just say Igbo. I don't mean to be stereotypical. Well, let me just for to flow. The entitlement of the Igbos came from there because it was like Zeke was the great brain behind a lot of machinations, whatever. So the entitlement came from the, and immediately after the independence, they were in big places. They controlled a lot of things, but the north of course had their God-given right from the colonizers, and this was the only problem there until which is what led to the first coup, which the north what the hatred of Buhari for the Southeast came from that. Buhari was part of the soldiers that went to do the counter coup against Aguirre. So the hatred, a lot of hatred is built up from pre the civil war, and none of these things had nothing to do with Awolowo. Awolowo's problem was Awolowo later went to join with the government to devise a way to end the civil war. They said the many deaths from the lack of food. All men they were mostly blamed on Awolowo. But Awolowo's point was this war had to end. Awolowo didn't design to stop food to the Igbos. He designed to stop food to the soldiers fighting. It's the soldiers, the food that was meant to go to the civilian, they then grab it, so for they keep fighting. That's why civilians died. So that's not Awolowo. That's the difference there. But whatever it is,
But Awolowo prevented the Red Cross from crossing the line, and the Red Cross was not for the soldiers; it was for humanitarian.
The Ojuku soldiers were grabbing the food from the civilians. That space is very complicated. It's not the civil war is very complicated. There's many people to be blamed in civil war. It's not anybody's narrative.
One man, Awolowo did not prevent the Red Cross from crossing to the front line to supply them food. Just like
They didn't have the authority.
Just like Fatai said, Nigeria was allowing food to the Biafran land for the civilian, to eat so that they won't starve to death. But Biafran soldiers were taking that food from them. Nigeria was as well dropping food from the air to the civilian. The Biafran army will go and take that food from them. And they didn't know. They thought they are supplying food to the civilian to eat. They didn't know until when Owerri fell. When Nigerian army captured Owerri, and Awolowo had to go there. Actually, it was Gowon that wanted to go, but the military council said he should not go for security reason. That it's too risky for Gowon to go. So Awolowo, being the vice president of in the government and the finance minister, offered to go and see things for himself, what was going on. And when he got there, that was when he saw people with kwashoko and all these, skinny, starved people that almost starved to death. And he said, why are they not giving? It was the Igbo people themselves that told Awolowo that all the food being brought here, that is the soldier that were taking it. So that got Awolowo mad. So these people, we have been feeding them to continue to fight us, to kill us. No, this has to stop. That these civilian people are the people that we are sending food to, but Ojuku soldiers were taking this food forcibly from them and eating it, getting more energy to fight the war. So when they got back to Lagos, they said, look, the civilian we are sending food to were not allowed to eat the food. These are the pictures. Children with kwashoko, old people skinny, almost died. I mean, people, hunger killed a lot of people due to, the Biafran soldier taking all this food and not giving the food to people. They were not giving the food to the civilian, to Igbo people. They were taking all the food. And then they said, why must we be feeding this soldier? Then we have to cut off this food. So that was what was responsible. It was painful, but it was a decision to make. So that what is the purpose of sending food when it will not get to the civilian? When it is these people that are fighting the war that are eating the food.
So he decided to starve them. He decided to starve them, Abi.
Starve who?
The civilians.
He didn't starve the civilian. It's the Ojukwu forces that starved the civilian.
This is where
Ojukwu forces that starved the civilian.
This is where the philosophical divide is. If you are from the
but people will not listen. They will say, "Oh, Nigerians starved them." No, is the Biafran army that starved Igbo people to death, because all the food that been passed to them were taken by army and not given to the people. So, but a lot of people don't know the history well, and you see, for sentiment reasons, some people will twist the history. Awolowo that, it's Awolowo that did, but what will he have done? If you are at the top position, would you continue to supply them food, giving Biafran army food, while their people are dying? The food you are selling to the war front for the civilian are hijacked by them, and Nigerian soldiers were killed, and in that process as well. Sometimes they will lay ambush. They knew when the food were coming, they would lay ambush, kill Nigerians that are bringing that food in truck, collected the food by force, and then took it to their White House where they are feeding the soldiers. But the history, a lot of people doesn't know. And they painted wrong picture of history to their people, and they use it against Yoruba and Awolowo particularly.
Yeah.
A lot of things they twisted against Awolowo, whereas Awolowo meant well for them. He did a lot of good things for them. Even the 20 pounds that you are talking about, if not for Awolowo that stood that these people must be giving money, the military council didn't want to give them any shishi.
They know this. They
didn't want to give them any shishi. It was Awolowo that stood that no, they must be compensated. They must be given some money to give them, sense of belonging, that we belong to the same nation. But they will not say that. But they're saying, Awolowo just give them 20 pounds. When Awolowo called for them to
Ajale Koko, quick reminder. Ajale Koko, you remember Awolowo was among people that let them release their houses to the Easterners when they come back to the Southwest.
Oh, yes. Of course. And Yoruba was giving them the money, the houses willingly and easily. How many houses were they able to recover from the rivers and all those areas? Were they not?
You don't even have to go deep, because, one thing, thank God that you are here now with this sense of history, right? Sometimes when people, and this is why we actually speak to this stuff sometimes, it's like they always focus on the wrong people to unleash that venom of their anger. Because this story that you are about to say now, how houses were seized, and then and like I've said it, right? I think I've said it over here. If it's not comfortable for you in the north and the southwest, try south. Within 2 years, all of you will be begging to go back to the north and south and southwest, because what those people in south will do with you, especially in River State. Are they not the people who took their houses and never gave them back? But in the southwest, not only did they actually return their houses, they maintained the houses in good quality conditions, and all the rents that were actually due to them, they gave them, without shishi,
missing
from those funds. So when you look at all these kind of stuff, and then you see this kind of, coordinated and tangential hatred, you'll be asking the question, what is the reason? What is the reason? What is the reason? And we've always said it over here. They are crying about Buhari now, being bad, being evil, doing this, sending Operation Crocodile to them, and Operation Tears, Operation Fish, and everything. But when they have another reason again to vote for another Fulani man, they will go for another Fulani man, irrespective of what they've said about an outgoing Fulani man, just because of some political, or just because of whatever they have in mind.
No, I
And
think
when you try to
in
call this out,
Southeast,
they will say you are this and that. When you have children and then you implant so much hatred in them, it becomes hereditary. It's like an inheritance. How long do you want to do that? The election is around the corner now. It's very clear to discerning minds, to rational thinking brains, and to those who can have a clear departure from being delusional and being and hallucinating mind, that there are two major candidates, PDP and APC. And it's getting clearer by the day that is basically almost tilting towards a certain candidate. And that certain candidate is the most hated among the candidates, right? So if this candidate eventually becomes the president, how do you want to manage the situation again? Then it becomes another Buhari situation, except the guy is actually magnanimous and actually probably lenient and naturally just don't want to, take some revenge. Then if you have to go the Buhari route, then it will be, Shebi Buhari said they are dot in a circle. But maybe this one will say they are than anything in a circle. You have to find ways to balance, and that's what OPED, the Soludo's OPED was basically addressing. And then Soludo is the biggest efulefu now in the whole of the Southeast.
All right, brilliant. All right, let me move you from that space, Fatai, and move you to the Bolanle Rahim, a real sad story, Fatai.
One man, can I, Fatai, please? Yeah, please. I just want our Eastern brothers to know that what we are saying concerning the history is not meant to say that Nigerian forces did not do some wrong, particularly by the way some Easterners were killed. But when it comes to acknowledging the fact and saying it the way it is, let us just put it in the right perspective. So this idea and this campaign that never stopped against Awolowo, that it was Awolowo that starved Igbo. Awo did not starve Igbo, and that is the fact of in the sense of history. He did not starve them. It's Ojukwu military that starved Igbo people. So let us get that fact right. Don't be deceived by lie that you are being told by some people, particularly your people that are trying to twist the historical fact and then use it politically to hate Yoruba people and to see Yoruba as your enemy. No, Yoruba are not enemy to Igbo people. Even during that time, when it was stopped, when the federal government stopped food supplies to the east, some Yoruba people stood up against it. Taisholari was one of them. Wale Soyinka was one of them. Said damn to the federal government to go on that they will take food to Igbo people. They took the risk. Taisholari would have been, Wale Soyinka would have been killed in the front line. They said they would take food to them, and they took food to them. So this hatred against Awolowo, people just
can I interject? Sorry.
So
yeah, can you wait for me to bring you in?
Let us just let people know this, historical fact, and don't let us be shouting Awolowo kill Igbo, and then they want to, bring it up and visit Tinubu with this kind of,
all right.
Yeah,
I'm a bit conscious that everybody on the screen, they are from the southwest, So just for balance, let me go to Solomon to have a final say on that space, and then I'll move Fatai on to a different topic just for time. So you wanted to have a say on that space, Solomon.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Good morning,
Good morning.
woman. Yeah, good morning, everybody. See, concerning this Awolowo thing, Awolowo first did Azikiwe dirty. Let's just be honest. I came across this documentary where they said in the 1951 election, when Azikiwe was contesting with NCNC and what is his name? Awolowo. I even got to know that he was the first Asiwaju. Like he held the title Asiwaju before Tinubu, as the Asiwaju then Awolowo. So in that election, he knew NCNC was going to win. In fact, they knew that NCNC was going to win, and they advised.
So Solomon, let me tell you.
Hold on.
Let me just round up. I'll be smart. I'll make it snappy.
Go on, Solomon.
No, the title Asiwaju he mentioned, I don't want him to mix it up.
Okay.
Awolowo was Asiwaju of Yoruba land. Why Tinubu is Asiwaju of Lagos? So don't mix things up. I just want
Okay. So Awolowo, the people, the NCNC party were like, Zik should just allow an Yoruba person to head. I think the regional. They should have a regional leader on that, but Zik did not. Zik said something like, I think they should. There is no need of that. He's the national leader, and even if he wins, that he can still head the Yoruba region too. So, and they were saying they should give it to Alhaji
Akintola.
No, it's not Akintola. It's not Akintola. It's one guy. His name is Ade Jeku or something like that.
Is it Adelabu you are trying to say, or who?
No, this guy is an Alhaji. This Alhaji title was in his name. So but Zik did not still agree. So after the election, Zik won the election, and Awolowo, in that documentary, they said Awolowo told the Yoruba leaders that they should forget about the fact that the Yoruba people first got education and got knew about Christianity. That how would they allow another region, a person from another region, to come and head them? So that was how the Yoruba Obas had to call in fact the whole Yoruba people in the NCP Yoruba people in that party had to decamp, the cross carpet to decamp to Awolowo's party, and they now said that all of them was decamp, and only Yoruba people that will be heading their region. So in this place now, this thing made me understand that it's not even about the war. Most people don't really have proper information about this Awolowo and Azikiwe issue. They don't have it. But this thing now, this space now made me understand that it was Awolowo that first of all did this guy that did what is his name? Azikiwe dirty. So we should not, that is still a point, it's still a fact to use and move the motion or push the motion that yes, that this guy did him bad. Yeah. So that is what I just want to say.
All right,
what you are saying has nothing to do with the war. That was.
I'm telling you, people use the war. Awolowo played a good role though in the war when even after the war, saying that they should give Igbo people 20 pounds and all that. But it's not the war that is not the main reason for the backstab or whatever name they call whatever thing they tag him with. But this point I just made now, you might think is not valid, but it's very valid.
It's not even correct. What you are saying is not even.
How is it not correct, sir?
Well, I don't want to waste too much.
One man, I can maybe I don't know how I can send you a link of you just play this thing and you should just see it. And I believe you will even they will call the guy's name properly. The guy that
Is it Adelabu that you after Adelabu?
Yeah,
Is the first name Adejoke, something like that.
Adegoke.
Yeah, Alaji Adejoke. Yeah,
Adegoke. That's what I said.
Adegoke. Yeah, Adegoke.
Yeah. So if I want to, put it in the right perspective, it might take us a very long time. So that's not the discussion of the day.
But no, he acted. Yeah. See, he's not. He acted what he did. How will you go and involve? How will you go and involve your people and tell them that they should? How would they allow an Igbo? This is politics. How will you allow another person from another tribe?
You don't know what build up to that. So if you want to go to the foundational aspect of this thing you are saying, if you want to go to the foundational aspect of this, what you are saying now, you will know that Zeke is, that man did not do good. I'm sorry to say that, but do you know that?
There is nothing. I was blaming. I blame Zeke. Let me tell you, Sir Jolly Coco. Just wait. Let me just make this point. I blame Zeke to claim one Nigeria. I never knew that.
No. That is not.
He was having a pure intention. Excuse me. It was even people like Awolowo that brought in tribalism. And if you watch it during when they were even talking about the independence and all that, and this guy has always been the one that would tell him, even if at a point I saw the advice as a good advice of he should come, let them work together, and even if he has always had this tribal sentiment in him. So let's not justify Awolowo's action. He did well for the region. When Nigeria came together, he tried, but the tribalism has always been there. This guy has been one of the forefathers of tribalism.
Fatai, let me say this. Fatai, please, 1 minute. You see, this is the lie you have been told, and that is what you are expressing again.
It is not lie. It is not lie.
Okay, hold on now. Who is that person that make Azikwe a political leader in Nigeria? Is it not Yoruba man? Is it not? Was it not? What's the name of this Lagos? I don't know why I just forget that name. The name that is coming to my head now is not. It's this Baba. This first.
What role did they have?
Oh no, the one that
is it Johnson?
The founder of
Macaulay.
NCNC.
Was it Macaulay?
Yes, Herbert Macaulay.
Yeah.
If not for Herbert Macaulay, Zeke would not be a political leader that you have seen today. He's a Yoruba man.
How will Zeke not be a political leader when people John, when this Ghana first president Nkrumah was even the one that gave him the idea on how to gain independence, how he will go about his independence, getting his independence, his country getting independence.
Zeke started his politics in Lagos, and it was Yoruba people that brought Zeke out, that make him his leader, to tell you that Yoruba are not tribalists. It was Yoruba that.
So there's nothing you want to tell me. Okay, I'm listening.
No, you don't want to listen.
I'm listening.
If you want to learn, you're listening from, just
I'm
listening. Don't listen to that biased history that you are being fed. So it was Yoruba people that make Azikwe what he became as a politician, a leader. It was Yoruba. It was nobody in politics. It was Bishop Ajayi Crowder. Sorry, not a Bishop Ajayi. It's what did you say? One man.
Macaulay.
You think Macaulay does not see any other Yoruba man? Go back in 1935. Awolowo started a political party that was, I can't remember. It defeated Macaulay in Lagos. For the first time, NCNC was the party that was winning all the time. But Awolowo came up with maybe democratic something. It defeated him. And that was when Abba Macaulay said, where is this guy from? And he brought Awolowo into his fold. They became this. And when they brought Zeke in, They allow Zeke to become a leader as well. Look, a lot of you people are not being fed the right information, and they just tell you lies, and you guys will just carry it around and be lying everywhere. Just yes.
Ajale Coco, if you remember, we talk outside this platform. You remember some story they told your daughter, and you have to retrace her back. It's just I don't know who these people are. They will just concoct story. Solomon, somebody that is alive, then is telling you something. You are arguing with elderly person. You are reading book.
Wait. I know Ajali Coco is a very rational. Is somebody that he doesn't twist things, but he will not always. He's a human being. He will not always be perfect. Sorry to say, he will not always be perfect, and he will not see things in other perspective. He will always still see things. He must not see it in all perspective. We only see it at times.
Brother, sorry, one man. Let me just stay 1 minute, brother. This argument you are putting forward, it's neither here nor there. Awolowo is
a tribalistic person.
Okay.
Well, yeah,
Awolowo was
maybe.
tribalistic person. You are confusing administration governance with Awolowo was a champion for regional government. As a matter of, I don't like to talk all these things because you get going to be getting in touch of tribal. I don't like tribal anything. But if you want to know, the only problem, the tribal problem of Nigeria came with Agoyin Rosi coup. Okay, these Buhari people, they are the people who are the people that came down from that situation. They have not healed from it. There is no all these Awolowo, Zig, these were games, politics. Every politics take different shape. This is neither here nor there. Today, Tinubu support this, that one support that, Awolowo supported this, Zig support. This is nothing. The big problem that drove problem to Nigeria was Agoyin Rosi coup, because Agoyin Rosi, the coup, his boys and everything, whatever, they killed all the northern people, and these northern people, they thought they were like, this is what drove tribalism to Nigerian government, not whatever Zik did or whatever. These guys were advocating for regional government. When this happened, Ahmad Bello, Tafawa Balewa, all their northern leaders were all killed, and you are expecting them not to think it's tribalism. They thought Nigeria will operate regional government. Now today, the eastern side or the Yoruba, they're asking for separation. But Nigeria was operating regional government before, until Agoyin Rosi collapsed the regional government and collapsed all the power of the presidency into one, giving us the 40, 50 years of suffering we have been into now. We will not have this gigantic federal government without Agoyin Rosi.
Agoyin Rosi was still going for. You see one thing about me, I even blame this my regional, my elites from my place somehow, because they meant well for Nigeria. Let me tell you. Let me be honest with you. With the info I get, they meant well for Nigeria. It is just that these guys, they meant well. Agoyin Rosi, even Zeke, they meant well for. You see this is the things that this is why Nigeria cannot be is just like this, because people will just look at everybody attacking Awolowo to be a saint, to be why can't you ask yourself? Because I with this thing I told you now, excuse me, with this thing I told you now, I had to find out. It happened, and I found out that. I found out why Zeke, because I was very angry with Zeke for not collaborating with. Excuse me, can I just make my point, please? Sorry.
Okay, hold on, Fatai.
That point is nothing. Awolowo and Zeke have
Fatai, hold on. Okay, so Solomon, you make that point. Fatai, you get to counter it, and then I will have to move on because people in the comment section, they're saying it's too sensitive a topic, but so make your point.
That's what we don't want to talk about.
Make your point, Solomon. Have your counter, Akim, and then go from there to the lady that was shot. So Solomon.
We ask ourselves why. I asked when I got to get know about this. This is the reason why. Because nobody in his right senses, your fellow regional or
All right.
Let me just
Let-
do quick counter, brother. If you keep talking like this, there will never be. Look, you are saying because Awolowo didn't support Zeke against whatever. Why the Northeast has never supported Southwest or whatever anybody since 1970? Since after the Civil, should we be blaming Southeast for not supporting? That story you're telling is like Awolowo stole Azikwe's biscuit. Who cares? This is not an interesting story. You yourself, I don't know where you found it from. These are not interesting. The big issues of Nigeria have to do with the coups, military coups, with the civil war, with the activities that took.
Let's not be putting things on the coup first. Let's talk about before the coup. Then we'll enter the coup and we'll still talk about it properly too.
There is nothing before the coup. There was nothing before the coup.
Please don't. It's okay. Wama, let's just move on. But I've made my point. Awolowo was a tribalistic man. So let's not argue about it.
Solomon, you say Awolowo was the tribalistic.
Can you imagine?
Exactly, he was tribalistic.
Hold on. What making tribalistic
because he stole Azikwe's biscuit. That's why.
Because he moved out from NCNC.
Therefore,
to form action group. Is that what making him tribalistic? When the NCNC hold on. He moved out from NCNC. He was a member of NCNC with Zook as their leader. Actually, it was Abat Macaulay that was the leader of the NCNC. Awolowo was in the youth wing of the party. And when what do you call it? When Abat Macaulay died, Zeke was the secretary of the party. You understand? Eta Eyo was the deputy to what do you call this Abat Macaulay. But all of them together agreed because Zeke was older. They said, okay, let us give him the position of leader of the party. He became the leader of the party. Do you know what Zeke did to Eta Eyo? Do you know what he did to him?
I'm listening.
So he finally fired that man. And when Zeke was driving that party to an Igbo party, and they said, this is not what we agree upon. And they move out. Awolowo and then move out from the party to form action group. So what has he done wrong? They move out from the party because they've been listening to all kind of the rhetoric when they went to campaign, particularly in the East. They are saying that, oh, this is our party, and we must consolidate on the Igbo's strength in this party. And they said this is not the party that we started together with the great father. Then let us move out from it. And they move out. They didn't do anything against. They just move out and go and form action group. And that was when they began in Yoruba land. And let me tell you, it wasn't only action group that was in existence in Yoruba land. We have some other group as well. We have Ibadan's People's Party. We have NCNC. We have Ondo Improvement League Party. We have Otuedo. We have Independent Party in Yoruba land. What happened is that Action Group had more seats. It won more seats during the election than other parties. And when they got to Congress, all of them said they group up and they team up with Awolowo to form the majority. And that was why Action Group became the ruling party in Yoruba land. NCNC was there too. And there's some other party. So when we are telling you this, don't listen to all this lie that they are telling you. And they will say, oh, Awolowo went and do this thing. He moved out from NCNC to go and form his own party with some other group. Whoa, what did he do wrong to Azikwe? That you are saying now, some people, he did something wrong. It's all lie. It's all lie. And don't listen to lies. Go and read the history.
Abadale Koko. My own even point is that all of these things are palace intrigue. These are not defining national situations. Whether Awolowo stole Azikwe's biscuit or Azikwe stole Awolowo's biscuit, this is not what defined what Nigeria would later become. The defining things of Nigeria, the military coups, the civil war, the reconstruction that was meant to happen, all of these were the major events. What Awolowo and Azikwe did to each other, okay, palace intrigues, whatever. But if you want to go down that path, you thank God about Ajaloko is here. You will have a lot of counter. Nobody is an angel. Azikwe was not an angel. I don't say Awolowo was an angel. Even these things don't even bother me. These are palace intrigues. These are not the defining. We don't want to go to the difficult path. But if you are bringing cock and bull story like this,
what I want to let you understand is that I got to see like the way most, like especially on this platform now, most people, the way I've found out how and why most people, apart from that the way the Nigerian politics is, but why they are supporting Tinubu. I just got to know that Yoruba people, let's forget about that they are accommodating and all that. They're still very tribalistic. That's just the truth.
No, hold on.
Hold on, everybody. When I say everybody, that includes you, Fatai. Hold on, everybody. Solomon, you are right. The main reason why Yoruba people support Tinubu is for tribal reasons. But then the main reason why Igbo people support Peter Obi is also for tribal reasons.
It's not just for tribal reasons. Let me tell you one man.
Right.
Igbo people, they vote like the thing is not like I'm really, really in support of the way they vote. But they vote for somebody they know that this person is somebody that is accountable, like is transparent, somebody that I know that is competent. Let me use that word. Yeah, they don't just vote. If somebody like Ojus or Carlos should come out now, Igbo people will not vote for him.
No, we've had that argument before. Hold on. If somebody like MC Oluomo came out, Yoruba people will not vote for him. Anyway, let's leave that space. Nobody comes out of it.
Those are very pedestrian and lazy right? Because if we go, by the face values and then one-on-one, toe-to-toe, to itemize and analyze what actually you guys are actually happy on about these guys' performances. We've done it every time, and they've called Kulata several names because of that. Because you guys do not actually want the truth. All you want is the kumbaya stuff. But do not forget that the same people who do not want to listen to anything, they will be the first person to sharply tell you, oh, in Lagos State, Sanwo-Olu is not controlling is not reforming the police department in Lagos. Meanwhile, in Anambra State, when a lot of Igbo people died in Akuzu River, right? Who was the governor at that time? Peter Obi was the governor. But they will say, no, he had no control over police department. Can you see that kind of a shift? You see that kind of hypocrisy, right? In the same vein, you are talking about interest, right? Conflict of interest. You have a bank that you are the one of the major stakeholders, one of the major shareholders, then that is the bank that actually warehouses the finances of your state. And all the other banks, Diamond Bank and two other banks, you have links to them by way of shareholding, right? What are those? Under the law, you are breaking so many, apart from the ethical standard of that. Look at the optics of that. But when another governor does that, oh, it's a thief. But in the other way around, is this. So when you look at the IGR, this man was in government for 8 good years. Out of 8 years, he grew the IGR by just $1 billion. Go and look at what Obano did in 8 years. Obano grew I think he doubled or probably tripled the IGR, almost 27 billion in 8 years. So when you put the figures together, figures do not lie. Okay, you can lie as much as you want, but do not forget that a lot of people knows this guy. When he was
I'm a one Nigerian. I'm a nationalist. I'm not somebody that I don't come here to do. And I say the truth the way it is. That's just the thing about
Hold on. You can't say the truth the way it is. You say the truth the way you understand it, which is different.
And for you to know, for your information, Solomon.
Yeah.
As far as democracy is concerned in Nigeria, it was Yoruba people that started political party. When you are talking of political party in Nigeria by Herbert Macaulay, he founded the party in 1923. Party was called Nigerian National Democratic Party. Go to your history, go and find it. That party was challenged by Chief Obafemi Awolowo in 1938 by a party called Nigerian Youth Movement. Awolowo and Etayeyo formed that party to challenge Herbert Macaulay Party, who have been winning election since 1923. They won 23 election, they won 28 election, they won 1933 election before Awolowo and Etayeyo came and challenged him in Lagos and almost defeated him. They defeated him in some places. So Herbert Macaulay was surprised. Where did these young guys came from? And when Zeke came from Ghana, Awolowo and what do you call it? Herbert Macaulay have formed NCNC. Zeke came to join them. Only for Zeke to use some diabolical way and wanted to turn Yoruba land. He wanted to be premier in Yoruba land, and he wanted Okpara to be premier in the East. He was turning that party to Igbo party, to Igbo dominated party. And they said, no, we can't take this. And they went to form Action Group. So what are you talking about? When they gave him everything, he didn't form any party. The same thing happened in Second Republic. The Nigerian, what's the name of that party that he headed in Second Republic? New Nigerian Party, or what is the name of the party? Was founded by Yoruba man, by Adeniro Ogunsoya. He never formed any party. It was Yoruba that were behind him, his political sources. So what are you talking about? When some people will lie to you people and say, oh, Yoruba hate or Awolowo hate. No. It was because his party could not win that regional distance in the West. And that was when they cook up the lie that, Yoruba play tribal. He didn't play any tribal. He already, separated himself from NCNC and formed Action Group. Another party in Yoruba land that saw that enigmatic leadership in him, decided to join hands with him at the parliament to defeat NCNC. I mean, just go to history and go and get the right history book so that you can read the history, and don't be falling into this trap that somebody was tribal and this thing and that.
Baba Janle Koko.
No, Janle Koko.
Oh no, sorry. I want to move away. No. I want to move away from that space. I beg your pardon, but I must. Take us to Bolanle Rahim Fatai.
But the police reform, I think I spoke my mind previously before. But just 1 second, one man. Look, I will just say this and move away from it. We, the Yoruba, we don't owe anybody any explanation. Even if we don't know anything about history, it is very clear now. If you don't support Peter Obi, then it means you are not nationalistic, you are tribalistic. Only to support Peter Obi is what makes you not to be tribalistic. Okay?
No, but Solomon is not an Obi supporter, though.
No, why he doesn't support Obi?
No, he is an Atiku man.
It doesn't sound like Atiku man to me. Whatever he was
leave my brother. He's Atiku supporter.
Obi, I mean, Solomon is Atiku's man, and he gets his beating on a daily from the obedience every time. He's the biggest Efulefu on this platform.
Go for me.
From the Southeast, they even questioned. They told him to bring his green card to show his actual.
I understand the Nigerian political space, so I know what it is. See, I'm in Abuja, and the little things I've seen, I just know that the system, see, it's just to renegotiate, and it's not even about this election that is coming and all that. Yeah. Like, it's just to renegotiate this country, and so that things will be moving.
No, you're not renegotiating anything. You know.
No. I'm just saying, like the solution to it.
Let me tell you what's coming. You know that they are pushing hard to pass the water bill before Buhari leaves, and as soon as that water bill has been passed, then Nigeria belongs officially by constitution to the Fulanis. So they are about to seize ownership of your land. You know, that's just the thing.
It's not my land. It is the Yoruba people say that this thing is like how will I put it now? Sorry to say, but because they are the waterfront now. I used to know of this song that they sing. Is what is this song, Seth? This song that they will never pay tax for their waterfront. But today now they are paying tax, and when they pass this bill now, they are going to pay proper tax. So it's going to hit the Yorubas more. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry, I called you obedient. You were looking to me like an obedient. Oh, is this obedient? I was standing.
You see, that's discrimination, isn't it? That's racism. Just because it's an ego man, they have to be an obedient.
No, not ego man. He was saying, why this tribalistic? I said, why do you support Obi? He couldn't give explanation. That's why I thought he was.
Yeah, because he doesn't. That's why.
You can't get the language of an average. Have you heard anything like tired? You're tired. Is not tired. You go suffer, now all those kind of. Have you not seen that from him?
All right. All right. Let's hear from Tiger before we move on. I suspect you came running in because of the Biafra space. Tiger in the city. Tiger.
One man, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Carry on.
Okay. One man. One thing I think your space is being clouded with tribal diatribe and diversional politics. And my complaint here, if you see most of the time that I respond to people is enigmatic. I think Mr. Budi, as I know him, in other space.
Mr. What?
Budi. Because I think
who's that? Who's Mr. Budi?
Eddie Matic, I think he used Budi as well. I think I heard him in Dr. Damages. The person that came there had his similar voice. I don't know, but that's it. But that's my thought anyway.
No, he's not even said the word. Let him say the word, then
No,
you
I
know
mean,
where.
I've never even visited. The only platform
I-
probably I have time for is probably this.
Okay, because I thought it was you because he had similar voice like you. But
I know you business. I
all
know you.
Yoruba people sound alike, Abi. Look at this
no,
man.
no, 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 no.
I know
No,
you
Ajala
business.
people doesn't sound like Ajala people sound more typical Yoruba than anyone on this platform.
So
Um,
don't dream of me when you sleep.
All right, let him
okay,
land enigmatic, please. Yeah.
okay. Um, one man, I think you should caution people because at the end of the day, the enigmatic is whipping up emotions here, um, and it's not good. First of all, people should be allowed to play politics the way they deem fit, right? And you do not castigate them for making a choice where they're going to vote. You don't term it like it's ethnic bias against Tinubu. No, 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 no. It's not ethnic bias against Tinubu. They didn't want to vote. The reason why they didn't vote for Buhari is not even about the civil war. I think the people don't. They are not digging deep into the civil war. Although it affected them because where the level where Igbo people are now, they are very happy with it. I'm telling you, you can't give people £20. I mean £20, and they came up this level now. It's like a miracle. It's hardly done anywhere, but that's what it is. The reason why Igbo people did not vote for Buhari, Buhari elected two Igbo people as his running mates in the past in his political part, other political parties which he was a member of. They didn't vote for him. It's a question of not liking Buhari. And if they didn't vote for Tinubu, maybe they don't like Tinubu, or because they have Peter Obi. At this time, they think that they have the best opportunity to present someone as a presidential candidate and that could be elected. I think that's number one. It's not. It has nothing to do with hatred for Tinubu. Number two, the reason why they didn't vote for Buhari was that there is, Omar Diko. He gave an interview where he said that the reason why maybe it's not true, it might be true, or it might not be true. But he gave an interview where he said that the reason why Buhari and co did coup in 19 January of 19, I think 84. I think if I'm right, 84 January 84 was that in the next political dispensation they were going to elect Alex Ekweme, and NPN having the political machinery, both police and everything otherwise, then it means that Alex Ekweme would have become president. Buhari, the Northerners don't want that. That's number two. That's number one. Number two was that when politicians were arrested during the Second Republic, the way they maltreated Alex Ekweme, the number two citizen, who hardly had control over the machinery of the government of the Second Republic. You see where they kept Alex Ekweme in Krikri, and they kept the number one citizen Shagari in house arrest somewhere in Ikoyi. So that didn't go with with the Igbo people. And again, when Buhari became the chairman of, is it PTF or something like that, the allocation he gave to Easterners, as well, was very bigger compared to other places. That's the risk, that's the burden they have against Buhari. Nothing else. It's not just because they hate him or they hate. They've been carrying hatred for the Yorubas. After all, in the whole of Nigeria, I would say the people that love Yoruba most are the Igbos. You can see that they even wear your clothes. It surprised me that Igbo people wear your traditional clothes all the time. This shows that they like Yoruba people. It has nothing to do with hatred. But when someone like Enigmatic comes here and dig up, you are digging up, what you are digging is that you are digging up old wounds that is healing. And when you keep digging up old wounds,
Tiger,
and
can you stop
hold on.
psychologically blackmailing this platform first?
No, it's not good. You say, listen, if you said if you present your case properly,
I will keep
they
saying
don't want to vote for
No, Tiger.
I will keep on saying you cannot change
I
me.
see your presentation as psychological and emotional blackmail.
Okay.
No. Hold on. I'm not comfortable with that language. That was free expression. The one thing we know about Tiger is a gentleman and is always guarded in his language and is not. Hold on, I've known him for a long time. you know. So it doesn't use divisive language. And if he didn't feel that he needed to come in and correct something or add an opinion, he would not have come in. So I'm not sure that
woman,
yeah,
you
no.
moved me more than everybody in this forum.
No, because because I didn't like the way you were approaching Tiger.
No, not only this one. If everybody is talking, for example, maybe they be talking of that about some opinion. Immediately, I put my voice, for example, say, "Oh, let us move away." Did I take it against you? It's a thing that I've noticed psychologically, emotionally. It's a fact because I document. I try to use that for quality assurance for myself, not to use it to blackmail you emotionally because I understand our differences as man. It is possible that other presenters are better than me the way they are presenting. I don't have any issue with that.
No,
Now, yeah, of course, yes, I know.
Mute everybody.
No. Is this topic that is bringing this matter? Now, look at it this way. We are not homogeneous in Nigeria. There's no way we are going to talk that we are not going to talk about our differences. But now, it is okay, for example, for someone to talk of Peter Obi, but it is not okay for someone to talk of Tinubu without saying, oh, it's being tribalistic. So if you don't address this thing, sometimes, for example, to me, we keep using some kind of a psychological forcefulness to blackmail others into submission. That's the way I see it.
So, no, Mr. Ola, can I say something? Hold on.
Nationality, and
Mr. Ola,
our nationality.
We don't even know where Tiger is going because he's not even had the chance to.
They will still tell you, they will still behave as if they are not part of Canada, and heavens will not fall because of that.
Mr. Ola, please. If you check on this program, right? When people say writing, even though Ajaleko, when you say writing, always give him 100 or anyone, even though Babati or whatever. Here.
When has Babati ever said the right thing? I'm not sure that's ever happened.
He has. He knows. Even in another forum. Yeah, he knows. Babati can get me witness. Remember there was some weeks ago I appeared OVA something and I back up. So what you are saying is true. So when people make it nice and see, the problem is not our differences, it's the choice of word. That's what enigmatic to understand.
I'm
can't
sorry,
say,
hold on. It's either you take it or you leave it.
No, don't talk like that. No.
Okay, I'm saying it again.
You can't talk like that.
Or you leave
No,
it.
don't talk.
Chief, guys.
You cannot audit how I speak.
Can I say something enigmatic? Please.
Chip in, guys.
You see, Fatai, this is your fault, because I wanted
your
to
choice of word. Yeah, you can't say because
chip in, guys.
Or you leave it.
You can't say.
You can pass it on to other
engineer,
people.
Hold on, let me just make one.
Hold on. Don't overrun him. The only voice I want to hear now is Tiger. Let him have his expression.
Thank you, woman. I was listening to this the forum panelists speaking and speaking. It was flowing. Everything was flowing very well. But when enigmatic, he's been corrected before, and it's not good. When you say people are delusional, you can't say people are delusional for trying to cast their vote rightly or wrongly. It's a political choice. Vote can be cast anyhow to whichever political party. Don't term people as you people and you log everybody together. That's true. Your language is very, very, it's not good, Eliminati. You need to change it. It's not that your point is not good, but your choice of words, how you call name things or call people. You can't say people are delusional, for God's sake. I can't say people are voting for him. I don't support Tinubu, but it doesn't mean that people who are voting for him they are wrong in voting for him or they are delusional. I would never use such language. Do not use such language on people saying they are delusional. Please, come on, Enigmatic. You are better than this. That's all I want to say. And it's not good for a country that wants to heal to be digging up old wounds. Because someone said here, water bill, trust me, that will be more concern for everybody. If the Buhari government, they want to take voting, pass vote for water bill, there'll be consequences for a lot of people. So we are trying to heal this political dispensation. You understand? If Tinubu gets in there, fine, people accept him. He's their president. You understand me? Another thing, Tinubu will go say, oh, these are 25% vote or 5% vote or 10% vote. No. It's more intelligent than that. But don't your choice of word should be chosen properly. That's my advice. And that's all. Mr. Ola, I've never encountered you and said anything against you. Your choice of words is very, very good. It's only enigmatic. And I want him to let it be a new resolution 2023. Your choice of words. I mean, it cannot be hyper emotional. I know you have argument with people on this forum or when people are writing.
Should we send him to finishing school? Is that what we
No,
should
it
do?
has nothing to.
Let's send him to finishing school.
No, I think.
Tiger, please, one
Okay.
man.
Yeah.
One man. Are we trying to guide people how to talk here?
No.
Let me finish. One man, let me finish. Please. I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
If Enigmatis is not saying words derogatory, I don't think anybody has to tame him has to speak. You are the anchor. Let me finish. You've spoken. Let me finish. One man, you are the anchor. You know when to pull back when people is getting overboard. No, you can't teach Enigmatic how to speak. No, you can't do that.
Hold on. Let me say something. Offense is not just offensive words now. It's not just using vulgar insults. If somebody is saying something is rubbing them up the wrong way, we have to listen to that. But then Enigmatic is here also to take that, to counterweight that. I am not going to contain anybody, but through conversation, hopefully we get to a happier place. So Enigmatic is saying, look, I'm not really that bothered. I'm saying it as I mean it. And then voices like Tiger, they're saying, look, the tonality sometimes it rankles me. So at some point there'll be a convergence on people understanding that Enigmatic is not out to cause offense. He's just expressing it in the fullness of how he feels it. And Enigmatic will take on board also that, some people, they might they might not choose, but they might not have the full interpretation of what I'm saying. And then he would then find accommodation for them as well. But I am not going to legislate it, because then I'll be either repressing people's sensitivity or stifling somebody else's free expression. So through the conversation, hopefully it will pull together.
Fair enough, one man. Can I respond to what's his name, Thomas?
I thought I was rounding it off. Don't open
No,
it
I just want to respond to him. No one.
He basically came to speak about me, right?
Well, I was sometimes I like to think. Sometimes I like.
Let me make my response before you go.
Am I chipping something, one man?
Yes, we've not heard from engineer yet. So have your response. Then we hear from engineer. Then Tiger, you have your final word, because clearly you felt moved enough to come on. So have your response. So that's the sequence. Have your response, Enigmatic. Engineer comes in to chip in, and then you land your thought, Tiger, and then we must move on from that space. So Enigmatic, kick it off.
One man, to the best of my knowledge, right? I know what it means to cross lines, by way of derogatory languages and by way of even tacitly using some subliminal tirade of remarks. I know what it means. But when you see, when you are speaking in a certain language, like say, okay, when you see some people, so when I say some people now, anybody on this platform who does not feel anything repulsive shouldn't have any issues with that. But when I say some people, right, and then they basically have a different definition for that, Oh man, that is not my responsibility. They should hold themselves accountable for having to think like that, right? So I wouldn't say I care less a huge, but I would say I'm absolutely unperturbed because to the best of my knowledge, I'm not calling anybody out. I'm not saying anything untoward. I'm saying like it is absolutely delusional, right? By the purviews of Nigeria's political system for a certain scenario to happen in a way that it wouldn't, even when you're hallucinating to actually think it will happen. So that word is not. I'm not making reference to you, to Thomas, to Fatai, to Ola, to Ajanle Koko, to Babati, to engineer, to anybody. It's a public platform that I'm making my own remark. But when you see this kind of coordinated attack almost every time, or having to send one of them to the platform to come and call enigmatic to say you have to speak in this way, you have to speak in this way. One man, I would rather not come to the platform again instead of me not speaking the way I have to speak. I know the language of interaction very well. I've used it in courtrooms, I've used it in everywhere, highest level and the highest last stand, and I know what it means to cross the line. So what I've said here now, if you are free-minded, you will see it's just a basic conversation. But when you have a whipped up sentimental mindset, of course, you probably want to hold on to something about that. And that is where the cross of the matter is. So the cross of the matter is, what is your grouse? What is your problem? Because when you are having a problem with the content, like we always say, the content and not focusing on the content, focusing on the messenger, then that is where you're actually getting it wrong. Okay? Enigmatic Hondi is not the kind of person that you will choose and pick a word for. Not me. I'd rather not come to this platform again. When you see me on this platform, I will speak the way I will speak normally, naturally. I am absolutely unperturbed and I care less a huge how you take it because I will be very careful and cautious to understand the fact that I will not cross, the rudiments and the rudimentary of languages across to people who do not have a biased mindset or a whip of sentimental ideas about what I say. That is what I'm going to say, one man.
All right. All right. All right. Let's hear from engineer. Engineer, let's hear from you.
Good morning, everyone, and hello, one man.
Good morning, engineer. How come you're not asleep this
Yeah, I don't know. I just woke up not too long. Well, basically, I don't have much to say. I love my brothers here, regardless how we'll be fighting each other all the time, how we'll be digging history, how we'll be bringing emotion into it. I just want to use this opportunity to plead with everyone here, please. I have my candidate, and his name is Atiku. Please vote for Atiku, then we'll sort all these problems out. You know, if we keep fighting each other,
he's a unifier, Atiku is a unifier.
if we keep fighting each other, all these things, come on, all of us are learned people. Something we need to be very careful here is the platform is worldwide. And I don't want someone to be accusing we Nigerians that look at them, they are fighting themselves, they don't have love. Those are the things that irritate me most. So let's just please like ourselves, embrace ourselves, love ourselves, regardless of anything. If today, tomorrow, any of us meet each other somewhere, we'll sit down and have a coffee or have a pint of beer, So let's just try to love ourselves. We shouldn't bring too much emotion and feelings into it. And another thing we guys need to understand, this our elite, this our history, everything is just bygone. Gone is gone. Let's think of way forward. I keep saying this and I'll keep repeating it. Let's keep thinking way forward. History is gone. God keep us alive. We are still alive. We have to fix things ourselves. But each time we come out here, we start digging our history. We are not helping ourselves. I must say it. gone is gone. So let's just continue. We know what is happening in Nigeria today, but we are finding solution how the country will be good. If the country is good, all of us will go back and relax and enjoy. We can go to each other's houses and sit down and eat. Also, I thank one man for making the platform for us to understand each other. But we shouldn't be aggressive to each other. We shouldn't, be pointing fingers on each other. It's wrong. The platform is to find solution how we can see Nigeria will move forward. That's the only thing I can say for now, guys. Please, let's help ourselves, Because me, if I go anywhere I see all of you, I'll go to their house and eat. I don't care. If you want to poison me, no wahala. Let me know that it's my fellow Nigerian that poison me. No wahala. So let's just keep it cool and let's make the platform real. God will bless all of us.
All right, thank you, engineer. Well put. Well put. So I think that sums up that space. So well put, engineer. So your final word, Tiger, and then we move on.
Okay. Thank you, woman, for handling this issue, and thank you, engineer, for making your contribution to this space. It's not it's not that this is not about emotional and woman. A lot of people watch your program, which you don't know, even though from within Nigeria. And when we are from diaspora, we should, conduct ourselves. All of us have divergence, political opinion. Doesn't matter. But I'm talking about the use of the language, the word. You can't say they are delusional. I mean, that is unfair. That's all I'm saying. If you say, okay, they are, you can't say they are even confused. You will say, okay, this is your trajectory, but you can't use such word that people are, you compare whole people, they are delusional. The same thing, they are accusing the obedience, also the same thing that is happening here. So why do we talk about the obedience like the language some of them do use on the
Hold on, Tiger. When and I did not even notice that Enigmatic said that, but certainly even if and indeed say that when he says they are delusional, are you interpreting that to mean he means the whole of the Southeast or the obedient movement? Because a lot of people are of that thought that there's a certain sort of escape from realism in the obedience space.
Okay, in politics, this is votes. He's talking about vote casting and their political choice. You can't say people are delusional in their political choice. Everybody have opinion.
No, you can't. No, that's is that not unacceptable in to say that your political adversary is delusional? Is that
No,
is
you
that
can't
a
tell
lie?
me you can't tell a whole people that they are delusional.
No, that's why I'm asking you. Sorry,
Yeah, yeah,
Tiger. That's why
yeah.
I'm asking you. Did you understand him to mean the obedience are delusional, which might well be legitimate in the cut and thrust of political back
No,
and
he
forth,
wasn't. He wasn't.
or was it? Did you understand it to mean the whole of the Southeast
He's
was what
talking
he was?
about Southeast
All right.
political terrain. He's talking about that people vote there because I could. I was listening. I've been listening
Tiger,
for
that's a
a
lie.
while.
I will not be
No, it's
here.
not like.
I will not be here
Hold
while
on,
you lie about
hold
me.
on.
One man, let
I'm
me
not.
put it in the right
Uh,
context. Hold on, Tiger. You are talking about me. Please hold on. One man, I've said it over here one time that Ajane Koko is here. He can bear me witness, right? I support the same candidate as Ajane Koko, and I've said it over here that it would be delusional of anyone at all to see Sowore being the next Nigeria's president. That Sowore himself, right, wouldn't be even in his hallucinated mind, right, wouldn't believe he would be the next Nigerian president, right? And then when even let's assume now, right? Let's concede without let's basically assume now that without actually conceding to the fact that what is causing these hues and cries. One man, my language on this platform is cautious and well measured. I've not said 1/10 of what Kenneth Okonkwo. Go and look at Kenneth Okonkwo's languages, is vituperations against Soludo, you would cry for Soludo as a man, as a father, as a governor. On three different occasions, he unleashed every phrases of every derogatory whatever you can think of in a derogatory manner to address that man. Guess the people who were his cheerleaders. Guess the people who were propping him up and enabling him on a daily basis. These same hypocrites. Now I want you to measure my language now in the way I'm speaking and saying it, and how I'm basically pointing it at anyone, and come and see what I've said wrong. Because when we actually want to do a normal audit of what people speak, and as they've been propping up their own, then you come and ask yourself, what have I said? I've not. Kenneth Okonkwo called the governor a Soludo, the same Soludo that we know. I'm going to paraphrase it like probably he was eating the excreta of a lizard, because he said something against their savior and messiah, right? And it was the best thing that would happen to anybody. The same man that was in PDP, that was MC to Atiku, that was MC to Buhari, and MC to Tinubu. There was never the best languages in this world that he never used to address Buhari. But when he flipped to the other side, every other bad language in this world, he was shooting it against all these folks. So, and I'm saying it again, right, woman? When I come back again to this platform, I will speak the way I will speak. It's not about being emotional. I'm just addressing the situation. Go and look at what people they are propping up. They are calling the Hallelujah boys. Go and look at the choice of their languages and compare it to what we are saying over here. I have never on this platform called anybody frontally delusional. I've not on any day called anybody frontally hallucinating or whatever. I've not called anybody anything. I'm making a general statement. And if you have to actually wind yourself within that, then it's all on you. That's not my responsibility at all. So don't let more bata and to taba laraba. I don't know how to say it in Yoruba in English language. So I will speak. I know this is not going to end, one man.
Look at that.
No, what you man speaking to Baba?
The one thing I will say, and I'm saying this generally, the one thing I will say is that I am hopeful, and I suspect that this is me just being paranoid, but I am hopeful that it's not as though enigmatic. It's been. Let me switch on my camera. I am hopeful that it's not as. I am hopeful that it's not the case that enigmatic is being targeted somewhat, because we heard this same thing from Saki Fada. We've heard it from Joel. Now we're hearing it from Tiger. Sorry, did you want to say something?
One man, this is the reality.
Yeah.
You know how they said it's a healing wound somewhere that we are still in a society. I think the wound is still fresh. As a matter of fact, let me state that wound. It is a stage 4 wound right now. It is still open, and there are many deep. I mean, you can hear from the utterances here on this platform tonight that there are many unresolved issues as Nigerians that we need to address, even though they might be uncomfortable. So left to me, I know it's your platform. I would have said, let people have at it. It might be uncomfortable, but
no, because it's going to. It never ends well. That's
but
the thing.
it's a starting process. It will be very uncomfortable at the beginning, but we need to have these conversations. So if someone wants to talk about, I will never betray them. Let him express his mind. We might not like what he has to say, but let him say it. Then we can debunk what they have to say. But without knowing what they are really feeling inside, and they are reacting to Tinubu, even though it's coming from a different angle, it's more deeper than Tinubu himself. Let them express themselves, and it's going to be uncomfortable. But I want to hear where this hate is coming from. It's very important. If you actually really, if you care about the healing project, like we call it, But until we start having those uncomfortable conversations on this platform, we are going nowhere as a country. It's not going to work. Thank you.
No. Yes, we can have the uncomfortable conversations, and I think this platform is best suited to have those conversations because the voices that come here, they are voices that self-moderate. So I don't have the expectation that the language will ever spill over. But I just wanted to what seems to be a pattern that I'm somewhat maybe I'm prefacing that with maybe I'm being somewhat paranoid, but just something that seems to be a pattern that seems to be evolving somewhat. We heard it with Sake Fada, we heard it with Joel of Nashville, and then of course Tiger in the City now. So I'm just being mindful, and as I said, I suspect I'm being paranoid, but I'm hopeful that people are not trying to circle wagon enigmatic Hondi, so I'm hopeful that people are not trying to circle wagon him. When the lions or the big cats when they hunt
Like
in
you
park.
mean are trying to censor what he has to say?
Yeah, somewhat. I'm not sure. I'm not sure
No.
if I'm right to think that he's being
No.
circle wagon.
I will say you're on the right path. But this is the thing, though. If somebody says things that you find uncomfortable or not true, I think this is the platform where you can come with a rebuttal, right? You come back, then you make your point. But you cannot just stifle their point or just say you can't say no. You can't just okay. I disagree with what you said. It is not true. A, B, C, D, and F are the reasons why. That is the way it should go. Not that you should just come and say people shouldn't say what they have to say, regardless of what they have to say.
Can I say something?
One man.
Can I say
Sorry,
something?
you got 10 seconds, please.
Can I say something,
One man.
please?
Let me finish, please.
Hold
Let
on,
me
Thomas.
proceed.
Yeah, hold on,
10
Thomas.
seconds.
Let's say from Tiger. Tiger, the reason why I'm saying I'm hopeful that people are not circle wagoning enigmatic, which is to say I'm hopeful that they're not targeting him somewhat, is that him saying that a political opinion is delusional. I'm not sure that I consider that to be excessive language. I'm not sure that is excessive language.
He didn't put it that way, woman. Please, when this program tonight or early morning finish, please go over it again. Listen to what Enigmatic has, how you put the language, right? I'm not trying to tell to start for opinion here, no. Babati, you are saying Kanto. It's not about opinion. I'm talking about choice of word. That's what I'm saying. If I have to make presentation here, I have to present it in the way that I don't cause offense by my choice of word. He's mentioning Mr.
Can we
Kunkwa.
please move on, please? Is that
No,
enough?
no.
That's
Come
enough.
on,
Please.
no.
That's
No,
enough.
Thomas. Don't
No,
start
Thomas,
because
please.
I know the
Let's
day
resolve this
Joel.
please,
I know
Thomas.
the day Joel told you here to shut up here, and everybody was against him, even including me, saying he can't say that to you to tell you to shut up. Don't tell me. Let's move on, right?
Don't worry. I'll carry on. Carry on, Tiger. Yeah.
This forum is not where they are being interviewed, Mr. What is his name, Okonkwo, or whatever his name. He used derogatory language, which is unacceptable, which can be acceptable there to the presenter, but here it may not be acceptable to some people. You understand me? This is one-on-one interviews conducting. If I was the person conducting interview, I would say no. You can't call someone like that. You can't say, and moreover, you can't say someone is hallucinating. Come on, hallucination has to do with drug. Are you telling me that Showera is taking drug? That's why he's in hallucination. This is what we are saying. I know it's English.
No, please. Put it in.
No. Babati, please stop. Please stop.
All right. I'll
I'm not
invite
attacking
Ajahn.
you.
Hold
No,
on,
I'm not attacking him.
hold on, everybody. No.
I'm not attacking
I want to invite Ajahn Lekoko to moderate this space. Ajahn Lekoko, come in. But I carry on now, Babati. Yeah.
I'm saying is that when you use words like that, put it in the context of politics, not the people themselves, but the game being played is what you address. So if I say for people, because to me now, I believe that if you think Obi will win, personally, I think you've been delusional. But that is more of politics. I'm not attacking your person. I'm just looking at the landscape and I don't see him winning. So if I say that, for instance, I'm not attacking a group of people. I'm just saying that their politics or the way they see it is not realistic. So just try to put things in context, not necessarily that they're attacking like a group of people. Please, just I think that's where it's coming from. I'm not
No,
defending.
no, no. If you say, like you rightly say now, that Obi winning is delusional, yes, it's a good language. But when you say, oh, those people supporting Obi or whatever, or the Southeast, they are delusional. I've been telling them they
No.
are
Can
delusional. You can't say that.
I hold on, Tiger. Can I draw a line in that statement that you've just made? If somebody says Obi aspiring to or his politics is delusional, I think that is fair game in politics. If somebody says that the obedient followers that they are delusional, that is still well within the remit of the language of acceptability. But if somebody says an ethnic group, they are totally delusional, then that will be the line crossed. So you can see that there's permissibility up to a point. But I wasn't aware that, and I'm not sure that it's an enigmatic language, but maybe it's lost in. I don't know, man.
One man, I told you so that you will be a natural arbiter, right? I say, step back, let me handle this. One man, I am an adult. I'm a grown man. Okay, I can handle my business. Leave it alone. Leave me alone. I will handle this. Okay, so any language that I use over here that you feel so unpleased with or about, look, this is enigmatic Hondi. I will say I will speak in the best texture of my language, and I will ensure that I'm actually very measured without crossing the lines. Okay, so this is a coordinated attack. I've seen it, and I know for a while. When I was not paying attention to it, people who were listening to it called my attention to it. So I know already this is not going to end. Somebody will come tomorrow again and do the same thing. But this is enigmatic Hondi. I'm going to speak in the best language I understand without crossing the line. So when I say my own candidate, Omoyele Sowore, even in his hallucinating mind, he wouldn't think he would be the next Nigeria president. And then when you want to twist it around and you say, I say Omoyele Sowore is hallucinating or Omoyele Sowore is delusional, then you can basically, provide a solution to that conclusion. That is not my responsibility any longer. The way you drive idea to the best of your understanding, I have no responsibility for that. And I care less a huge. I'm absolutely unperturbed, right? The day you see me not coming to this platform again is the day I make a certain decision by myself. Since there's a reason why I do not go to other platforms. There are so many other. I know a lot of them. They sent me stuff. They've sent me a lot of stuff. I choose not to go there. I choose to be here, and where I am here, right here. Okay, I am not stupid. I'm saying it now. Somebody will say, "Okay, you say he's stupid." I am not stupid to understand the fact, the level of intellectual capacity that we have over here, and the level of intellectual discourse that this platform offers, and it is being demonstrated by almost every other person on this platform, which I basically respect their opinions and their views. But when dissenting opinions is being resorted to the point of having have a covert impliedly or expressly, and a coordinated attack on me, man, wow, you guys don't even know me at all. I'm coming back again and again and again to this platform to speak the way I will speak.
Brother, can I comment? Brother,
one man.
I think you are not.
Ajale Koko, where were you all this while? You left me to it. Kilo Shele, you left me.
I just have to allow everybody to flesh it out.
Ajale Koko, I'm not happy with you at all.
I mean, make everybody say their mind, and this platform. I'm telling you guys, it's only on this platform you can see people express their mind without any fear of being cowed by anybody. People say it the way they see it, but the moment they cross the line, one man doesn't waste time to stop them down. Hey, man, this is not good. But this is the platform that represents freedom of speech ever that you can see among all Nigerians on platform. Freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of, but what I observe in Tiger in the House, what he said, which I think enigmatic should be conscious of, is that he should be mindful of the language that he uses. There are some of his language that
But
carry that.
Ajale Koko, does that apply in this instance though? Because I am open-minded, struggling to find where the offense is. If it says that the obedience are delusional, which is an opinion that is held by a vast amount of people.
Look, you see what Tiger in the House is saying is that we have some of us here that are strongly committed to Obi's project, and when you make such language, you are referring to them personally.
But we mock Shore endlessly, relentlessly. We mock him.
Yes. So what he is saying is that other than those outside the platform, but to person like what do you call it, Zaki Father and Joel and the rest of them that we spend a lot of time together here, we should respect them as well. We know, yes, people can be act delusional, but when you use that strong word against the generality of those people, then you are referring to, you are including person like Zaki Father, who is very, very civil guy. And, that is what this guy is saying. You don't want to use that kind of language against Zaki Father, because it's included among, when you are referring to all the obedient, it's included as well. So Zaki Father, it doesn't say anything that any foul language against any candidate. Is a good guy, calm, expresses his thought in a very civil way. So that is what this guy is saying. But at the same time, Enigmatic has a way of expressing his thought in a very strong term. It doesn't really mean that he is trying to, how do I say, he's not trying to, what is the language?
Cause offense.
Yeah, he's not trying to, no, that to not ridicule. He's not trying to make a jest of other or make
mock them.
It's not trying to mock them. So it's just trying to express, his way of using word. He wanted to carry weight in a very strong term against the opposition, and you know his background too. These are lawyers. They have a way of pushing out their position.
Babaja, please let me ask you a simple question, please. Please, follow along, but Ben. If you ask me a question now, right, rationally, and I tell you, oh, Baba, forget it, Baba. You see that Anambra State, right? Tinubu will carry it 90%. Wouldn't that sound delusional to you? How would you look at me?
Look. Yes, but you see, that is one thing about the enigmatic. He want to punch it and make it, clearer to everybody that what is this guy saying? So, but you know, so but you know, enigmatic. My advice is that, you know, so that some of us here that are strongly committed, like Zaki Father particularly, we don't want to offend him. You know, we just want to, see ourselves as one family, one brother, and one people. We don't want to go into that kind of, throwing word against each other, dirty word against each other. So I think that is where Tiger in the House is coming from. That, look, tone it down. Don't use that kind of strong word that will offend some people, to make some people could sound offensive to some people, and they can react, with their verbal, violence against you too, and that will cause katakata. I think that is where it's coming from. So we just try to tone it down,
All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So I will say one last thing, and then we will move on from that space. So the first thing I'm going to say is to remind people, for the benefit of people that are new here, and just as a reminder to people that have traditionally here, we have one rule in this space, just one rule, no other rule, just one: no vulgar words. So no vulgar words. So if vulgar words are not, if anybody use vulgar words like F this, F that, or your mama, or not, then you just get banned, because there's zero tolerance for vulgar words. So outside of that, there's absolute, complete, unfettered free expression. Free expression. The language must be sharp and cutting, because the matters we're talking about an existential threat, other not of 200 million people. So of course, the language has to be sharp, But the other thing is, I have no intentions of overly moderating Enigmatic, because he has not crossed that threshold of vulgar words. But the other thing I will say is, Enigmatic hears the feedbacks that is getting. So then it is up to him or not to factor that in or not. So it is entirely at his discretion. But if the lines are crossed, I will pull him back, of course.
One man.
Yeah.
Let me ask.
But outside of that, I'm quite reticent to moderate people aggressively, because it takes away from the authenticity of the expression.
Right.
The potency of what they have to say, is lost if I try to.
Based on what you've heard here tonight, and what you've heard over the past few months.
They call it rational mind. The
national mind, is on a special diet now. Everybody must go to a special diet.
They call it fair.
I rational mind.
What you've heard here tonight. Because we come here and we pretend to be Nigerians. We all hold hands and we are discussing as brothers and sisters, even though we are lying to ourselves. Does this give you hope for Nigeria, like a new Nigeria? Do you? Because I don't see it. We come here, we pretend to be Nigerians. Oh, it's so beautiful. We'll come together. And I just laugh. I'm like, who is fooling who here?
No. You're not getting it. You're not getting it.
No. I'm being honest right now. We are fooling each other.
No. This is family squabbles now.
No.
Family squabbles.
No, let me finish now. Yeah. There are deep-seated hate for people.
No.
And I have a deep Bible. No. It's not just I'm not you guys, but I'm saying that the country itself that we tend to brush over and don't want to address. And I'm seeing the symptoms here. And we can pretend that we are like, oh yeah, everything is not fine. Let's address those issues. Talk about it, please.
Vote for Atiku now, everything will be fine.
The unifier, the unifier. But no. We circled around that Second World War thing or whatever it is. with Sako, engineer, you're a witness. How many times have we gone through the Biafra war? And
I
we
think
all,
the best thing, one man, the
yeah,
best thing, if anything that comes up like that, just shut that topic straight away. Just shut it
yes.
down.
Remember when
That,
we could not leave that place and we just spent endless hours screaming and shouting.
I know.
And Ajale Koko will say that was why Okwara. Ọ̀rọ̀ tá a ti sọ sẹ́yìn ni now.
Okay. Let me just.
that's why Ajale Koko always run away and leave us.
Jackie Babati sorrow one man. This is the freedom of speech platform. Let
I'm being censored right now. I'm being censored right now. I'm being censored though. I'm being censored right now.
No, I'm not censoring your free speech.
You can see clearly. This is anti-Yoruba movement. See,
Emma censor Babati. Let him speak.
A prince. Who can censor a prince?
No,
what Babati is saying is very valid. Honestly, when you run away from your problem, you are not ready to solve that problem.
We are not ready.
And that problem will keep coming back.
Yeah, but so, not in this platform now.
Wait, engineer, just a minute. We have a duty to give the right orientation to the audience beyond the people we are seeing now. There's a lot of lies flying. I heard a lot this evening that I was wondering because the thing was coming from the person I adore so much on this platform. So I don't want to mention the name, but I'm taking the person up that is here to tell me how, for example, Awolowo betrays Zik. Just giving an example. Maybe he will dig out that example tomorrow. See, as a nation, we have to find a way to stop spreading fallacy, something that we cannot substantiate. That, oh, Awolowo is this, Awolowo is that. We know that. Just tell me the reference. Which book are you using? Who is telling you these stories? So if you don't address this problem, we can't. It's just like case of an example in South Africa. Now Igbo, they create problem for them there, but now their own brother they deal with Yoruba. And for example, Yoruba and Igbo, we are very close in reality. But the problem is, even those that are creating the problem, they will not face those people, but they will not be seeing even their direct brother, their closest pally, as their own enemy, just because some people has put some kind of discord. So if you don't say all these things today, because if anybody want to tell me story about the Nigerian Civil War first coup, you should tell me who is your author, who are you referencing? Don't tell me I heard this. Tell me, is it the Shondo prayer you are quoting, or you are quoting Obasanjo? Who exactly are you quoting? Don't just come with some kind of folk tales from somewhere and present it. And before you know, some people, innocent mind, will buy such kind of fallacy somewhere, and the thing will move from generation to generation. It's not fair. So when we raise things like this, we have to tackle it to the core. That's just my own belief.
Thank you,
Babati, closing prayer.
No. It's not like racism, tribalism does not survive exposure. That is how you deal with tribalism and racism. People who speak about it, they do not survive exposure. Like what you've heard tonight, half of what I've heard tonight about Nigeria is even BS. Even about to debunk most of them. But if people don't speak about it, we will know. Let them speak about it, then you can debunk them. It is part of the healing process. That is where the healing starts.
Can I say something? I think I think it's very hypocritical to be running around in circle. I've never attacked people for making their political choice. What I'm saying is the choice of words. You understand what I'm saying? So if you go and look at delusional, what's delusional in the dictionary, as I understood it, you know what it is, Babati. So no one is trying to suppress people's opinion on this forum. Thank God one man gives people the leverage to speak on topics here. So it's not that I'm against enigmatic, his viewpoint or his political statement. It's a choice of word I'm talking about.
Brother,
So
can I interject? Brother,
yes.
Brother, look,
Yeah.
The point is very clear that we should be careful not to cross the line to ethnicity, tribalism. But I think you are trivializing the issue when you are saying people cannot use delusional. hallucination. These are words. Why
No,
I'm not a baby? I can use delusional. I can say
I'm
so
not
many
saying that, but you cannot
so
direct it at a
delusional.
particular
It's
people.
not
You
being
cannot direct it
delusional.
at a particular people. You can say, okay, it's delusional to think this person can win this, but when you direct it at a particular people, that means those people are delusional.
No, no, I don't think enigma. I don't know. I stand to be corrected, but I don't think enigmatic say southeastern or Igbo people are
Oh,
delusional.
please,
You
okay,
can say obedient. Why can't you say obedient are delusional? You
okay,
can say
hold
I
on.
am delusional for supporting anybody.
You are Fatai, right? And you are quite much new on this fora, right? Can you do me a favor?
Tell
Um,
me, yeah.
yeah. Next time, go and rewatch this particular series. This one tonight, and 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 base it on what he said. Then, if what he said is not what he meant, then I owe you apology. But I've been listening. Please, it's not the first time he's saying it, and he was corrected some time ago. I know you want to put up his view, and enigmatic. You are very valuable in this fora here on this forum. You are a very valuable person. You understand me? People have divergent opinion. It's not what we are talking about. I won't attack you for that because I'm a Democrat myself. I believe in people airing their opinion. And this is not about work. It's choice of words. Please, Mr. Ola, go and read. If you say, I had conversation between you and what is his name? What's the guy again? The guy you were having a debate about the Civil War. Please go and read book by the Major, Moyaga, The Reason Why We Struck. Please, he's a member of the five majors that participated in the coup of 1966. Please, I have no debate about that. It's not about tribalism. I'm not into that. Actually,
No,
I'm not
no,
into all
no.
this.
Tigger, no. To be fair to you, you are not. I'm not accusing you of that. No, not you. Honestly, the guy I'm talking about, he knows himself before without mentioning because he's a
Okay,
good friend
okay,
here.
thank.
I so much adore him. So, but this one has nothing to do with you.
Uh,
The thing
uh,
I'm saying is this. The thing because
Allah, if I
I
mean, let me
know
call you, apologize
I know
to.
that you and Saki father, you are, when you are talking of people at the upper limit of intellectual, when you are an intellect, there's a way intellectuals can psychologically silence opinion. It's just a skill. You may not be doing it intentionally, but when they call the attention of the potency to that potency of what you are trying to do, not actually you are not doing it intentionally, but because it's part of your skills, you stifle opinion. For example, I will tell you what Enigmatic was saying. He was just generalizing. For example, if you say obedient it crosses across. You talk in the entire nation. We have Yoruba, we have Hausa, we have everybody. Obedient are delusional.
okay,
Delusional
okay,
is
Mr.
just
Ola.
like a logical. You are not facing reality. It's not an insult. But if I say Tiga, even if I still say Tiga, you are delusional. You want to ask me why? Now, and I say,
Okay.
okay, the opinion you said the other time, you are living in the realm of this. It doesn't mean I'm insulting you. But if I now look at you that, Tiga, you are stupid without any reason. That's so personal. That's been abusive. But when I'm trying to
Mr.
lay
Ola,
some kind of fact within a context, and I say, okay, don't you see the context you are presenting to me that you are being delusional because you are not being real, you are not being genuine. You're like when people ask me, okay, I say my candidate is Pastor Bakari. I said because I suspend my brain, I'm just being
That was
emotional.
delusional. That
I'm
was
using
delusional.
spirituality.
That was
But if I want to be rational, I would say this guy, Tinubu, will win because every fact points towards that direction. So you see what I'm saying now? Can I be insulting myself when I say I'm delusional when I don't use fact, when I think Pastor Bakari become the president of the country? So would that
okay,
be
Mr.
insulting
Ola,
myself? So I put it within the
Mr.
context.
Mr. Ola, you cannot generalize people. See, for example, here we can't say you white people or you black people. When you say that, that means
Obedience
you.
are just ideology. They are not people. But if I say
Oh, they
Southeasterner,
are
if
human
I say
beings. Please,
Southeasterner or I
please,
say Igbo people are this, then it's a direct
please,
attack.
please, 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 Mr. Ola, maybe, listen, Mr. Ola, you cannot generalize. That's what's causing problem everywhere. You cannot, I can't come there and say, oh, Yorubas are this. That means I'm generalizing everybody. You can't do that. We live in modern society. You can't do that, Mr. Ola. If you're in Nigeria, you can be permissible for saying that. But Mr. Ola, you've got exposure. You cannot generalize the same people and put them in same context. Even if you are talking about a group of people, right? You can't generalize them. You must say, you have to differentiate it. You can't. That's
Yeah,
what
but
you
you
got to
can't
do.
generalize them according to race,
You
not
see what I'm
according to
saying? That
their
you see,
taxes.
before you can say something, there must be an intention just to be abusive and to insult. That's exactly what I'm saying.
You
But
can
when you
make
are
your
laying
point
a
without
context,
generalizing. You are putting.
wait now. When you are drawing a conclusion from a context, it's another thing entirely. You are speaking to a context. That is different between you see all of us, for example, we went through communication in English, and this is one of the reasons that, because we say, oh, after getting my credit in the secondary school, like this thing, why should I be taking communication in English even from 100 level to 400 level? For example, even you still go to master's degree at postgraduate level, they will still be telling you about communication in English, for example. So those are the things. Okay, for example, in Canada now, if I say, of course, yes, people will feel offensive just because. But meanwhile, in United Kingdom, of course, yes, of course, it's obvious. It's normal thing there. So how does this thing become offensive? Because we have to look at it from the context.
Right.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Let us
All
use
right.
context. Nobody is directing.
All right, thank you. I'll land your point, and then after that point, I think I'm just minded to round off now because I think I've lost control of the session, so I'll just
the
round
guy
off.
that used the guy that used to abuse everyone here, we call him to order on several occasions, and I won't mention name, but he called himself a military officer, maybe his sister. You say that's where I speak now. I won't mention your name so that it won't be like a personal attack, because I'm just making an example. So if we see enigmatic crossing the line, honestly, you trust us here, we are going to descend on him and say, enigmatic, cool down. Because I see the same way too, Kulata was sometimes targeted too. So it's just the way we feel. And anyway, I've landed my point. Don't let me prolong.
All right, thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola, and then thank you, gentlemen. So I'm going to round off from here, and I'll give the final word to Tiger. So I think we've lost Ajan Lekoko. So we've hit the 6-hour mark. The whole thing has spiraled into I don't quite know where. I don't know where we are. I just know we're in the middle of the road somewhere. So we start to make our way back home. We start to round off to land on Tiger. We kick it off with Babati. Babati, have you ever witnessed anything like we've just witnessed today? BT. All right. All right. Let me go to Solomon then. So Solomon, I think you get the blame for this. You opened up this space.
No, my bros them. I did not mean to. I cannot come and incite violence. I cannot
look at
insult
that.
or to say something that would make anybody. I'm not a tribalistic person. I like Yoruba people where I like Yoruba girls, Igbo girls, everybody in Nigeria. I like them. I'm not a tribalistic person. Please, if I offended anybody this evening, please, Mona, forgive me, no vex. And I just me, I come here, can't learn. I will not lie to you. Like I learned a lot this morning. I learned from everybody. I know who they talk. I know the try cause trouble. I beg. Mona, no vex, my bros. Them. One man, thank you. This platform, I keep saying it is not to hype or to make you feel cool. No. I keep saying this is like the best platform I've come across on this on YouTube. I love everybody on this platform. Thank you, and happy New Year in advance. Yeah, thank you, everybody.
All right, Bria. Don't say happy New Year in advance. We will suggest that we won't see you until. So make sure we see you tomorrow. So that's Solomon, our correspondent from Abuja. So thank you, Solomon. So from Solomon, let's go on to let's go to Thomas. Thomas, I'm not quite sure what just happened, but there it is. I always say that fasten your seatbelt, and just go for the ride. So this is an example. It was just a nice stroll down the park until about 4 hours into it. And then it turned into a bit of a grab your Annie gets the gun and AK-47. But there it is. Another one in the bag. Thomas, final words.
Thank you, woman. I've been busy, but back
What
to
have you
what I
been?
said.
What have you been doing? You sound out of breath.
Oh yes, no. I'm washing my car and my wife's car. It's
All
been
right. Oh,
dirty since we
okay.
travel. We haven't washed it.
All
Yeah.
right.
So
So was that the instruction? We had your wife come to give
no,
you the
no, 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 no.
instruction. Oh yeah,
No,
love for
no.
what to NCC.
Or
Look
is
at
the
No,
other room?
that. Look at that. Then next week he will tell us he's the man of the house. Look at this guy.
no,
There's
no,
the
no,
other
no,
room.
one man. So back to the politics. It's very hypocritical when we come to Obi space every time. I listen to many platforms. They even insulted the old Yorubas. That is this Tinubu you guys can present to Nigeria. They call us names. But when it comes to Obi, it's other way around. For your information, nobody can stifle my voice on this platform. And I think I haven't crossed any line one time before. Derogative work is not my choice. I'm not grow. I wasn't grew up saying that. So you can't stifle people what they can say. I will say what I can say. What I just conclude in a nutshell is the attack is too much on enigmatic and he has to stop. And I second it. He has to stop. This is a political platform. We are just speaking our mind. I'm not targeting anybody. So that is just my understanding. And the thing that people don't understand is enigmatics will say it as it is. And the truth is always bitter. Thank you, one man. God bless.
All right, thank you. Look at this American style garage that Thomas has. Look at that, the big boy of Australia. So thank you, Thomas. So let's go on from Thomas to Fatai. So Fatai, we've been encouraging you to come here more often. I'm not sure you will be doing that after this. So there it is. It goes like that. That's how it goes sometimes, It's just, the space has a life of its own. So I just try my best to hold on to it as best as I can. But Fatai, final words.
I think you made a very good, approximately, you hit it on the point, like, with your recommendation that, I mean, at the same time, you don't want to start with people, at the same time, want people to be careful. The only thing I just don't get is when those delusional becomes a taboo. I mean, if you're going to make delusional and hallucination a taboo, when nobody can speak about anything, those are just average English words. I mean, I mean, I can get it. Like, you can't say tribal. You have to be careful not to make it tribal or ethnic. But to say obedience are delusional, what is wrong there? People say Democrats are delusional. Republicans are, I don't know, this. Democrats are that. That is a group based on choices. You can't target groups based on biological things they don't have control over. But because people make a choice to be obedient, does not stop anybody from saying they are delusional. That's I mean, you're going to destroy speech if you start doing that. You're going to even cheapen the debate. Why are we spend maybe 2 3 hours discussing whether somebody said the word delusional and he should not say it or not. If he said it against a biological group of people, okay, that's not good. But if he said it against some group of people that chose to follow a candidate, I even at a point he said, because he said Showore is hallucinating and that's supposed to be bad. Then what are we going? I mean, you will not be able to talk if it's not. You, as one man, you said it. If it's not foul language, if it's not intentionally meant to disparage a personal attack on a fellow person, especially here, I don't see why you have to say people cannot use the word delusional because on obedience. I mean, from what we even learned, obedience are everywhere. They are Yoruba. When you say obedience, it's not you're not targeting southeastern or Igbos because as you have told us, especially from the polls, you have told us that even in Peru, they are all obedient. Even Buhari is obedient in his mind. Even in Lagos, everybody is obedient. So if somebody says obedient, why do you have to feel that he's talking about Igbos or he's talking about Southeasterners? You are telling us that obedience are everywhere, that every home has obedience. Why will you feel bad when they say about obedience? Why will you think it's tribal? That is not tribal. It's what at any rate, at any rate, even in America, everywhere, you can say Republicans are crazy people. I mean, they say it all the time. The Democrats say the Republicans are there. Republicans say Democrats are there. These are not biological group that you have to respect. You can always change. Today I can be obedient. Tomorrow I can be Tinubu. Yes. So I mean, you, that's like there will be nothing to talk about. Like, we're going to destroy speech, free speech. We want free speech, but of course we have to be careful. We have to. I get the point about respect for each other. We absolutely have to respect each other, and then we be careful not to cross our tribal, ethnic, all these difficult spaces. We have to be careful, but I don't know. They might be. I don't know. It's fine. I was there. The only thing I'm just surprised is that we have spent 2 hours talking about why somebody shouldn't use the word delusional. It's a totally perfect English word.
All right. So there it is, Fatai. We do get to those ludicrous levels in some instances. But I'm going to move the order around slightly to land on engineer, only because I feel ideally we should land on a neutral voice. So thank you, Fatai. So we go on from Fatai to try Babati again. Babati, are you there now? Babati? BT. All right. All right. Thank you for your company, Babati. So we go on from Babati to Ola. So Ola, closing remarks.
Very interested in this.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? Really, it's unbelievable. We won't do this again, no, because it feels somewhat childish. I feel we just acted like children for 2 hours, but there it is.
You see, one thing I keep encouraging us is, see, we are all very super intelligent people, and we should not even allow our opinion or the way we behave to be acceptable every time. So what do we have to do? We have to exercise control. You see, no, you can't be blazed no matter what. So even if you have feelings that, oh, this thing is bad towards me, you control yourself because you should know that the perspective is different. So try as much as possible when you see something like an attack or something that is not palatable to you. That's the perspective you are. You can try to even switch perspective like 2-3 to see, okay, let me even reevaluate what this guy is saying from another perspective. So from there, you see, one thing, like I keep saying, I take everyone here very seriously, and I have my favorites here. Saki Father is one of my top favorites, and I will tell you, I was telling someone here like about 6 weeks ago that I said, you see this guy talking, that see, physics is considered most of one of the most difficult subjects in the world. I said, if this guy taught the whole textbook of physics, he can put it in your head and you never forget anything, because this guy has some kind of voice, the type of presentation that will make things stick with you, that even if you are sleeping, you will remember what Saki Father is telling you. That is why that if I now see something from potent people, and this Tiger fall within that potent people, because the presentation, the way they enter you, the way they taught it. See, that's why that every little thing they say, I take it seriously. Honestly, that's just me, because I learn a lot from them. So, and I believe the way I'm taking them seriously, the same way I believe that the global audience will be taking them seriously. So I just want us to control ourselves better and to be able to tolerate one another, because tolerance is required here now, because there's no, like I said, you can't please we are managing one another. We can't please one another. It is impossible. That is human nature. Any day you see someone trying to please someone else, then that person is not human being. That person has to be superhuman. So please and please, let us try as much as possible just to maintain that level of tolerance. And if there's anything we don't understand from a co-panelist or someone else, let us try to find another way to interrogate, to just allow that person to correct himself or herself without being without attacking the personality. So to me, my advice is that we should be very careful, because we may think that what we are saying here, we are just joking. We are not joking. Don't be surprised if tomorrow you see someone quoting you in one of the academic journal or whatever. Don't be surprised. And before you know, people will take whatever you are saying so seriously. So be very careful of how you conduct yourself. Be very careful of what you say. So to me, please, I won't forget my normal begging. Please thumb up and share this forum. The more you share this forum, the more we can get content that is going to be superior to what we are. Because like for me now, when I see superior opinion, I bow. I just gentle. I listen and try to assimilate as much as possible. And I believe that we've not even done anything. We can do better than what we do. And I think all of us enjoy this forum the same way I enjoy it. And I just want everybody to please appreciate, encourage the anchor. So other than that, I thanked everyone in the comment section. I was not I've not been able to do a lot to chat with my guys there today. Maybe tomorrow when I'm not on my desktop, I'll be able to start again. So thank you everyone. Later.
All right, thank you. Other than that, that was Ola. So other than Lucky Warpiece is not here. He would have ripped you some more. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, let's go on to Enigmatic to you.
All right, thank you, one man, for another great session. You know, one thing in life is that life itself is not. Life does not even promise you anything. You basically have to, get your way through things in life. And then we're all subject of imperfection. And then no one is infallible. And then we should always understand the thin line that separate those two variables, basically. It's quite unfortunate that we have to basically descend to this, level. And then because honestly, I do not, the apropos of this is basically impertinent and irrelevant. And then the reality is as clear as basically walking through the catacombs of France, and then you understand that certain words can be twisted out of context, and then for to land or to achieve a certain mundane, issues, basically. Well, I respect everyone's opinion on this platform, divergent opinions, dissenting voices. That is the beauty of democracy, and beyond democracy, that is basically the beauty of even we human accepting the fact that the existence of all of us is basically dependent on how we can coexist and then understand our differences, basically. I understand. I heard everybody, and then in ways that some people might have been offended. I I I actually share their concern, and within the purview of my understanding too, I will contribute my quota to this platform as much as I can, and as much as Almighty God, grants me. If you do not see me here tomorrow or any other day, I'm not here because probably I'm busy with live, events, not because
not because I have any ulterior motive not to be here. I want you to understand that I appreciate the platform. I appreciate the intellectual ideas of everybody, and I always make myself available, to the platform and on the platform to hear my opinion. You know,
Make yourself available, because we are chasing Uptown all over. I've put a warrant out. So Uptown, I've put a warrant out for your arrest in anywhere in Lagos for reasons of running away from a $2,000 wager. But don't worry.
Enigmatic said he will give it to me, so that's fine.
Look at that. But sorry, carry on, enigmatic. Yeah. But of course, make yourself available. Yeah. One of the biggest voices on this platform. So we all lose when you don't turn up. So yeah.
Yeah, like I said, if you do not see me here, not because Omoakin Okin Shojo. So to those who do not understand what I say, a warrior is a warrior any day, anytime. Okay, and my dad tells me when you have a voice, and you see when you try to appropriate the texture of your voice, and then you see the earthquakes, right? The earthquake, then it means basically you are doing something right, and everything you are doing, keep doing it. So one man, uh, politics, we come and we're almost at the end of it now. After February, probably we'll be talking about something different. But I want everybody who are opposing my voice or enigmatic as it is now on this platform, or life is good the way they understand me or the way they know who I am now. Right? We all have a life beyond this, and behind the scene we have lives. So that will not stop me. If I have to break bread with you, I will approach you. I don't care how much you think about me or how less you think about me. So we should just understand the fact that I respect everyone, and then they should have an open mind to listen, without primordial sentiment, and then to understand that people are different in the way they speak, in the way the delivery of their messages, and then how they've been trained, or how they've been uh, you know the basic content of the message shouldn't be lost in the midst of chasing shadows or trying to basically hold on to irrelevancies. I will say what I have to say any day, anytime I come to this platform, and I will ensure the fact that underline that I'm very cautious and I'm very measured of the fact that I do not cross, any line, that I do not cross a line that is expected of a reasonable human, and a human that can reason with all the facets of his understanding. So I respect you, one man. I respect Babanja Koko. I respect everyone that has probably put their voice to the platform. Everyone, God bless you. It shall be a very solid year 2023 coming. And then we should all be together. We should all be friends. So if you are going home to think about enigmatic, or you are doing a wrong thing. So just because I am a very happy guy and I live a very happy life. Thank you, my one man.
Oh, all right. Thank you, enigmatic. Stay there. Stay there. So the closing remarks then from Tiger in the city as well. So I want us to all depart the screen together after engineer. So you're up next, Tiger.
Thank you, woman. Thank you for the opportunity this morning. I was checking the time, is 4:57 UK time here. I do not oppose people's divergent opinion. That is me, because I'm a very progressive people, and I do listen attentively to people. And my words are usually measured, because I know whatever I put on this space in this forum, it could come back tomorrow to haunt me, because I don't know what future holds for me. You don't know if tomorrow I might become a governor, or or an MP here, and someone will dig up my words and present it, and that could affect me. Um, that's what I want to say, and I'm a happy go person, and I myself I have the leaves. I can speak poison. Trust me. I'm a one-liner, and my one-liner is very, very dangerous. Sometimes I want to write things on the forum. I'll say I will delete them. I say no, I can't write something like this. It's not appropriate. Now, what I would like to advise people: do not generalize people. It's a very delicate thing to generalize people and put everybody in the same box. If you want to make your analogy or your statement, craft it any way you are not generalizing a whole region or a whole group. That's my only advice tonight. Thank you, one man. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Tiger. So thank you, Tiger. Everybody should speak like me, because even if I'm insulting you, you wouldn't know, or maybe it'll take you a week to know in some instances that I think that guy insulted me last week. You know, you just quote it, you quote it in language. But thank you, Tiger. So Tiger, we don't see you often enough. You disappear or not so often. What happened? Have you been busy?
Like I told you before, I work in the education sector, and they were doing exam, and it
All
was
right.
quite busy. And
Oh.
now, most of the program I had in the evening, and so I have children in the house, and I have a loud voice. Sometimes when I'm speaking, people can
All
hear
right.
me further away. So that's why. But most of the time, I do go back to the series you presented, and I do listen to them. I do watch them. Sometimes I get
And then
comments.
you shake your head that these people, man, they all need locking up. They all need locking up.
No, but the thing is, from Solomon to Tiger,
Yeah.
then next year will become waiting lion or elephant. Eh?
This is it.
Uh, engineer, okay. No. I do watch. Sometimes I say I wish I'm there to make contribution, but my words must be measured, because one more, like I said here, there's no way Yoruba people hate. There's no way Igbo people hate Yoruba people. You can't hate people and be eating their food and dressing like them. Some Igbos in Lagos, they speak. You would not even know they're Igbos. They speak Toro Yoruba. You would not even know that. I have a brother who's like that, and who married to a Yoruba lady, and they have children. So I can't hate anybody, no matter what. Even though, let me tell you one thing. 2011. Do you know why I supported Buhari? Because I was sympathetic to the attack. They're attacking him. I said, oh, let me give this guy a choice. And one of my friends did not, because I supported him, did not speak to me for 2 years, 2 good years. He didn't speak to me. So I'm a Nigerian by heart, but I would not support back then. That's me. If where I work, I have a colleague. He said, "Why do you always go against Nigeria?" I said, "No, I don't go against Nigeria. Whenever they do, but whenever we talk about giraffe rice and this, I said, oh, Nigeria is the best in Africa." He said, "What?" He said, "You can't believe that I'm supporting." I said, "Yes. Whatever we do best, I will praise them. But if you're not doing good, I'm not a hypocrite. I will condemn it here." So I know there was a day Joel here said something against Thomas. I was livid. If you check my comment, drop comment, you can't talk like that because it's unacceptable. So thank you very much for the opportunity given me, and Merry Christmas. We're still in the spirit of Christmas. So I hope to join your next program.
Tiger,
all right, right.
why is celebrating Christmas? You're African.
Oh no,
Why
leave
are
him
you?
alone.
And yeah, I know you're Omegun, you're Omegun. So no, I'm a Christian. So if we are celebrating Christian, it's based on that Christianity. That's why it's not about African religion.
All right. It's just as well that I held you back, enigmatic. So here is your sparring partner, Des, wanting to relieve you of even more money. It says, enigmatic, I have another wager for you. Peter Obi will get 40% in Lagos, but I'm not quite sure how seriously you should take this, because usually he super chats in yellow, but this time he super chats in green. So that is to say that the funds are depleting somewhat. But there it is, pointed at you. So you don't have to respond to that, but enigmatic, there it is. But thank you for the super chat,
I see
Desmond.
I see that
We're still waiting on your partner, huh?
So you can go shake so
Let me show you this. Let me show you this. Let me show you this.
so the wager, the biggest wager is I've already said he cannot win. He can, and the closest to that was the guy that said he can't even win the second. And I'm very happy that even their man Ato Eze said said it in his speech. So
do you have a screen in front of you?
Yes, I do.
All right, watch this. Watch this. You see that clip? You see that clip you just saw, enigmatic. That clip could either earn you $3,000 or cost you $3,000. Do you know why?
Why?
I'll play it one more time. But in that clip is Des and Uptown partying together in Lagos. Uptown sent it to me just I think yesterday. You know,
that's Des and Uptown.
That's Des and Uptown. So Des is in the one in white. Uptown is the one in black. So yeah. So there it is. That's your $3,000 right there. Or that could cost you $3,000 one way or the other.
It's gonna earn me $3,000. I'm very positive about that, man.
All right.
Numbers. Never.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So thank you, Enigmatic, and thank you, Tiger. So thank you, gentlemen. So a civilized conversation around important matters. So thank you, both gentlemen. So then we go on from there. Let's maybe I teased him into it, but here is Uptown now super chatting. It's even a super sticker. So let's just highlight that. Thank you for the super sticker. Not Uptown, no, Desmond. So thank you for that, Desmond. But from Desmond, then let's go on to Babati for his closing remarks. Babati, we came to you quite a few times, but
I've been in and out working, so just juggling too much behind the scenes here. But I really wanted to talk briefly about that league the lawyer that was shot.
Yes, Bolanle Rahim.
Yeah, so the reason that we're even hearing about it is because this is something similar to what they were complaining about. This was one part of NSAS started, right? NSAS, this killing of people. So this thing has been going on for a long time, and the only reason that we are even hearing about it is because she's a lawyer. So that means they've been killing a lot of people behind the scenes and nobody, cares about it. So I think you read today that she was even 4 months pregnant.
Yes, with twins.
Oh man, that is
that's a killer, isn't it?
That is just double, triple. And they let some of them out, some of the officers out.
Yes, but not the one that pulled the trigger.
Yes, but they need to investigate. You see, when you have a federal system that works, the FBI will have come to that department and ransacked that whole department from head to toe and investigated them. That's why we need a federal system. Because I refuse to believe that that's the first person they will kill illegally. Like that, they've been doing something similar to that for a period of time. So
that was the second one from that particular police station in 2 weeks.
Oh, there was another one prior.
Yeah, there was something Buraima, some young chap. He was coming out of a shopping complex and he just landed on the floor. They said it was a stray bullet, still from that police station.
Straight bullet, straight bullet my foot. So that one was the one I was just trying to read up on. I haven't even had time to study, but that is just heartbreaking. And for you to die that young and to be pregnant at the same time. So it's just this police system has
and they've been waiting for that pregnancy for years.
Oh man, that is even more devastating.
It's too much. It's too much.
It is a country we are. We talked about the Ethiopian constitution, something similar. we managed to start adapting, or at least looking at it to, but we didn't even get to the water bill thing. I put the link earlier in the comment section. I don't think maybe you saw it or you didn't see it.
No, I didn't say it, but
Yeah.
it'll be the topic because it's a big topic, and
Yeah.
it'll be the topic we'll be taking on tomorrow.
So they said, while we are busy talking about elections, they're trying to sneak that into. But they will still need the approval of some people in the South. So we need to start putting these people their foot on the fire from the South. If you're in the House and Senate, why on God's earth will you vote for a water bill that will pretty much give your land to the Fulani? Because that's pretty much what it's all about, right? That's because they've called it different names for years. They've called it a Ruga, agricultural adjustment, whatever. They keep bringing this thing up, and we just have to find a way to I mean, Buhari is a disaster. He has to go. Hopefully, we get somebody from the South, because I don't trust Atiku not to continue in Buhari's shoe when it comes to this tribal domination. I just don't trust him enough to put him there. But to my closing remarks, this is the reality. I have come to terms that there is no Nigerian and that we are too different. So, initially when I first joined this platform, I talked about Yoruba Nation. Somehow, deep inside me, I still want it, but my compromise will be regional government. Let people just do what they want to do in their area. And when you go to their area, you respect their laws. That would be the best bet. That way, nobody has to sit in Abuja waiting for one bill to be passed. If you want whatever you want in your area, do it for your people. If you come live in my area, you abide with my laws. We live in the same country, but we are just different people, and we are yet to heal it all. Those wounds are still deep; they are still fresh. So, and I don't think we're even taking any steps towards that healing process at all. I don't think we have over the last 40, 50 years. We're yet to have that conversation. And, we have all this uninformed, opinions, flying all over the place. So I don't see one man. It's just that tribal, ethnic, religious, it's just too deep rooted for us to even live together as Nigerians. Let me put that in quotation. So I think it's better we just live in regions and find a way to coexist together. That would be my best bet. But all this kumbaya, let's hold hand thing, I'm sorry, one man. I'm not trying to bust your bubble, but it's not going to work. I don't see it working. So that's my submission for. I hate to be the downer towards the end of your program, but the as a Nigerian, as a collective, it is hopeless. I don't see a way out. Let's just find regional government. You live in your own place. I live in mine. We come say hello once in a while, and we keep it pushing. That would be the best bet. Like, subscribe, and share the program. I'll see you tomorrow. God bless everybody.
All right, thank you, Babasi. So that's
Bravo.
Babasi. It's a prince, Did you know he was a prince engineer?
Oh,
But
oh.
Engineer actually the king of the castle. So the final word then to our engineer, the mayor of Birmingham.
Wow. Well, one man, I give you credit. Honestly, you are the best. And the God that make you to be strong in being the most patient man on earth, let it continue to guide you. Even market women can't do what we are doing, honestly.
It was unbelievable, wasn't it?
Hey. No. Honestly, and majority of us we live abroad. And this is what we're doing. I made a point instead of the guys to understand. I said, what are we, telling the world? Because a lot of people say, look at all the Nigerians on the platform. Look at how they're not united, You can see Ghanaian people, if they have like their own show, you never see this kind of argument like that. But I don't know why when it comes to our people, we always argue. The only thing, one man, just give them the grace. This year is gone. From next year, anybody that will bring too much emotion into something like this, please just cut it off, man. Because most of the things that we're meant to discuss, we haven't have time to discuss it. it's a bit kind of unfair for other people that they have been waiting to speak and they don't have the time to speak, you know. Well, it's a good show. It's just we have to learn. We're here to learn. We're here to love each other. The platform is meant for peace, not for pieces. And if anyone have their candidate, they should start sampling it now, just like the way I'm doing mine. I'll be pleading everyone support my article. Since I have no choice, I'd rather go for my article. So let's see how it goes. And Ajale Koko, anytime there is fire on the mountain, he always run away and leave us to be taking the bullet.
He just kept quiet and ran away.
I'll come for Ajale Koko tomorrow. He shouldn't he shouldn't worry. Well, to end it up, to run it up, one man, thank you very much. And it's not an easy show. You've been doing well. Thank you for uniting all the Nigerians. Thank you for giving us the privilege to know ourselves. And with this platform, I must say it, I've achieved a lot. I've known most of all the people on the platform. So it's something that I've gained and I've achieved it. For those that they are not able to come, the platform is still open. And anytime if I come in, if anyone is willing to come in, I don't mind stepping down and being in the backstage. So let's see how it goes. And thank you, one man. So let's call it a day.
Oh, all right. Thank you, engineer. Indeed, let's call it a day. I'm here just yawning away, so that tells you that it's time for bed. You sound like you're in bed already anyway. So thank you, engineer. Have a good rest. So that was engineer, and that has been the session. You know, when we start the sessions, I say just surrender yourself to the space and just go with however it goes. So this is just a good example of what I mean. We started off trying to put context to Arthur Eze's commentaries, and then we ended up in the middle of debating English language. So there it is. So there it is. English lessons. Delusional, a word that is not to be repeated. I wonder. But there it is. But it's not a word that cannot not be repeated, because I cannot see how it is an offensive word. But it's always context, isn't it? It's always context. So context really is what we're trying to establish. So yes, that's a better way. Context is what we're trying to establish for the last 3 hours or so. But there it is, and there it has been. So there it is, and there it has been. So we'll do it all over again tomorrow. Almost certainly we'll be focusing on the water bill that resurfaces, which is the document of enslavement of the southern region of Nigeria by the Abokis from the north. But will it pass through is the question. And there it is. They want to put you in shackles. So we discuss all that. So please make sure you've clicked on the like button. As ever, the like button never really looks anything like the viewing that we get. If you are not already subscribed, then please correct that as well. Click on the subscription button. So do both and set your dial for 9:45 p.m. UK time tomorrow. So we do it all over again tomorrow. So I leave it there. Carry conversation within the comment section over here. Say peace.